5 years ago, the Johnson family was killed at the villa, and all because the head of the family, out of his own kindness, decided to save a little girl, thereby offending influential people in the capital. And only one child wanted to fight back. But the boy accidentally survived, falling into a deep lake to the detriment of his enemy. Now, 5 years later, Michael Johnson has gained immense power, capable of instilling terror by summoning ghosts and spirits into the real world. He returned to shed blood and avenge his dead relatives. God returned to the world to take revenge, to kill. A girl walks through the heavily urbanized city of New York, full of cars and people. Then, for some reason, she is stopped by a guy unknown to her until that moment. The girl turns around and sees a guy who tells her that he sees her soul turning black and predicts a bloodbath today. He justifies this by saying that it would be better to shed a little blood and hurry to prevent the consequences. The heroine is very surprised by what was said, asking again as if trying to make sure that she had not misheard. She then calls the guy a dirty pervert, refuses to date him, and walks off into the sunset. The guy reflects on how he just made a kind comment and now he's being called a pervert, how quickly women have changed in New York. But in the end, this isn't Chicago. Then Michael remembers that he was born into a happy family, but his peers always bullied him for belonging to the Johnson family. But 5 years ago it all ended because his father decided to save a little girl. But this did not please one high-ranking person, and therefore a few days later during a banquet at the villa, the Johnson family was destroyed. Only Michael survived. All the family's acquaintances did nothing and just stood and watched such a tragedy. Michael was very angry at the killer of his family. He swore to kill him no matter what. However, the boy's attack was unsuccessful, and the rich man only laughed at his stupid attempt. Eventually, the mother miraculously managed to push the child into Newark Lake, where the master saved him and took him with him to Chicago, giving him the ability to summon ghosts and spirits. Now the master has given Michael the task of returning to New York, and he has vowed to take full revenge. After his memories, the boy feels that his body is not moving, and the oppressive atmosphere makes it harder to breathe. He then notices the spirit he suspects is responsible for these feelings and catches it. Passers-by on the street feel something strange, but cannot understand what exactly happened. Michael realizes that before he can carry out his revenge, he must first complete the task assigned to him. Apple is one of the 500 largest companies doing business in New York City. 3 days ago, the old man learned that within 100 days, something bad would happen to Sarah Walsh, after which she would most likely die. The old man told her that he had something with her grandmother. Maybe Sarah was his granddaughter. Michael Johnson is stopped by security guards at the entrance to Apple. He asks if they know a person named Sarah Walsh. The guards indignantly ask if he has an appointment with the aforementioned lady, to which he states that he has very important business and they need to meet in person. The security doesn't want to let him in and doesn't believe him, saying that Michael needs to leave immediately while he's still in one piece. The guy uses his strength and makes the guard fall to his knees in a fit of panic. The main character turns everything into a joke for those around him and goes about his business. He sits down in a comfortable pale yellow chair in the organization's lobby and orders the chief to be called to him. People start to panic. Something strange happens. Michael is confused. An armed detachment bursts in and surrounds young Johnson. The head of security approaches the guy and threatens him with the consequences of breaking into this office. Michael, in a rage, repeats everything he told the guards earlier. The head of security senses that something is wrong with the guy, and he is very strong. So he caves in and says that Sarah is not there today, but Michael can leave his contacts. The hero pretends to believe that his purpose is not in the workplace, and therefore resigns himself to his fate. But he immediately says that he has nothing to do anyway, so he can sit here all day, indifferently sending the squad to rest. The chief security officer is confused. He knows he will lose his job if he doesn't fire Michael, but he can't do anything about it. Then he changes his mind and orders his men to capture the young man who broke into Apple. Some hottie with good curves and heels appears and orders the security service to retreat. She attracts the attention of those around her and turns out to be a director named Jessica Nightingale, whose beauty can only be compared to President Sarah Walsh. The security officer tries to warn the headmistress of the danger, but she brushes his words aside like an annoying fly. Jessica introduces herself to the intruder and asks how she can help him. Michael looks at the director and some images from the past begin to pop into his head. He recalls that Jessica was his deskmate in elementary school and that they had a wonderful relationship until middle school. Johnson is once again thrown into the events of 5 years ago, seeing his return to the house, which has already been sealed after the incident. The entire city turned its back on his family, his father's company was attacked, and all of New York was in the power of one man. Despite the pressure from others, Jessica endured all the rumors and buried my parents on the mountain, putting up a tombstone. Michael didn't think they would ever meet again. Now he had to thank her somehow. Upon exiting his memories, the guy finds himself too close to the girl, which she delicately hints at. Jessica repeats her question, to which the guy replies that he has seen her somewhere. She becomes embarrassed and says that this is an old-fashioned way to start a conversation. The girl ends the conversation, and despite the shouts of the clerks, asks them to leave the guy alone and not create so much useless noise. Michael notices that Jessica has changed a lot since their last meeting, especially her breasts. He decides that his priority now is Jessica, not Sarah. Director Nightingale gets into her fancy, expensive car. Then she notices Michael in her backseat, who shouldn't be there. The guy casually starts the conversation, as if this is how it was supposed to happen, completely ignoring the girl's reaction. She doesn't understand what the guy wants to achieve or how he ended up here at all. Michael sweetly expresses his desire to go for a ride with Jessica, again ignoring her confusion. The girl shyly asks if he was expecting someone, but he says that it's not that important. Slightly irritated, the heroine says that she cannot allow a stranger to sit in her car, and therefore he needs to introduce himself. Michael says that he is ready to give his name, while simultaneously feeling the darkness and bloody trail from her soul, which foreshadow a big event, and then he sheepishly says his name. The city center, a large, beautiful building that every office clerk would like to be in. Jessica appears at the banquet with Michael, wearing a gorgeous dress that highlights the girl's equally attractive figure. All eyes are on her. Everyone wants to know who she is and what kind of guy came with her. They sit down at a large banquet table, while those around them whisper that the director has never invited a man to come for the evening. Wealthy men immediately gather around her, wanting to get to know her better. Michael remains pointedly silent as Jessica tries to keep the attention off her person. Everyone offers Mrs. Nightingale a drink, to which she is very embarrassed. Michael intercepts the glass intended for his companion, asking how many glasses he needs to drink. Those who had recently communicated so nicely with Jessica are very outraged by the intervention of some unknown poor guy. Michael doesn't ignore the insults, smiling sarcastically. The director takes the glass from the guy, demonstrating his control over the situation. Jessica sweetly informs him that she doesn't know how to drink wine, so she asks to be allowed to have just one sip. This does not go unnoticed by her newly acquired fans. A man with charisma appears from the crowd with a bottle of wine and asks if one sip would not be enough. Jessica, with great effort, recognizes him as Raphael Burke. Everyone is gossiping about the young man's influence and about how Nightingale last threw a glass of wine at Burke, which made him mad as hell. Raphael angrily informs Jessica that she must drink the entire bottle to atone for her guilt for the previous incident. He makes it clear that this is not a request, but an order. The lady tries to wriggle out of it, insisting on one glass, otherwise she will cause trouble for the others, remembering that she threw the glass on him that time because she thought there were drugs in it. Raphael, approaching her at a dangerously close distance, informs her that he has already booked the presidential suite, and therefore she will have a place to rest, and she should not hesitate. Jessica is afraid that this time there might be drugs there too, so she doesn't dare drink. The aggressor flares up in his displeasure, calling Jessica dirty names, hinting that even Sarah Walsh is drinking today. Sarah reflects on her situation with tears in her eyes, realizing that compared to his power, she means nothing. Michael bursts in between the two men, taking Raphael's bottle, leaving him in angry confusion. Burke curses the hero, for which he immediately gets hit on the head with a bottle, causing it to shatter into pieces. The former offender complains of a headache, like a small child. Michael responds to the complaints by saying that it is unworthy to force a girl to drink. Everyone is in shock at what just happened to such a highly respected person. Someone points out that the guy won't live to see tomorrow morning because he went against the Burke family, one of the most influential politicians in New York. Jessica begins to beg for mercy for her friend, promising to drink any wine in any quantity, understanding the consequences. In great rage, Raphael curses at the heroine and hits her in the face, telling her that the two of them will have big problems today. Burke continues to come forward, but young Johnson cuts him off with a sharp kick to the balls. Raphael, writhing on the floor in pain, swears that he will kill Michael, calling him a bastard. The protagonist flares up with hatred and slams his opponent's face into the floor, saying that he will still see which of them will die first. A number of important-looking men in black glasses appear, looking disapprovingly at what is happening and ordering people to stop. The man in front, with growing anger, repeats twice that Michael must let his victim go. Onlookers report that this is the head of the Burke family and also Raphael's father, and therefore Johnson is finished. Next to the head of the family stands a strange man with a long beard and an inscrutable gaze, who is most likely a legendary warrior. Jessica realizes that she and Michael are in big trouble, and Raphael calls Daddy for help. Johnson lets the arrogant rich man go with demonstrative indifference. Formerly stately and charismatic Raphael runs to his daddy like a little coward. The ancient warrior also has some kind of secret power like Michael, but does not express any emotions. Little Burke begs his father to punish his abuser for taking Jessica away from him. The father, in a rage, orders his pathetic son to shut up and get out of here, which surprises him greatly. The head of the family inquires about the young man's origins from that same warrior named Jack Larson, addressing him personally, while Burke's son hides behind his back. Larson reports that Michael also has powers, and that his youth makes it easier for him to activate the powers. The protagonist listens with feigned indifference, and then asks what else they can say, and what they want to achieve in general. The disgraced head of the family sets his warrior on Johnson, telling him to leave the body if he begs for mercy. The legendary warrior warns the hero that the boy should not have messed with someone like him, and begins his attack. Quickly approaching, the old man advises the young man to beg for mercy. Michael responds to his opponent with indifference, and Jessica is confused as to whether this is really the same ancient warrior in front of her. Young Johnson, with complete indifference, grabs the old man by the top knot of his hair, wondering if the family has prepared a coffin for him. The old man experiences an indescribable range of emotions from the boy's impudence. Jack Larson's eyes flash blue as he lunges towards his opponent, intending to deliver a crushing blow. Michael dodges the attack without any problem, leaving the warrior confused by his lack of control. The protagonist, using his advantage, delivers a crushing blow straight to the legendary warrior's face. By the power of Michael Johnson, the ancient warrior is finally and irrevocably defeated and imprinted on the floor, and the protagonist complains about the dishonorable attack of the old man. Everyone around is shocked by what they just saw and is in a stupor from the shock they have experienced. Michael asks with absolute indifference who will be next. Father and son are shocked at how their legendary warrior was defeated with one blow. The old man asks how the main character could have such power. Michael sarcastically wonders who he is. A powerful sound wave emanates from Johnson, which does not go unnoticed by anyone present, including the great warrior Larson. Michael approaches the head of the family haughtily, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, and addresses him by name. Using his power, the young hero intimidates Burke Sr., repeating the threats that were previously addressed to him. Michael remembers that the Johnson and Burke families had been feuding for many years, even before the hero was born. Raphael's father orders his men to get rid of this impudent fellow. In the hope of getting a pay raise, the guards, as if in a race, try to be the first to reach the enemy. All the guards rush at Michael at once, but he calmly deals with them in an instant. The protagonist says that ordinary people obey and leave, looking around at their defeated opponents. The Burke family members grovel and apologize to Johnson, begging him to let them live, while Michael mocks their helplessness. The hero's eyes flash with the red flame of revenge, and he says that debts must be repaid. Just in time to prevent anyone from getting hurt, security bursts in and orders this to be stopped immediately. The chief officer, a pretty young girl in a tie and shirt with epaulets, asks Michael to move away from the people. Finding the Burke family on their knees, she wonders what her son has done again. Encouraged by the arrival of security services, the father joyfully and with relief says that they are saved. She also, in great shock from what she saw, notices the defeated legendary warrior of the Burke family, who is dragging himself on his knees on the floor. Michael grabs the head of the family by the hair and says that he was just bravely defending a girl from a well-to-do family from the advances of this guy. The officer aims a gun at the protagonist, ordering him to let go of Burke's hair, or she will shoot. Meanwhile, Michael reflects indifferently on the fact that the captain turned out to be a woman. Young Johnson fails to comply, which results in him receiving a second warning, and the rest of the armed men aim their guns at him. Michael is going to deal with them too, once again connecting with his inner strength. At this point, Jessica grabs his hand, apologizes, and says that the guy is not okay. He has cramps in his arms and legs. The lady offers the guy to stay here, to which he rightly asks why he needs this. The main characters argue. Jessica says that she will leave Johnson if he does not stop, to which he is indignant. At the same time, the head of the Burke family is worried about the state of his hair. Miss Nightingale sits the guy down on the floor and tries to show the security captain that he's surrendering so they don't have to shoot. Michael is very upset that he was not allowed to deal with the security service, so he asks what to do next, and Jessica asks him to leave it to her. The director tells Johnson that he will have to go with the captain, fill out a statement that he defended himself, then everything will be fine. He replies that he will be able to leave without any problems anyway. It's late at night. The city is quiet and peaceful. The sky is clear. The stars are clearly visible. The police department. Another police officer enters the office of Captain Jenkins, who was at the crime scene, and reports that they have reviewed the video footage more than 10 times. The subordinate reports that all cameras show Michael Johnson acting in self-defense, except one. The girl asks what he means by doubts in one cell, to which he shows her the recording. The cameras show that the old man first approaches the guy, but in the next frame, he is already lying on the floor, and what happened at that moment is unknown. The captain speculates that despite their quick response, someone might have managed to erase the data from the CCTV camera. Despite the fact that he may have great strength hidden within him, there is no evidence against Johnson, and so it is recognized as self-defense, and he is released. A contented Jessica and an indifferent Michael leave the police station on a clear night, the girl glad that they got off easy. The young hero understands that if he leaves New York, the Burkes will get their dirty paws on her again. Michael decides that he needs to find time to deal with them. They walk through the city at night, chatting sweetly. The guy offers to walk her home. Jessica starts to get nervous. Johnson reports that he has just arrived in town and has not yet found a place to spend the night, and therefore he will probably have to spend the night on a bench in the park. To which the girl replies that she has a spare room in her apartment that she can allocate for Michael. Johnson begins to make vulgar jokes towards Mrs. Nightingale, which makes her very embarrassed. They continue their casual conversation, not noticing the car parked nearby. In this car is the already familiar to us Captain Jenkins, who is watching the couple, discussing Michael's strength, since all the bodyguards of the Burke family are former special forces. After some deliberation, she calls her brother and sends him the CCTV footage in the hopes that he will help sort things out. Mountains at cloud level. Here a lonely house with a couple of windows and a triangular orange roof is built. Captain Jenkins's brother, who has solid muscles, a scar on his face, and a bunch of weapons on his back, complains about his sister because she always asks him for help. He is outraged by the current situation because he is the captain of the Dragon Spirit Squad and not a movie policeman, but he still takes it upon himself to help his sister and attracts the laptop with his power. Brother Jenkins turns on the device and begins watching the video sent by his sister. Smiling sarcastically, he is outraged by the bodyguard's inability to resist such a child. They should be fired. It's a disgrace. The Dragon Spirit captain notices a shot of Michael dispatching opponents without even touching them, realizing that he has power. He says that this is mastery, this is the peak of possibilities, and Johnson is a real master of martial arts. Brother Jenkins calls her and says he would really like to know more about this guy in the video as soon as possible. There is a waxing crescent moon in the sky, there is light cloud cover, a panel house with a light on, and Jessica lives there. Mrs. Nightingale comes out of the bathroom and says that it is now free and Michael can go there. Standing under the hot water in the shower, doused with steam, he again begins to remember his past. After being saved from death, he thought it was a blessing, but an even more terrible nightmare began. On the very first day, without any explanation, the master threw him into a cage with a tiger that had been starving for 3 days. But in the end, Michael survived and defeated the tiger, but this was only the beginning of his trials. The master sent him to dangerous places, tempering his body and soul each time he faced hopeless situations, and each time he survived, so he feels alive only when he is constantly in anger and hatred. The last Johnson swears that he will find all those who were at that ill-fated banquet, and they will pay for everything in full. Meanwhile, Jessica slices a watermelon, musing about Michael having nothing to change into and remembering that she forgot to hide her underwear. She runs in a panic to pick up what she left behind, hoping that the guy hadn't seen anything yet. The girl runs into the shower, asks Michael not to come out, but notices that he has already come out and is standing in front of her, covering himself with a towel. In front of him, she can't say what she wanted and starts to stutter, and he can't understand what she wants. Asks her to wait until he gets dressed and pulls off the towel. She runs away, slamming the door behind her, leaving the guy in great confusion. Jessica, very embarrassed, is in her room trying to prove that she didn't see anything extra. Michael understands that she won't come out again, but that's good, because he still has some things to sort out. It's late at night, the Burke family's luxurious villa with a swimming pool and the lights on in the room. The father grits his teeth from public humiliation. The son tells the father to stop shaking with hatred because it makes his head spin. Dad is very indignant. He shouts that because of his useless offspring, the legendary warrior Jack Larson is seriously wounded, and instead of him, only his grandfather can protect the family. The son, sobbing, suggests calling his grandfather, since he is not doing anything anyway, and the father says that he cannot leave it like this, so he will not calm down until he deals with that guy. Together, they decide to call the elder Burke, and Raphael imagines how he will mock Michael by undressing Jessica in front of him. During the conversation, a dark figure appears, suspiciously resembling Johnson, who asks what they are talking about. The Burke family members present are in incredible shock at the appearance of their newfound worst enemy. Michael casually sits down on a chair and offers them to chat, while the others are afraid that he will kill them. The Burkles do not believe that he is capable of killing, but the protagonist begins to use his power against them, directing his supernatural power against his son. The father begins to tearfully beg Johnson to leave him alive, explaining that he has no claims against him, to which Michael only laughs madly, sarcastically, and questioningly, repeating the phrase about claims. The guy angrily reminds the father of the Burke family that 5 years ago there was a banquet at which all the Johnsons were killed. Berkeley suddenly begins to understand that his opponent is the same boy who fell into the lake, and is surprised that he still survived. Michael slams his hand, full of magical power, into Berkeley Saunders' face. The last Johnson, before killing Burke Sr., says that he is not an ancient warrior at all, but a god of medicine, and then laughs at his idea that a warrior is the peak of possibilities. Michael deals with the man with his magic and shouts that he will deal with anyone with one single blow. On this day, New York shook. Claude Burke, the eldest of the Burkes, materializes above the mountain, wearing a kimono and with magical energy flowing around him. He sees the death of his relatives, but does not know who dared to do it. The old man swears that he will find the one who did this, behead him, and cut him into thousands of pieces. In Jessica's apartment, Michael meditates in the company of the spirit of his power and reflects on how he needs to exercise more while he's there. Johnson holds a black stone in his hands, a gift from his father for the boy's 10th birthday. He still doesn't know what to do with it, and in a week the day of his parents' death will come, and therefore he will need to visit them. The guy notices a strange inscription in red on the stone. He assumes that he needs to drip blood on it. The stone jumps out of the hero's hands. The artifact begins to spread large waves of energy around itself, pressing on Michael, which makes his head spin. He cannot hold out like this for long. The young hero appears in a cemetery, beaten and half-naked, surrounded by only clear night, swords stuck in the ground, and tombstones. Michael comes to, his head is splitting, and he notices a black fog around him. He ended up in the cemetery of rebirth and doesn't understand what's going on there or how he ended up there. Magic swords glowing with purple fire begin to fall on him from the sky. Among the swords, red eyes with vague outlines of a mouth appear. They seem to have evil intentions. Roth says angrily that, being in the late stage of life, the hero dared to enter the graveyard of reincarnation. Multiple dark spirits command the boy to leave immediately if he wants to live. Michael wakes up on his bed in a cold sweat with a black stone in his hand and a sore head. He remembers last night and how his strength has not yet reached the threshold of entering the graveyard of reincarnation. There are exactly 100 tombstones there, therefore 100 souls. A knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. It is Jessica who informs him that breakfast is ready and she is waiting for him. Having finished his reasoning, the guy goes out and sits down at the table, where Mrs. Nightingale is already there in a hearty, delicious breakfast. Michael tells Jessica that she cares about him so much that he doesn't want to leave and offers to wash the dishes, cook for himself, and warm the bed on cold winter nights. She points out that she has heated floors in the winter, and even if he wants to stay, it's impossible because she has monthly rent and housework to do. The guy sheepishly says that he has no money now. Jessica suspects that he has decided to live at her expense. Young Johnson grabs a napkin, begins to write something on it intensely, and then hands her a piece of paper with some kind of prescription. This anti-aging product of one of my friends is considered low grade, but if you register it, the rent will not be a problem. Jessica laughs at his proposal and says that no company in the market will be interested in his offer. Michael envisions the complete success of the product in his mind. Then the director's phone rings. It turns out to be Sarah Walsh. Jessica jumps up and runs to the meeting, leaving the guy alone and confused, recommending that he find a job rather than think about the elixir. The Central Market, where Michael tries to sell his miracle cure, Miracle Hands, which cures all diseases. Passers-by notice the crazy price of $100,000, and they clearly do not intend to buy this product for such money, considering the guy a madman and a charlatan. Suddenly, a pretty girl in a beret and pink windbreaker appears in the crowd. She calls the seller over to her, jokingly calling him a charlatan. Michael leaves with the girl. Upon arrival, they see a big, beautiful house. The guy advertises his medicine again, but the girl explains that she didn't bring him here for that at all. She introduces herself as Anna S. and says that she is extremely captivated by his desire to outsmart everyone, to which Michael says that he has no time for games, and then he tries to leave. After this, she gives a card, the balance of which is the promised $100,000, and the main character changes his position and says that he is entirely at her disposal and will go through fire and water for her. Anna tells a sad story about her family and about her father's illness, who has only a couple of days left to live, and she is also afraid that after his death, her mother will do stupid things. She asks Michael to take her father to the mountains for a pretend treatment so that his mother can more easily cope with his loss, and the guy notes that this miss is not very smart. Finding a benefit for himself, the hero promises to do everything in the best possible way. They enter the house and are greeted by the doctor, who remarks that now is not the best time to receive guests, as her father Robert Clark is ill. The boy and girl enter the chambers, discovering the sick appearance of the elder Clark. The girl tells her father that she is back again. Michael understands that things are really bad. He sees that this man will soon pass away to another world, since his chest is already filled with dead air. And when it reaches his head, nothing will help him. The daughter also sees her father's condition and tells Michael that they have been treating him for a long time, but not a single doctor could help him. And the last one said that her father has 1 day left to live. She asks the guy to help hide this fact from her mother at any cost. Then the mother comes into the room and asks if it is true that the father has only 1 day to live, as the doctor told her. Some guy points out that there is no point in hiding this information from his mother. He introduces himself as Percy Clark, Anna's brother, and says that he has already arranged the funeral, which will take place in a picturesque place. The daughter complains about her brother's indifference and callousness, with which he says this in front of her mother, but he says that his father has suffered enough, and when Percy himself becomes the head of the family, he will not offend anyone. Michael understands that if his mother is gone, there will be even more money for Percy, and Anna says that their father will never allow him to become the head of the family, telling her brother that he is just an animal. Percy curses his sister, threatens her cruelly, and hits her. Michael defends the girl by attacking her brother, saying that their father is not dead yet, and that he has already planned everything. The doctor intervenes and states that the protagonist has just punched the future head of the Clark house and wonders who he even is. The god of medicine asks for a price of 10 million and promises to heal the father of the family. The mother asks her daughter if that guy can really help her father, to which the girl lies that she has known him for a very long time and has complete confidence in him. Anna reasons that he simply has to cure Dad because he has asked an incredible price for his services. Percy is clearly not happy with the intervention of some charlatan sent by his sister and feels that he is a danger to himself and his plans. He does not care what happens next. The main thing is that he will definitely receive the inheritance. Michael approaches the bed of the Clark family's father. There is no one else in the room. The guy decides that he will not let him die, since they have already met. Particles of his power begin to appear around him. He says that the knowledge of medicine he has acquired should be enough to pull the old man out of the ghostly gate. Michael's eyes glow with a pinkish-purple flame as he casts a spell. Robert, to the loud cry of the guy who shouts, "Get up!" rises into the air. Black energy begins to emerge from his eyes and mouth along with dark smoke. Michael realizes that this battle will be much more difficult than he expected, as the man is enveloped in the energy of death. But the old man still has a pulse, and therefore not all is lost. Michael continues to fight the dark force of death for the body of the father of the family. A dead spirit bursts out of the man's body, and Michael catches it in his fist. The remnants of the dark essence are forcefully ejected from the old man's body, heading towards Michael's fist. Exhausted but alive, the old man falls onto his bed, and Michael reflects on how saving him was harder than killing any of his previous opponents. The god of medicine comes out the door to his waiting relatives and tells them that their head of the family is fine and will wake up soon. Percy can't believe his ears and that his plans will go to waste. Anna doesn't understand whether her new acquaintance is deceiving them, and her mother cries from her newly acquired happiness. Michael asks to pay him. The delighted wife of the reborn thanks him and gives him the card, naming the password for it. But Percy, clearly unhappy with this turn of events, intervenes and brings his mother down to earth, reminding her that his father has advanced lung cancer and it is not possible to cure him. Percy points his finger at the supposed charlatan's face, insisting that he must see results first, to which the god of medicine replies that it wasn't that easy for him to earn that money and grabs his finger. The next moment, Percy is already writhing on the floor in pain, and Michael says that he took the money as for a consultation, and the gentleman will wake up for 3 days, and after that, they can turn to him again. And if they do not come, then death for their relative is already guaranteed. Percy is furious and vows to kill Michael, while the doctor tries to calm him down and says he will help him figure everything out. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, Robert comes out to the family. The son is in incredible shock from what he saw, and the mother and daughter are sincerely happy to see him. The father's first words are to ask where the doctor who saved his life has gone. The head of the Clarks thanks his wife and daughter for calling such a wonderful doctor for him, and sarcastically remarks to his son that he has done a lot of good things lately. The father angrily attacks his son, knowing full well what he was really planning, and that Percy would never see his father's money again unless he found the doctor who saved his life again. At the same time, a director's meeting is taking place in Apple's office, where it is announced that the stock is falling and the company is in a difficult situation, and that the forecast will not change in the near future. Everyone is talking about how they need to launch a new line of cosmetics to avoid bankruptcy. Jessica sits there in complete confusion, remembering Michael's recent dubious proposal. She's all on edge, her chest is itching. She tries to do something about it and finds Johnson's note. The paper contains the recipe for the very elixir that the young man was talking about. While Jessica is arguing about how something like this could be worth 10 million, a girl in glasses comes up behind her and snatches the paper out of her hands. Carmen wonders what the headmistress is hiding in her underwear, and then asks what the recipe is. The girls start arguing over the piece of paper, as Carmen doesn't want to give it to her and mocks Jessica, hinting that she got the recipe through bed, to which the heroine hints that not everyone is like her. The rival ignores Mrs. Nightingale's requests and tears up the paper in front of her. Jessica is incredibly angry and can't say a word from anger, and then pushes Carmen, shouting that it was her piece of paper. The rest, noticing this squabble, completely ignore what is happening, since this is not the first time this has happened. The girls are arguing and angrily grabbing each other by the hair, arguing over the piece of paper they just destroyed, and Carmen also insults Jessica, who threatens to tear up her painted face, like that note. A seemingly powerful woman appears and tells the girls to stop fighting immediately. Apple President Sarah Walsh walks into the room, her eyes glowing and the flames of her employees' fear of her blazing behind her. Everyone calms down and the meeting begins. All present listen attentively to the president's speech. She is very unhappy with the R&D department because their products remain at the same level for many years. The workers try to justify themselves by complaining about high competition and the fact that they have already dug up all the known recipes, but this does not help improve the effects of cosmetics. Sarah reasons in her head that she has been working towards building her biggest cosmetics company for a very long time, and therefore she cannot just give up. Carmen snidely remarks that Jessica had some kind of recipe from a famous person. Everyone gets excited when they hear this person's name, wondering if she really has something like that. She says that this is not entirely true, because this recipe was written by her friend. Jessica desperately shows the torn piece of paper, trying to say that her friend just wanted to joke. Everyone around is disappointed by the priceless formula written on a napkin, and Carmen is glad that she was able to humiliate her rival, making her look like a fool. Here, one of the employees of the Research and Development Department notices that the recipe is true, despite all the buts. All the hatred of those gathered is directed at Carmen, as everyone saw that she tore this napkin to anger Jessica. Sarah promises to fire the culprit, and if the recipe is not restored, then to bring her to criminal responsibility. Carmen begs for mercy, noting that she did not do it on purpose. The employee reports that with this formula, they will be able to make a real breakthrough in the industry, overcoming their competitors. The president is extremely encouraged by the information received and orders an immediate search for the pieces and restoration of the elixir recipe. Carmen is shocked that Jessica had the recipe and helped present it, so she freezes on the spot, and Sarah tells her to go to the shopping department, where they will look after her. The director returns home and calls Michael, but he seems to have already left. Jessica sits down on the couch, lost in thought, wondering if her new friend who wrote that recipe will ever return. Michael amazes the girl's imagination with his actions, because in fact he is a stranger who spent the night with her and wrote the correct recipe. She even begins to think that he is the hidden ruler of the world. Someone's hand falls on her head. She starts screaming in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. And behind her is the guy the heroine had been thinking about just recently, who asks why she called him and how she is doing. Jessica asks when he managed to return. The guy says that he just did, when he heard her call. They talk. The girl is incredibly embarrassed. She asks to write the recipe for the elixir for her again, since the previous formula was spoiled. Michael says that the recipe is not so good yet. It is just a note. The guy offers to write another recipe. The guy is getting ready to go to bed, so he says that Jessica should go to bed early too, but she tries to continue the conversation by grabbing his hand. Michael jokes that he is ready to listen to her if she asks him like a man, to which the girl says that she can still call the police. Jessica changes the subject to his search for Sarah Walsh and says that she wants to see him herself. The guy with a disgruntled face repeats the name of Sarah Walsh and says that he will not go to her. He can't. He is busy. The girl tries to remind him that he went through a lot to get to her, and now he is resisting. He sarcastically remarks that yesterday his love was ignored, so today it is his turn to be untouchable. Michael insists that Mrs. Walsh call him herself tomorrow, as he is not in the mood to go to her, after which he ends the conversation and goes to bed. Then Jessica's phone rings, and it turns out to be her boss, who is interested in what she was able to achieve from Michael. Sarah says she'll think about contacting him herself, but for now, let the director keep an eye on the guy. The president, hanging up the phone, talks about what an unusual young man he met, who first makes a scene in the office and then doesn't dare come. The next morning, Michael walks into the Temple of Humanity, contemplating the odd appearance for a pharmacy. Michael notices a long line at the drugstore, so he decides he needs to take a look around first, in what is the largest drugstore he has ever seen. Michael stops in front of a huge painting that he really likes, even though he knows it's just a fake. Michael notices that someone behind him is asking where this beetle came from, turns around and sees in front of him Lily and Jacob Sanders, who are grandfather and granddaughter. The girl is indignant that the guy called their family's treasure a fake, noting that it cannot be won since it was bought in the capital. Jacob delicately points out that several collectors have noticed the authenticity of the image, to which Johnson replies that this only proves their and the collector's ignorance. He notices the flaw, but dismissively says that the copy is very good, and therefore they can continue to deceive people, and then sadly remarks that he expected to find something worthwhile here. The granddaughter begins to glow with magical turquoise energy, and the grandfather tries to stop her, reminding her that this is an ordinary person. She can't let this bastard get so cocky and prepares a magical strike, swinging her leg at him. Grandfather shouts that ancient martial arts cannot be used against mere mortals. Michael easily grabs the girl by the leg, which she wanted to deliver a magical blow with, dismissively asking if this is really all she can do. Lily is shocked in her head that the guy defended himself so easily from her move, which she uses to easily knock out 2 sandbags. The protagonist asks if she has calmed down and begins to tickle her recently grabbed leg. The tickling causes the girl to lose concentration and fall to the floor, leaving her grandfather shocked by what is happening. Michael jokes and laughs at the girl's abilities, but says that a couple more years of training could have fixed everything. Lilia Sanders screams in rage at her offender, who remains completely indifferent. The adult notes that he handled her reception without any problems, and therefore it is only by his mercy that she is still healthy, and she complains that he simply pissed her off. Otherwise, she would have easily won. Michael hints that he may repeat it at full strength by showing her terrifying visage behind him. The girl wants to run away. The grandfather apologizes for her behavior and also orders his granddaughter to apologize. After this, the old man asks Michael to tell him more about this painting, since he is already too old for such riddles. Michael uses his superpower to show the old man why he said the painting was a fake, and also tells him that sometimes it is very difficult to tell a fake from an original, and the author of this work tried very hard, and not for a small amount of money. After the story, the hero receives the medicine from the hands of Lilia Sanders herself, the granddaughter of the head doctor. Michael touches the girl, to which she flares up again and declares that today is simply not her day, and in general her grandfather interfered with her. Jacob puts the girl in her place, saying that even her master could not learn the powers that the boy standing in front of them possesses. Michael orders more medication. They say they will do it for free for the inconvenience, but the guy insists on paying. Johnson says he has enough money to pay, and the girl makes faces at him in order to somehow offend him. Jacob tries to explain to his granddaughter that this warrior is from a famous family, and if it is really him, then the city will be unsettled in the near future. Michael walks through the city and remembers his plan for revenge, and that it is time to prepare for it. But first he realizes he needs to deal with the annoying fly, meaning the suspicious guy behind him. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy, the argument about who it was that was there just now continues. The girl doesn't believe that he's special, and the grandfather says that he's actually stronger than her master. Rumor has it that he can destroy entire armies with his bare hands. All weapons are powerless against him, and people are just ants to him. The girl says that he is too young, but the grandfather continues that he is not even a master, but something more powerful. You wouldn't give him more than 20, and he already has so many opponents, so we should not become one of them. The Clark family's messenger is pleased to have so quickly located the one he was ordered to find. Michael turned into an alley. The guy thinks that he was noticed, but it turns out that his target has disappeared completely. The guy is still confused, but Johnson is already diving down on him with his magical powers. The servant ends up under Michael. The young hero tells the servant not to force him to kill. The pursuer asks for mercy, promising to tell everything he knows. The guy turns out to be a private detective and tells everything about himself, his family, profession, hobbies, complains about his living conditions, says that he took out a loan. Michael explodes and screams that he needs the customer's name, not all that nonsense he just heard. The detective reveals that the father of the Clark family is looking for him everywhere and has offered a reward of $1 million for his capture. Michael remembers the old man who was not fully cured, and the detective simultaneously offers a lucrative offer, asking him to go with him to the customer. The hero leaves indifferently, recommending that the guy not do such things again if he wants to live. The character returns to the house and notices a very beautifully dressed Jessica there, who is getting ready to go somewhere. She tells Michael that they are going shopping together to buy him some new clothes and a phone to keep in touch. He tells her that she shouldn't spend so much money on him, and Jessica tells him not to worry about it, taking his arm and heading to the store. Michael stands in his new dress suit. It suits him very well, perfectly complementing his appearance. Jessica notes with embarrassment that he looks very attractive in this suit. She winks and says that he isn't even ashamed to pick up female students in this state, and also asks if he has anyone, and talks about her friend's older sister as a real beauty, to which the hero sharply replies that he doesn't have and never will have a girlfriend. The girl suspects that Michael has never fallen in love and is actually a virgin, but he remembers in his head that he clearly had no time for that. He spent 5 years honing his skills, and therefore he had no time or desire to communicate with girls. But once upon a time, when his family was still alive, he liked Lucy Vox, who was the most beautiful in school. He even wrote her a love letter, to which she responded. The answer was a request to admit it in front of everyone at the school assembly, which he did in his naivety. And she turned him down in front of everyone. It was a trap, and he fell for it. That's when he realized that girls were a waste of time and resources and not worth it. The guy is seething with rage, and the girl tells him not to worry so much because she had no one either. But life is still beautiful. They walk to another store, chatting peacefully, and along the way they meet Maria, a friend of Michael's first love. Dahlberg ignores the hero, turning only to Jessica, noting that she has not changed at all and, it seems, she has a boyfriend. Then she notices that he looks suspiciously like Michael Johnson. Then she tells her friend the story that the hero recently recalled. After searching the internet, they find out that the victim of their disputes has already died, along with his entire family. Michael flares up and wants to shut up his stupid old friend and her vile boyfriend. Jessica notices the guy's condition, grabs his hand and tells him not to pay attention to them, and leads him further into the shops. Insults are thrown at them from behind. Michael says that he could easily get rid of them, to which Jessica gently hints that the guy was at the police station a couple of days ago anyway. They spot a really cool suit that would look great on Michael, and the consultant notices them and tells them they made a great choice and the price is only $360,000. Jessica realizes that she doesn't have enough funds on her card, so she tries to pretend that the suit doesn't fit him that well. Maria Dahlberg appears again and speaks, insulting Mrs. Walsh, to which she tries to justify herself. Jessica is very angry and wants to hit her friend, but she threatens with her connections and says that there will be consequences. Michael does not hold back his emotions and gives this pathetic woman a juicy slap in the face, telling her that she better shut her mouth forever. Everyone is shocked by such an act. Jessica is surprised. Her old friend is surprised that she was hit after all. Her boyfriend is very confused. The bitch's suitor threatens her with his status, while simultaneously doing something on his phone, saying that such poor people as they can only dream of having the kind of money he has. In the midst of the argument, Percy and his father appear, confused by what they saw in the store. He wonders how someone dared to threaten the god of medicine using his own company's name. The suitor cannot believe his eyes. He sees in front of him the president of the company, who must now be seriously ill. The girl and the rich guy bow to the authority of the Clark family father. The president ignores the clingers, heading straight for his savior, thanking him for sparing his life in sincere gratitude. Everyone around is shocked by the relationship between the rich man and Michael, especially Jessica, who thought that her friend had no power, is very surprised. Michael is disappointed to report that unfortunately, most of his family is not happy to learn that he survived, but the master says that his son is ready to reform and orders him to kneel before Johnson. The guy, sitting on his knees, apologizes for the inconvenience caused to the god of medicine. Those familiar with Percy are shocked by his behavior, because he has always been very proud and incapable of such things. Michael pointedly ignores everyone around him and turns to Jessica, saying that it's time for them to go to some women's clothing store to buy her something too. The father punishes his son, believing that Michael's ignoring is due to his behavior, and also informs him that if he still does not earn forgiveness, he will spend the rest of his life on his knees. The bitch's suitor notices that the company president has made a mistake, to which he slaps the backbiter and says that he and his father no longer work there. Maria Dahlberg notices that they crossed the wrong person, and her boyfriend cries because he has nothing left, and he is the poor man here now. Jessica and Michael leave the store with a bag of clothes. The girl happily reports that the guy couldn't pay the rent, but allows himself to buy clothes for her. Mrs. Nightingale is very touched by Johnson's behavior, and he knows that she took pity on him by buying only discounted goods. Although everyone understands that he has millions in his hands, she really is a good girl. Clark's father, Robert, catches up with them on the street and asks the young people to wait for him. With a helpful face, he invites them to take a walk. Behind him are two of his employees with their hands full of boxes of expensive brands. Michael asks what he needs, and the head of the Clarks says that he does not need Johnson. But the girl next to him, he says that he has gifts for her and hands over everything that his servants had behind their backs. Jessica realizes that these are the things she wanted to buy, but didn't have enough money for. Johnson understands that Robert is no slouch, and so he decides to approach the girl from the side, who is easier to please. Michael notices his interest in saving his life, and therefore says that he will come to them tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, giving him one last chance. Robert is very happy that Johnson has taken notice of him and says that he and his company are always ready to help him in any way. An unknown mansion, where Dahlberg tries to prove to Lucy Vox that she saw Michael Johnson, who has not changed at all in appearance, but his character has undergone strong changes. The girl is very interested in the words spoken by her friend, so she listens very attentively to the detailed story about the guy's adventures. Lucy notes that the young man must have a very high status and power for Robert Clark to crucify himself before him. And if Michael had survived, he would have been homeless, so this whole situation is simply unthinkable. The girl reflects that 5 years ago, the Johnson family was weaker than the Vox family, so even if he survived, the situation cannot be compared to hers. The couple gets to Jessica's house. She is very interested in how Johnson knows Robert Clark, because she could only dream of buying such expensive things. Interrupting her enthusiastic thoughts, the girl remembers about work and wonders if Michael will meet with the president of her company. Jessica teases the protagonist, but he calmly parries her attack and sits down to watch TV. Television reports that 2 male bodies were found in one mansion. The report identified the victims as Raphael Burke and his stern father, and police confirmed it was a brutal and premeditated murder. Jessica, horrified, says that, of course, she would like to take revenge on them, but clearly not in such a harsh way. Michael states that bad people tend to make enemies, so this is a common occurrence, and also indifferently says that this is his doing. Mrs. Nightingale does not believe that her friend could have done this, because being able to fight well is not the same as being able to kill. She denies the guy's words, changes the subject, and goes off in a cheerful mood to try on new things that she just bought. Michael goes for a walk through the quiet night city and talks about the drugs he bought, realizing that now he has everything he needs to practice his skills. During his thoughts, he meets Captain Jenkins, who he already knows, and she is glad that they finally met again. The hero remembers who it is and says that he is busy now and is trying to leave. The officer casually asks if the guy heard about what happened to the Burke family, even though she doesn't believe it could have been him. But the Johnson family has gone into oblivion. Michael interrupts her by grabbing her by the neck, sparking with his power, and asking what she is hinting at. A frightened Jenkins realizes that despite her martial arts training, she can't handle the guy, and also says that there are still some things they need to discuss, but she wanted to do it over dinner. He makes excuses and leaves, saying that he has other plans for the time being, and the girl tries to catch her breath after being captured. She talks about how the guy has achieved perfection in ancient martial arts, but even in 5 years it is impossible to achieve such a result. What happened to him during this time? Michael is standing in the kitchen of Jessica's apartment, chopping ingredients for something. He plans to use Nightingale's microwave while she sleeps to practice alchemy. Something goes wrong, and the guy realizes that the ingredients the doctor gave him have already gone bad. But at the same time, he still manages to create at least 5 red spheres, although he should have gotten much more, but this should be enough. In the morning, Jessica wakes up from some noise and goes out into the living room sleepily, yawning loudly. In the hallway, she finds Michael, who is intensely getting ready to go somewhere. He says that he is going for an examination, and if necessary, he will gladly take her call. She says that she wouldn't call him a doctor because he talks nonsense all day long, and she talks about how he knew the recipe and therefore could treat. Then she remembers the incident that happened to the Johnson family. She doesn't understand why such a good family could be in trouble. Each member of it was extremely kind. Anna is standing somewhere in the middle of the city and seems to be actively waiting for someone. Some guys are thinking about who such a beauty can wait for, a girlfriend or a boyfriend. One of them says that a rich girl can't wait for a boyfriend. People like her only drive around in an expensive car with a security guard. The second agrees that this makes sense. A third one appears and says that she is clearly not waiting for one of them, and they are intrigued by his words. Michael says that he doesn't understand women, but this girl is clearly waiting for him and no one else. The guys start to make fun of Johnson, since a beauty with such a luxurious car cannot wait for such an ugly man like him. But at that moment, Anna notices him and calls the main character. Anna runs up to Michael and is genuinely happy to see him, leaving the other two guys confused. She takes the hero to her home, to a luxurious living room, where Robert Clark and his wife are already waiting for them. Michael hands over the 5 already blackened balls, and the patient asks if it is really edible, and asks no, and if there is any alternative, like acupuncture or a decoction. The hero says that he needs to eat all 5 at once. Robert obeys and throws them into his mouth. The father of the family immediately bursts into magical energy, shocking those around him. Robert feels full of strength and energy, under the control of a large number of medicinal herbs. The head of the family, who has come back to life, almost flies into the sky with joy. His relatives think that he fed him stimulants. Robert says he will be grateful to Dr. Johnson for the rest of his life, giving him $100 million for his help. Michael says it's just a deal and there's no need to raise him too high. The restless father of the family reports that he has a vacant property and hands over a key card for Michael to use, and also hopes that the doctor will find time to have dinner together. Michael thinks that he can store his medicines in the empty apartment, and Clark himself can be useful to him because he understands business, and therefore he can help with the company taken from the Johnsons. The hero happily accepts the key card and makes an appointment to meet for dinner the following evening, and Robert agrees. The young god of medicine says goodbye and silently leaves the Clark's house to go about his business. Michael stands next to a huge pile of medicines that the eldest of the family of doctors has prepared for him. The recipient is satisfied with the quality of resources for his work and thinks that these doctors successfully maintain the bar. The seller sets the price at $5 million because he remembers that Johnson will not accept the goods for free, but Michael understands that the price of the goods is at least twice as much. The main character wonders where his granddaughter went, and having received the answer that she went to the mountains with the master, Michael gives the old man an incomprehensible piece of paper for his granddaughter and tells her to pass it on to the master if she doesn't understand what it means. Michael asks where he can buy alchemical supplies in New York, and the old man wonders how this young gentleman even knows about alchemy. The apothecary notes that alchemists have been gone for thousands of years. There are only a few pills left on the market, but they are priceless. It used to be that a family with an alchemist could become one of the leading families in just 3 years. The old man is shocked by Johnson's capabilities, but he jokes that he doesn't understand anything about alchemy. He just likes the new look of alchemical furnaces. Having received the answer that the stove can be obtained at auction in 5 days, Michael asks to contact him and leaves. Then Lilia Sanders suddenly returns with her master and shouts to her grandfather that they are back. First, the grandfather asks if his granddaughter behaved well, and then tells him that Michael Johnson was here again, and last time she offended him, and this time she ran away. The girl insists that his master is cooler, and the teacher himself tells the girl not to say stupid things, because her grandfather does not say meaningless speeches. Jacob says that Johnson left something for her and hands over a piece of paper. The granddaughter, of course, cannot understand what is written there. She throws the paper away, saying that everything is written in terrible handwriting. The note ends up with the master, and he asks if her grandfather mixed something up and if it is really for Lilia. The master determines that this note is from a real professional and very nervously asks Jacob to meet this young man. The teacher says that when he was young, he trained and his strength was of astronomical proportions. After a long time, he noticed that something had even touched his internal organs. The girl says this explains the discomfort she feels after training. The master reassures the girl that there is nothing to worry about because he is watching her to make sure nothing happens. He says that if he continues to train himself, he will die. But Johnson wrote on this piece of paper a salvation that will help him become even stronger. The girl thinks that even if the master calls this guy a noble man, she does not understand who he must really be. Michael stands near the huge villa and realizes that this is exactly what Robert Clark has prepared for him, and not some luxury room that he was counting on. The guy didn't think that it would be so big. He is simply delighted with the apartment provided to him and praises the furniture and remarks that he likes Robert more and more. The guy thinks that it's a bit lonely here for one person, so he's going to invite Jessica here too. At the same time, Jessica calls Johnson to say that she needs to go home to her parents for a while, so they will not meet in the evening, and Michael is a little worried about her. The hero reflects on how his house used to be smaller, but it always had a harmonious and lively atmosphere. Michael remembers that tomorrow is the anniversary of his parents' death. He promises to avenge them. He has already managed to get out of the pool, which means revenge is just around the corner. Michael hears the doorbell ring and goes out to take the large quantity of medications he has been given, noting that he will have no problem fitting all of his purchases into this building. The elder Sanders personally calls him over, along with his granddaughter and the master, saying that they are ready to help him at any moment if anything else is needed. Here, Michael turns his attention to the ancient warrior who came with them, and he greets him and bows slightly. Michael politely invites them to his new mansion, wondering who this great warrior is. He falls to his knees and introduces himself as Jason Reynolds and thanks him for saving his life. Lilia is shocked that her master fell on his face in front of the guy. The master calls him a benefactor and a great master, to which Johnson asks why they call him that and scratches the back of his head. Reynolds is very surprised, thinking that he is even stronger than the great master, since this is basic knowledge that everyone has. Michael pretends that he is a newbie and does not understand the martial arts rank classification that is used here. The master is glad that he can teach such a warrior something and enthusiastically tells that there are 4 levels: external strength, internal strength, master of semi-transformation, and master of transformation. Jason tells Michael that he is at the highest level and belongs to the class of transformation masters and is looked up to by countless martial artists. The idea pops into the protagonist's head that his strength is an order of magnitude higher than the classifications accepted in New York, which goes without saying. Remembering the correct classification, Michael understands that he is approximately on the same level with the strongest current masters in America, although he is still very far from the true top. Johnson believes that he has underestimated the masters and therefore asks Reynolds how many of them there are in total and speculates on whether there might be someone stronger than him nearby. Jason states that he doesn't know the exact number, but he knows that most of them are somehow connected to the Hodges family, and also says that despite the current era of technology and progress, those who truly control their rights know about martial arts. Jacob says there are 4 main families in New York, and the 4th one is the Burke family. It's a pity they were recently killed, but their old man is a master who secretly practiced the arts. Michael recalls that just before his death, Raphael's father threatened to kill the eldest in the family, calling him a strong master. Among the other families, Lucy Vox made the most impression. If it weren't for her humiliation, he wouldn't have been branded a worthless person. He tells himself that he will soon deal with her, showing who is really the worthless one here. Reynolds senses a strong aura of hatred surrounding Johnson from the outside and wonders how much blood Michael has on his hands at his age. The main character is walking through the evening city. Cheerful crowds of people are hanging around, busy with their evening rest, and he talks about the fact that Jessica is not answering his calls and is afraid that something has happened to her. Michael's stomach insists that they need to find somewhere to eat. He goes into his old friend's diner, remembering the past that united them and how there was always very tasty food there, and even when he was deeply depressed, his friend was always there. But it turns out that there is no one at the stall, but Michael still decides to order something. Michael asks to bring him some of the signature shashlik and a bottle of something, but is refused, as the owner is already closing the stall and recommends that he eat somewhere else. A woman Michael knows tells him that tomorrow they are moving to a new place and he can visit them there. The hero is genuinely surprised that they are changing places after so much time and becomes wary when he sees a scratch on his friend's face. A man appears out of nowhere and brings the young man's order, saying that there is no need to drive away the guests. The guy also recognizes his face and becomes even more worried, since he was also beaten, and they were always friendly. There can be no violence in their family. The hero salivates at the sight of the delicious shashlik, which he associates with his childhood. Michael is enjoying the dish when a chair flies past him, which he successfully smashes with his magical power, already in a fighting mood. 3 big guys burst into the cafe and notice that the guy is no slouch, but today they need the store, so he can finish eating and get lost. The owners of the establishment had clearly already met these guys, fearfully calling the leader Tiger. Tiger attacks an old friend of Michael's, forcing him to pay for security, starting a squabble. The big guy threatens that he knows where the cafe is moving to and therefore threatens to destroy it too if he doesn't have $50,000 tomorrow. Tiger condescendingly recommends that Michael leave, and the hero sharply replies that it would be better for them to leave. The big guy is irritated by such impudence and is about to show Johnson that he can't be trifled with like that. But Michael knocks the wind out of him with one punch. The owners of the establishment are shocked that this guy knocked out the creator of their problem so quickly that they didn't even have time to see, and Michael asks if everything is okay with them. The tiger comes to his senses and with a wild cry, pounces on the young defender of small business in a sharp counterattack. Michael counters the attack with a sharp uppercut that sends his opponent's head crashing into the ceiling, ending up on the next floor. Tiger's henchmen are shocked by what they saw and don't know what to do now, looking at their boss, who is stuck in the ceiling. The protagonist, spraying his aura everywhere, clearly explains to the extortionists that he promises to give them a good reception if they show up here again. The gang kneels before Michael, begging for mercy, promising that they will never do such a thing again, and will not dare to disturb the owners of this establishment, and then run away, released by the young guy. Johnson looks over the mess in the cafe that was left after their fight, and thinks that it would be a good idea to make the scoundrels clean up before letting them go. The owners ask the guy if he is Michael by any chance, to which he happily replies that they forgot about him. Everyone is happy to have met an old friend. The owners of the establishment note that Johnson was always different from the other visitors, so they could not forget him. Michael returns to Jessica's apartment late in the evening and asks if she is home. The hero finds the girl and asks why she didn't answer his calls. She then turns to face Johnson, and it turns out that it is not Jessica at all, but Sarah Walsh herself. Michael doesn't quite understand what this girl forgot at his friend's house, but she comes up with an excuse, to which she asks why he lives there. But he says that Jessica gave him shelter for a while. Michael notices that Sarah looks great and doesn't need anyone's help at all, even though the master sent him to her. They begin to talk, and during a two-way interrogation, they realize that neither of them can contact Jessica, causing Michael to fear that she has become a target for his enemies. Young Johnson suddenly rushes off to look for his girlfriend, and Mrs. Walsh is shocked that after all this, he takes and leaves her, although he himself recently looked for her. Sarah is not ready to put up with the impudence of a guy who has the recipe she needs and decides to come up with an approach to him. Michael left, and she wonders what kind of person he is, because there is no information on him in the public domain, and comes to the conclusion that it exists, but is protected by higher authorities. Such a guy can be useful for the company, but it will not be easy to control him. The girl cannot come to terms with the loss of such a person, and therefore decides to get him at any cost, since it is very important for her company, and he himself was the first to come to her. Michael wanders alone through New York at night, realizing that the city is too big and he has no information, and therefore it is impossible to find Jessica alone. He is afraid of being late. The hero decides to seek the alliance of the man with whom he promised to have nothing more to do, but he understands that this is his only way out now. John Locke stands in his luxurious office in the middle of a luxurious building that is entirely his own, looking out over the city skyline. His phone rings, and he thinks out loud that this number is known to no more than 6 people on the entire planet, and therefore this call definitely means something. Michael threatens John not to try to trace the call or find the caller, otherwise he will take away everything he gave him, including his life, and then asks for help in finding the director of Apple named Jessica Nightingale, who has not been in touch for 10 hours. He then explains that he should have information about this person in the next 5 minutes and hangs up, leaving the listener in a state of nervous confusion. A man with an interesting tattoo on his arm says that he kept this phone for 3 years and was waiting for this call with impatience. John tells Michael that Jessica is now in the hospital because she received a call about a patient's critical condition. She is still there. An urgent operation was required. The director has already managed to sell the car for $50,000 while she was there. Mrs. Nightingale is very upset. She has already connected all her finances and even sold her car, but there is still not enough money for the operation. Jessica's parents say that they have also already collected all their money and even contacted distant relatives with whom they have a tense relationship and have not communicated for a long time. Jessica's uncle, who obviously has a lot of money, arrives at the hospital and asks what could have happened for them to start looking for him. Relatives beg to lend money for the operation, but the uncle says that his business is going through hard times, and therefore he has no money. The uncle's wife notes that a partner needs to be found for the son of an influential person, and Jessica is beautiful and there is no doubt about it. If she marries, her husband will be promoted. Auntie not quite politely hints that if Jessica agrees to a marriage contract with the stupid son of a rich man, then they will find money for her brother's treatment. Jessica is shocked. Her uncle's wife says that this is the only solution available to solve their problem. The parents are against selling their daughter. A distant relative puts pressure on a girl, saying that her brother is only 14 years old. Can she really calmly watch him slowly die? You are his own sister. But then Michael's questioning cry comes from the door, wondering who it is that is going to marry off his girlfriend. He wonders why Jessica didn't tell him about her brother's illness. For him, as her boyfriend, it's too much, and all the relatives are in shock from what's happening. Jessica's greedy, distant relatives are trying to destabilize the guy, since his existence is not beneficial to them. The girl, in order to prove that Johnson is her boyfriend, kisses him on the cheek, stunning even him. Uncle insists that not every man can afford to pay for such an expensive operation. Michael smugly reports that $400,000, a mere trifle, He paid for the operation on the way to the hospital. Johnson realizes he didn't have time to do it, but he's glad he got here before Jessica agreed to marry him, even though he was found out. Michael laughingly says that the money did not go to the hospital, but directly to the best doctor in New York, Johnson. He will cure the guy in no time. The uncle's wife remarks that for some reason she has never heard of this doctor. The hero thinks that this woman should work as a detective, and he confidently replies that of course she didn't hear, because this doctor is himself. The uncle dies laughing at this statement, and his wife says that if he is a doctor, then she is a god. Two doctors enter and ask the patient's relatives to be quiet. One of the doctors turns out to be Robert Clark's attending physician. This doctor immediately rushes to Michael as soon as he notices him to warmly greet him as a real god of medicine. All the relatives are on the verge of fainting from what they heard from the highly qualified doctor. Michael tries to hide what happened at the Clark's house, hinting to the doctor that they saw each other at the hospital. But the doctor does not accept the information received and directly reports where they saw each other before. Jessica's uncle is shocked that such a scumbag as Johnson can call himself a doctor, and such a well-known one at that. The doctor gets tired of the constant speeches of distant relatives, and so he calls security, who immediately escort them out of the premises. The doctor suspects that they may have rabies and suggests placing them in a dispensary to prevent the spread of the infection. Michael, hugging the doctor, says that despite his average skills, his methods are quite cruel, to which the doctor remarks that they dared to show disrespect to the god of medicine and deserve such punishment. Jessica tugs the guy's sleeve slightly and asks him to help her brother. She and her family will definitely cover the cost of the operation. The doctor convinces the relatives that he will undertake the operation and that he will do it completely free of charge as a token of Michael's merit. The guy doesn't stand aside and quickly writes something down on a piece of paper for a doctor he knows. The doctor reads the note and sees that it describes an ancient technique for inserting needles that will greatly improve his work. Michael also takes out his card and wants to pay despite the doctor's previous words, but he strenuously refuses, saying that he will figure everything out himself. The relatives themselves are on the verge of ending up on the operating table due to the overwhelming surprise they are experiencing from everything that has happened before their eyes in the last 5 minutes. The parents are very surprised that their daughter has a boyfriend, and one who is capable of such actions. As she leaves the hospital, Jessica's parents send her home to rest, saying that they will be able to look after their son themselves from now on. Here the father calls his daughter to him and says that he and Michael, while they are not yet married, should not forget about contraception, leaving Jessica in great confusion. Michael, hearing this, further confuses the already hurt girl by saying that he didn't think that her father was so concerned about safety. Jessica is seething with anger and embarrassment, yelling at Michael for eavesdropping on someone else's conversation, to which he merely notes that he simply has keen hearing. Finishing the conversation, Jessica is about to leave for home by car, but remembers that she pawned it, and therefore will try to get it back tomorrow. The guy pretends not to understand what Jessica is talking about and says that she left him the keys to her car. The girl throws herself into Johnson's arms, warmly thanking him, who clearly did not expect such an outburst of feelings. Already behind the wheel of the car, Mrs. Nightingale asks why Michael is helping her so much, to which he says that she might find out about it tomorrow. The girl feels cold, saying that the air conditioner is broken. But Johnson realizes that unfortunately everything is not so simple. He feels the spirit of extermination nearby. The guy asks Jessica to follow all his instructions exactly, and he jumps out of the car, telling her that she needs to go home to the apartment and not stop, so that she does not hear from behind. Next, the girl needs to hide in Michael's room and call the last contact from his phone and ask him to send the strongest person to her within 30 minutes. And when people come, do not resist, wait for me. Michael is left alone on the road, watching Jessica's car as it turns the corner. A black car drives up to him, from which two figures emerge. The guy says that it is time to meet the enemy. The man who killed his family 5 years ago appears before him, claiming that he didn't think any of the Johnson family were still alive. Michael asks if the man wants to kill him, and the man laughs and says that the guy is a real scumbag and doesn't deserve him to want to kill him and sets his driver on him. The villain lunges at Johnson, who stands in the same unchanging pose, ignoring the threat. The hero delivers his signature blow, throwing his defeated opponent away, calling him a weakling. The main villain says that it was useless to give such a weakling a chance. The man is amazed at the perfection that Michael has achieved in 5 years. Today, Liam Sparks himself will let him die. The hero meaningfully remarks that his opponent is talking too much nonsense. The tall man begins his speech by revealing that he was the one who killed the entire Johnson family 5 years ago. Liam offers Michael to become his loyal dog instead of the guy the last Johnson just killed. The protagonist reports that Sparks is taking on too much, relying on his amateurish kung fu. The young hero wonders if his opponent has noticed that his main weakness is illusion, and multiple images of dark spirits appear behind him. Michael blazes with the quintessence of all his power and strength, and warns that he will not allow the killer of his family to die so easily, just like his subordinate. The main villain can't believe that there is such a young master in America. He himself has been cultivating for 40 years, spent countless efforts and wealth, and only just became a master. Even though he doesn't understand how the guy achieved such a result in such a short time, the gap in experience between them is colossal. Liam screams about his intention to blow Michael's head off, and all blazing with anger, rushes into the attack. Young Johnson blocks his opponent's deadly attacks, ignoring his skill and training. Michael notices that Sparks was able to cause him some minor damage in the form of scratches on his arms, albeit more severe than he expected. Liam, meanwhile, is bleeding from his eyes and mouth, and is horrified to discover that he broke his fingers during his attack on Johnson. Michael, with a smug smile that even the spirits of darkness behind him would envy, wonders if this is the gap in experience that his opponent spoke of. The protagonist, blazing with magic and hatred, shouts that today, Liam Sparks, the killer of the Johnson family, will pay with blood for his actions and rushes into the attack. The villain hopefully notes that Michael decided to attack him in the air and believes that this is his chance to win, thinking that his opponent is still extremely inexperienced. Sparks focuses all his power into his left hand and delivers a critical blow, cutting off the legs of the last Johnson. The main villain, with a smug smile, arrogantly asks how Michael plans to fight without legs. But a moment later, with horror in his eyes, he realizes that it was only a transformed illusion, calling out to the higher realm. Johnson at this point performs his true strike, filled with all the power of his magic from behind the doomed opponent. The main character's blow sends Liam crashing into the road, breaking off huge chunks of the roadway with his body. Michael stands in the night, over the place of his enemy's defeat, blazing with magical power. He notices that his rival is still alive and says that the villain, as befits a master, is thick-headed. Sparks, his face mangled from the blow, whispers that the guy's superiority over him is impossible. Michael lifts Liam Sparks by the hair and asks him to answer one question, and then the guy will think about whether to burn his enemy alive. He wonders who told Sparks about Johnson's existence, and how many others know about it. The enemy wonders if he will really be released if he tells everything. In a very vicious manner, Michael shows that his opponent is in no position to negotiate terms with him, and slams his head into the pavement. Sparks says that he saw photos of the hero on the internet, and because he does not like to be in danger, he ordered his people to find and follow him, and arrived to deal with him. The Dragon Lord said that no one from the Johnson family should survive in the end. Michael slams his boot into Sparks' back and demands to know the Dragon Lord's real name. Liam reports that he has not had direct contact with the Dragon Lord, as he is not worthy of even knowing his name. Johnson wonders why the Dragon Lord decided to attack his family, and whether his father really insulted him. The Dragon Lord only spoke of him searching for something, and eventually his search led him to the Johnson family, and Michael remembers the stone the old man gave him. If the Johnson family has anything worth having, it's the graveyard of reincarnation. They hear some kind of hum. Then the bastard says that his people have already reached Michael's girlfriend, so he can spend his time on murder, but then it is not a fact that Jessica will survive. The hero once again presses the enemy's head into the asphalt, reminding him that it is not Sparks who sets the conditions here. Meanwhile, Jessica gets to her house but feels like someone is following her. She realizes that she needs to get home quickly. Running inside, she remembers that she needs to hide in Johnson's room and call the last number she dialed earlier. Locke listens to Jessica's instructions on the phone about calling the strongest person to her as soon as possible. The girl, screaming, asks to be faster, since someone has already broken down the door. There is a bunch of unknown, aggressive people standing near Jessica's door, listening to the instructions of the main one. While Jessica is calling Locke, the enemies are making their way up the stairs towards her. The man quickly ends the conversation. The girl does not understand why he hung up like that, and thinks that she called the police. John is furious, not understanding what kind of bastard wants to harm his master. He orders 2 of his best men to go to Jessica immediately to protect her, and if anything happens to her, they will be personally responsible to him, and also asks to prepare a helicopter. He flies to New York today. His men inform him that there is an important meeting tomorrow, and he can't cancel it like that, to which Locke snaps that everyone gathered should be told that he won't be coming. Meanwhile, Liam's men break into Jessica's apartment and actively search for her. Jessica panics that they are so close and notices that something is wrong with the door to Johnson's room. It seems to be glowing. One of the thugs says that he will kill the girl quickly if she comes to them herself, but the second says not to listen to the first and shouts that he will slowly torture her. The chief informs them that they must do without murder today, as there has been no contact with Mr. Sparks for some time, and the plan may have changed. However, he also means that he does not forbid her to play with it for a while, leaving his colleagues delighted. One of them hits the door with all his might, but it does not give in to this inhuman onslaught, and the one who hits it is shocked that the door remains intact after his attack. The one who hit the door bursts into blue flames, and fiery spirits gather around his head, filling him with flames from within. The burned thug falls to the floor with hellish screams and stops moving. His accomplices do not believe that he is dead. The smartest one notices that it is impossible to deal with this door by brute force. This time, Mr. Sparks has come across someone who is not so easy to kill. One of them offers to open the lock of this door, taking out of his pocket the tools necessary for breaking in. Jessica sits on Michael's bed in horror and realizes from the sounds that someone has died behind her door. She sees the door begin to slowly open, and from behind it appears a hand and a mask, the person wearing it, frighteningly saying that he has arrived. Jessica is horrified to hear compliments about her beauty from these thugs. She does not understand at all what they are going to do to her. 3 strange figures in suits and masks stand in front of her. One of them says that she lost her brother trying to catch her, and therefore the girl will have to compensate for this. The same figure reaches out to Jessica, who, blue with horror, begs Michael to save her. Out of nowhere, a throwing knife flies by and pierces the offender's head, leaving him no chance of survival. A figure of Locke's assistant, who is supposed to come to Jessica's aid, appears in the window. The thugs are very angry about the loss of another brother, and besides, the blow was dealt from behind. A second bodyguard appears from behind and plunges a knife into the skull of another masked man. The main thug, left alone and hearing that the bodyguards have arrived on Locke's orders, understands that he has no chance of survival. He tries to surrender but is too late, because the fatal blow has already been prepared for him by one of the guards. The bodyguards bow to Jessica, saying that they are Mr. Johnson's men, and Jessica does not believe that she is saved. Michael drags his enemy to the cemetery, casually dragging him along the ground by the scruff of the neck. He throws the body near the grave of his parents and addresses them, saying that he came to see them on the anniversary of their death. Michael kicks Liam's mangled body and demands that he kneel before his parents. Sparks mumbles that he is the master of an entire generation. It would never happen that he would kneel before ordinary people and ask them to kill him. Johnson grabs him by the hair again and slams him against the tiles 6 times in a row to convey to the cripple the seriousness of the guy's intentions. And then he decides to make a sacrifice to his parents by killing Sparks. He swears that everyone who was connected with the tragedy in their villa will be personally sent to hell by him to atone for their sins. Jessica shows up at the cemetery in the morning with flowers. The sun is shining all around. She talks about what a busy day yesterday was, and what a mysterious person Michael is. At first, she mistook him for a charlatan, similar to a former deceased classmate. She would never have thought that it could be him. The flow of thoughts is interrupted by her discovery of Michael at the grave, drunk, at the very grave where that classmate is buried with his family. Jessica realizes that he was an old acquaintance of hers all this time. She realizes that she should have guessed earlier. Now, the girl understands the origins of the reasons why the guy protected her and tried to solve her problems. She considers herself stupid for not noticing this earlier. She cannot imagine what he had to go through and hugs him tightly. Jessica sympathizes with Johnson, understands how much pain he was in, and says that now he won't have to go through all this alone. She turns to the grave of his parents and talks about how she didn't believe that Michael would return. But now she will look after him and not let him do anything stupid, even though he has already grown into a good, worthy man. The guy asks where Jessica came from, since he is still drinking, to which she exclaims that it is time for him to stop. He needs to go home already. Jessica takes a drunk Michael home to shower and go to bed. The confused guy points out that Jessica is not his wife to take care of him like that, and she replies that until he finds himself a wife, she will do her duties for her. Michael thinks that maybe this is exactly what his parents would like to see instead of revenge for them. 3 hours after the couple left, Lucy Vox appears at the cemetery and discovers the sacrificed Liam Sparks at the Johnson family's grave, and does not understand who could have done such a thing. She puts together in her head the death of the Burke family and this murder and realizes that they are somehow connected. She wants to immediately check all the cameras near the cemetery to find out who did this. Jessica and Michael are sleeping peacefully in bed in their apartment, but are awakened by a knock on the door. A sleepy Jessica wonders who's knocking on the door. Michael comments on how he doesn't often overdo it with his drinking, and then notices that the girl somehow ended up in his bed. He ironically asks if she really desired him, to which Jessica sharply and angrily replies that she doesn't need him. They have a nice fight, and the girl says that he is a bad guy who got drunk and slept with her in his arms, so she only thinks about how to get rid of him. Their argument continues. Michael points out that Jessica is his temporary wife and therefore should hug him, and the girl says that it is not normal when he is so drunk and smells like alcohol. Jessica asks Johnson to open the door since she can't do it like this. Michael heads to the door. Anna Clark appears on the threshold, and the hero is very surprised by her arrival. She reports that Michael promised to come to her father's for dinner, but he didn't answer his calls, so she decided to come to him. The girl notices the guy's athletic build, which she had not noticed before, and Michael makes an appointment for 7 o'clock in the evening at a certain place. The Clark family realizes that they don't know where the place Mr. Johnson mentioned is, but their driver sarcastically remarks that he knows where it is. Robert talks about the high cost of the restaurant they are about to go to, and the driver says that it is just a street with snack bars and shops where the price of a dish does not exceed a couple of dollars. The father and daughter are confused by such news. The owners of the diner do not understand what kind of car has pulled up to them, but they know very well that it is terribly expensive. They do not understand how a person with such a car could come to their restaurant. Michael appears behind them with a girl and happily announces that it was he who invited them, and that it was time for the hosts to set the table. Mr. Clark, getting out of the car, immediately understands why Johnson chose this place. But his driver and daughter do not share his enthusiasm. Everyone sits down at a simple but spacious table with a pile of delicious and juicy shashlik from Michael's childhood. Robert talks about how the food here is really good, but there are no customers at all, and he decided that this needs to be fixed at all costs. Hearing the rich man's orders to his subordinate, the cafe owners are puzzled about how powerful this man is, and the reason he is here is because of Michael. Johnson thanks Clark for helping the establishment and takes a direct interest in the Taizin Group, which was previously owned by his family. The businessman says that after the incident 5 years ago, the company's future became very unclear, and wonders why Michael needed information about this company. Suddenly it dawns on him, and he realizes that Michael Johnson is the very heir to the company who supposedly died that day along with his parents. But he learned medicine and returned. Michael understands that his interlocutor has already guessed everything, but still says that he wants to revive the company and asks Robert what he knows. Then Clark reveals that the majority share now belongs to Dick Lawrence. Michael knows he will never forget that name, because it was his parents' friend, the uncle he always trusted. But it was he who gave his father the invitations to that damn party when his parents were dead. He smiled to please the man from Washington. Jessica, seeing Michael's anger rising, tries to calm him down by placing her hand on his shoulder, to which he replies that she doesn't need to worry, and he's fine. Clark wonders if he understands Johnson correctly, that he wants to unite and return the Taizin Group to its former glory. Anna notices that her father is shaking. She thinks it is from nerves, but soon realizes it is from determination to unite with Michael Johnson. Michael asks Robert if he is afraid for his family, to which he replies that businessmen are always after money, and if he can count on 10% profit, then he is in business. Jessica notices that Clark has changed his usual strategy in order to continue collaborating with Johnson. Michael decides to accept the businessman's offer because he seems sincere and in return says that he will always help his family. The couple walks through the city happy, discussing how Michael's father would be happy if he could get the company back. The hero understands the surveillance, but understands that these are John Locke's people who sent them for protection. On the way home, Jessica suggests they have dinner, to which Michael replies that he is not hungry. Michael is going to thank Locke for saving his girlfriend. Johnson makes an appointment with his agent, preparing to meet him at 8 o'clock in the evening at the Imperial Club, where they will not be disturbed. Michael wonders who this John Locke is, because he invited him to the coolest club in New York. You can't even get in for money, and it belongs to John himself. Lucy Vox and an unknown man head to the Imperial Club, discussing the death of Liam Sparks. She proves to her father that it was not an accident, since at the last moment, someone erased all the evidence. The club is full of various martial arts masters. Today there are significantly more of them. Even strong ones have appeared. They talk about an old man who is the local administrator, and it is because of his strength that the club has nothing to do with politics. Lucy wonders why a club with such power hasn't taken over every family in New York. Her father explains that the reason lies in the man who stands behind that powerful master. His name is John Locke, and he is the governor of an entire region. Lucy understands how much power this man has, and her father asks her not to think about the governor, since the difference between them is too great. The daughter and father separate to unwind before an important meeting. She can't get Sparks' sacrifice for the Johnson family out of her head, although they should all be dead. She wonders if any of them could have survived, and notices Michael. The girl thinks that Johnson could not have been here, since he would have been a beggar if he had survived, but no one would mind if she personally verified her theory. Lucy greets Michael kindly, but then says that she was mistaken and mistook him for an old friend. She notes that since the guy ended up in this club, he can't help but know her, and so she hands him her business card and tells him to contact her if he needs help. Michael angrily knocks the card out of the girl's hands and asks again if he heard correctly about the Vox family. The girl is confused by the guy's impudence, and he tries to drive her away even more persistently. The girl cannot stand such an attitude towards her family and is going to slap the impudent guy. Then the administrator appears and demands that this be stopped immediately. Lucy tries to start a conversation with the Grand Master, flaunting her origins, but he brushes her off and yells at her to get lost because he doesn't care about her or her family, and if she doesn't get out right now, she won't set foot in the Imperial Club again. The girl is terribly offended and quietly leaves because she doesn't want any big trouble. The master begins a conversation with Michael, noting that Locke has not yet arrived for the meeting, although it is already time, and suggests that something might have happened on the way, but the governor will be here soon. The administrator wonders why this guy can be so disrespectful to the governor himself. Who is he supposed to be? Here, John Locke himself appears along with his bodyguard. The master bows before the governor and his authority, greeting him in every possible way, noting that he is still as strong as he was a year ago. Michael is displeased to report that Locke was a full 2 minutes late for making him wait so long. The governor kneels before Johnson and asks him not to be so angry. The governor's entire retinue is shocked that their master is kneeling before some nameless guy. Locke calls Michael a lord and says that he hasn't had it easy as it is, and behind him, his subordinates realize that this guy is the same legendary lord that the governor has been talking about for a long time, as is known. John Locke, the governor, controls all the powerful underground power of New York, but initially he was just a dummy. Locke himself repeatedly emphasized that the real owner is the ruler, and not him. Locke's subordinates, who only now realized who is in front of them, kneel before Michael, calling the guy a great ruler. The protagonist orders John to throw his men out so that they are left alone. The governor sends them out the door, specifying that no one should interfere with the negotiations, and if someone appears, they must kill the person who came. John tells the Lord that now they are alone and no one will hear or disturb them, to which Michael asks why he received such a nickname. Locke recalls an incident in the Devil's Valley several years ago when Johnson saved his life. John and his brothers were then surrounded by martial arts masters and would have undoubtedly died if Michael had not come to their aid. At first, Johnson didn't care about these people, but when he found out that they were from the same area of New York as him, the hero simply couldn't pass by. He used the talisman given to his teachers to destroy those masters. Governor Locke says that after that incident, he can't help but respect and appreciate Michael, and the reason he calls Johnson a master is because of the order. Michael doesn't understand what the order has to do with it, but after John shows it, he is very surprised. The boy, depicted against the backdrop of a huge dragon, looks very much like the god of medicine himself. Johnson asks Locke if he knows who made the boy look like him, to which the governor replies that the order is 100 years old and was made long before Michael saved his life. Forgery is impossible. Michael incredulously asks Locke where this order came from, trying to catch him in a lie. John swears that this thing is a family heirloom, passed down to him by his grandfather, who literally gave the concept of the word feng shui when it was predicted that his family would disappear in 100 years. He used a secret technique to break through the heavens, where he learned that he needed to find the Lord with purple dragon magic. He then spent 20 years of his life on this order, hoping that his fate would change forever. And his last words were that Locke would meet the Lord engraved on the order in 100 years, and his last name would be Johnson. So John would not miss this opportunity, because he was guilty of the extermination of his clan. The young hero believes that Locke is somehow greatly exaggerating his importance, and then remembers that the master said that Michael's fate is special, that it is the fate of a ruler with the magic of the purple dragon, which is why he saves Sarah Walsh's life here, since such a ruler is able to break through the path to heaven and change the fates of others. The governor says that he knows about the incident with the Johnson family 5 years ago. Over the past couple of years, he has been developing his strength. But if he is given a little more time, he will definitely help the ruler in defeating his enemies. To which Michael sharply replies that his family does not need others to avenge them, and if Locke interferes, he will never be on his side. John understands that the god of medicine is already too powerful, and that he clearly does not need his help. Michael announces that he is willing to become the governor's ruler if he is willing to fulfill 3 conditions. First, Locke must not interfere in the life of young Johnson without his orders. Second, he must help find a person to protect Jessica. Third, John needs help to find out the location of the person from the capital. The governor agrees to the terms. Michael tries to leave, saying he will contact Locke when he is needed. John stops the hero, warning him that information about him has already been leaked several times. First by the Vox family, then by the Walsh family, and also by the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Spirit Squad. Michael reasons that the first two families could well be interested in him, but the Bureau and the Squad are already worrying the main character. Locke reassures Johnson that he will find someone to take responsibility for the 3 murders, arguing that even if something comes to light, without evidence, no one can do anything to Michael. Johnson says goodbye to the governor and goes outside, wondering why Lucy Vox was looking for him. Here he unexpectedly meets the girl herself on the street, who demands an apology from him. Michael doesn't intend to answer the girl and starts to talk out loud about how he needs to buy a car so that he doesn't have to walk home so late at night. Lucy is furious at the guy's behavior. She begins to glow in some kind of force and attacks Michael. Michael grabs the girl, who is already flying, by the hand and throws her back onto the road. Johnson's ex-girlfriend can't understand how this happened, because she is quite good at martial arts. Michael stands over a very unhappy, defeated girl who has broken through the asphalt with her body. An upset Vox tells the guy that he can't insult her family like that. Whoever he is, he won't be able to stay in the Imperial Club forever, and then she will kill him. Michael can't listen to the voice of this terrible girl and covers her mouth with his hand. He says that a disgusting woman like her belongs in the trash. Young Johnson, in a rage, throws the girl headfirst into the trash can, saying that this is the most suitable place for her. Michael, shaking off his hands, turns around and leaves, accompanied by loud insults from the girl. A very unhappy Lucy, having climbed out of the trash, says that now this guy will not only die, he will make his death painful. Already standing near Jessica's apartment, Michael begins to think that although Lucy is a terrible girl, she has nothing to do with the death of his family. Of course, if she had dared to do something beyond the pale, then Michael would have killed her, even though he doesn't like killing women. At 1 a.m., Johnson enters his girlfriend's apartment, realizes it is late, and therefore does not intend to disturb her. Opening the door to his room, the main character sees a girl in his bed. He understands that she is still scared from recent events. A satisfied Michael decides not to disturb the girl and simply goes to bed with her. The hero wakes up the next morning and asks his neighbor what time it is. Michael turns to the girl and, drenched in sweat, realizes that he did not spend the night with Jessica. The girl turns out to be Sarah Walsh, who is very confused and asks the guy how he ended up here, to which the guy asks her the same question in return. Then Jessica opens the door to the room. Shocked by what she saw, she asks Michael what he is doing here, because he said he would not come that night. Everyone is very awkward. Jessica, burning with shame, asks if there was anything between these young people that night. Michael remembers telling his girlfriend he wasn't coming home so she wouldn't worry and go to bed. And Sarah thinks that if she hadn't had too much to drink yesterday, she wouldn't have found herself in such an awkward situation. Yesterday, Sarah's mother came to visit and told her that the situation in their family had changed a lot, and now she had to return home and marry someone. The girl was very upset, and so she came to her friend, and they drank heavily, and as soon as she got drunk, she immediately fell asleep. She completely forgot that Michael was living with her, and was very upset that she slept in the same bed with this womanizer. Now her reputation is tarnished. Johnson tries to turn the situation into a joke, saying that if there was something between them, he will take full responsibility. Sarah gets very angry, insults the guy, saying that they are from different worlds, and that he cannot understand the horror of the current situation. A distressed Michael leaves his room and his phone rings, revealing it to be Robert Clark. He tells the guy that his people have dug up information on the Tizen group, and to get it back, he needs to get Dick Lawrence's signature and destroy the Black Eel group that controls the company itself. Michael promises to fulfill all the conditions, to which Clark promises to return the company within 3 days after that, reasoning that if Johnson can do this, then his capabilities are simply beyond imagination. The protagonist approaches the main office of his father's company, knowing that an interview with Lawrence is currently taking place there. Michael decides that it's time to tell this man everything, and also remembers the words of John Locke that the building has 33 floors, and the elevator only goes to the 29th. For the rest, you need a special pass. Johnson talks about the last 4 floors, suggests that on 30, 31 there are ordinary people, on 32 there are black eels engaged in illegal trade, and on 33 there is Dick himself. The god of medicine ponders how to get to the top floor and decides to melt the window because it is the safest way. Michael uses his supernatural magical power and rises to the 32nd floor through the air. The Blackheads notice something strange. They sense someone approaching and decide to check who it could be. Out of nowhere, a young Johnson appears. Everyone is shocked by his presence here, asking who he is and how he got here, to which Michael, with a smirk in his eyes, tells them that he is the one they see last in their lives. The leader of the group shouts in rage that this brat has gone crazy, to which the hero kills this upstart with one precise blow. Everyone else is shocked by what they see and cannot believe their eyes. Michael, going over Locke's words in his head, remembers that this group is involved in smuggling, selling drugs and weapons, trafficking, and killing people, so it's better for such guys to keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the building, they hear that something strange is happening downstairs. But Dick calms everyone down and says that his guys are getting noisy from playing cards. No one needs to worry. Representing the country, M sets conditions for the head of the company that he must supply military maps of the New York airfield, and as long as he is willing to cooperate with them, he will be an agent. Lawrence's men, with frightened faces, inform their leader that such cooperation could bring them trouble and that it is treason, to which the owner of the company reassures them, saying that for such machinations, they face execution at most, and the weapons and contraband that they are currently transporting are already enough for several executions. The representative of Country M wants to add another point to their agreement. He says that he is ready to provide the company with 10 units of high-precision automatic equipment, the market price of which would be more than $500 million. Dick Lawrence, laughing and throwing out his arms, says that he agrees to cooperate with a country with good intentions, and they sign a contract. Here, at the moment of their handshake, the door flies into pieces. No one understands who dared to break into Lawrence's office. An enraged Michael enters the room and says that if good people do not intervene in this cooperation, then all of New York will soon become the dogs of Country M, and therefore all these bastards must be killed. Dick suddenly recognizes this young man as the younger Johnson. He does not believe his eyes, because this scum should have been dead for a long time. The head of the company tries to call his security, to which Michael smugly remarks that his people are sleeping and will never wake up. Lawrence wonders how this is possible. Since he has gathered the best masters, Johnson shuts him up by pushing some envelope into his face and asking him to sign it. The envelope contains an agreement on the unconditional transfer of share capital. Dick is shocked by the guy's impudence. A representative of Country M orders his bodyguard to kill a young man who has disrupted important negotiations. He complies and starts shooting at the guy with a machine gun. Michael creates an invisible field, against which all bullets simply smear, not reaching the guy. The main character says that he has seen a lot of firearms, but he doesn't like using them at all. He turned all the bullets back straight at the bodyguard, taking his head off. After this, the martial arts masters working for Lawrence attack the guy, but Michael throws them in different directions with one wave of his hand, saying that they are too far from his level. Dick panics, sweats profusely, and says that it is impossible to become a martial artist at that age, and asks who this guy even is. The representative of Country M is very nervous and tries to leave, saying that he does not want to interfere with someone else's conversation. Michael rushes at him, screaming, "Die," and very quickly deals with the man in the white business suit, leaving him and Dick alone in the office. Young Johnson orders the head of the company to sign a document transferring part of the company. Lawrence has no choice but to comply with the demands of the brutal killer, and he signs the contract, begging for his life to be spared. Now Michael is going to kill Dick, but he asks him not to act so radically, saying that behind his company there is a stronger group of prismen who will very cruelly avenge Lawrence. Johnson tells him that he will kill this man too. He doesn't care. Dick furiously tells Michael that he is not so invincible as to defeat Theo Prisman himself. He is also a master, and in the event of Lawrence's death, he will kill not only the hero himself, but also his entire family. Stepping into the shadows, the god of medicine states that he has no family. They were killed 5 years ago in that very villa. Lawrence kneels down in front of the guy, realizing the situation he's in, and tries to prove to him that it was a misunderstanding, that his uncle is his father's best friend, and he couldn't harm his family. Michael loses his temper and, in a rage, knees Dick right in the nose, saying that he has no right to mention his father or be called his uncle. The head of the company begs him to let him go, explaining that so many years have passed, it's time to forget everything. To which Johnson, already out of his mind, begins to beat Dick, asking why he should let him go if 5 years ago he did not let his family go and betrayed them. Michael, hating this man, continues to beat him brutally, saying that because of him the guy does not have a normal life, that he wants to be an ordinary person. And because of Lawrence's betrayal, Johnson now lives only with hatred, and he will kill until he takes revenge on everyone involved. The protagonist exits the Tizen Group building, surprised by Locke's thoughtfulness, who not only sent a cleaner to clean up the crime scene, but also gave him a new clean suit. Here, Michael unexpectedly meets police officer Jenkins, who asks what Johnson is doing here, and the guy asks her a question in return. No one is going to answer such a question, and they find themselves in an awkward position when suddenly an explosion occurs in the company building behind them. One of the fragments flies straight at the head of a young girl, and she understands that she cannot dodge it. Is this where she will die? Michael grabs Jenkins in his arms and jumps away with her, the fragment landing where the girl had been standing a second ago. The guy asks if she's okay, to which the police captain sincerely thanks the hero for saving him and says that she's okay. Johnson looks at the burning building and wonders what kind of cleaning style Locke's subordinates have, since all they had to do was wipe away the traces of the murders, not blow up entire floors. Michael notices people wearing the same clothes and with the same tattoo. They look too suspicious. Jenkins tells the guy that these tattoos indicate that these people belong to Prisman's group. She had just been investigating their case for the last few days, but the evidence was insufficient. The girl quickly says goodbye to Johnson and runs off on business, starting to follow the group, promising to contact the guy later. Michael is very tired of these obstacles on the way. He decides to quickly deal with them. His hand flares up with a pink flame. Jenkins follows the Prismans to a building where they suddenly disappear. She finds a window and looks inside, realizing that there is no connection here and it will be difficult to call for help. The girl doesn't understand where she ended up and decides to at least take a photo of what's happening inside. Here, the head of the group, Theo Prisman himself, appears. He accuses his subordinates of the explosion that occurred in the company building. His assistants try to justify themselves. Theo doesn't believe their words, noting that they didn't even notice the surveillance, and draws everyone's attention to the window where Officer Jenkins is standing. She realizes that she is in a difficult situation and decides to just run, but Theo quickly catches up with the girl in 2 short jumps. Prisman looks like a huge rock against Jenkins's background. He holds the girl's head with his fingers, drawing attention to her beauty. She tells him that she is a police captain. Her people already know where she is, and Theo would be better off letting her go quickly. The leader of the group, in a rage, forcefully throws the girl away, saying that he has been in the criminal world for a long time, that countless bullets have been fired at him, and that she, a woman, does not dare threaten him. A smug Theo threatens the girl and tells her that his brothers will have a good time with her today. The girl, with rage flaring in her eyes, tells the leader that her father is from the Southwestern Military District, and if something happens to her, her father will get them all out from under the ground. Prisman, hearing the name of Jenkins's father, is very worried, because this man is really a big shot. He wonders why his daughter came here and became a police officer. The girl realizes that she made a mistake when she decided to follow the group alone, and in general, with such success, it would have been better if she had committed suicide. Theo decides that it's time to get down to business, and there's no time to stand on ceremony, when out of nowhere, a silhouette of some guy appears on the roof of the building and says that if the person doesn't want to, there's no point in insisting. Prisman suggests that the guy introduce himself and explain what he's doing here, because this is his territory. And since he showed up here, he probably wants to die. Michael apologizes with a smug smile and says that he didn't come here just like that. He came to kill them all. All the gang members start laughing very loudly at the impudence of this guy. The leader suggests that his people grind him into dust, showing what they are capable of. The Prismanian starts shooting at Johnson, but he, not noticing the bullets, flies past them, throwing them in different directions with his superpower. Theo's right-hand man thinks that Michael did a weak trick, and that's all he can do. Laughing, he rushes at the guy, but immediately gets a counterblow from which he dies within a second. Jenkins, looking at all this, is surprised by the guy's movements, which are so lightning fast that she doesn't even notice them, and considers the guy a killing machine. Theo Prisman sees that the guy is strong enough to be considered a worthy opponent for him, and pleased with his perfect body, prepares to attack. He tells the guy that it's not too late to give up, but at that moment he receives a crushing uppercut, from which his huge body rises into the air. An enraged Prisman quickly gets to his feet and advances on Michael again, raising his large fist to kill the guy with it. Before the blow can fall on Johnson, he already lands his own right into Theo's steel press, causing his eyes to pop out of their sockets. The leader of a powerful group realizes that the guy is much stronger than him and offers to negotiate, promising weapons and women. Michael doesn't want to listen to these empty words and deals the final killing blow to Theo, sending him to the next world. Jenkins, in indescribable shock, looks at this powerful guy who destroyed a great group in a few minutes. Johnson approaches the girl. She panics and asks what he wants from her. The guy reaches out to her. Jenkins is afraid that he wants to silence her. The guy spreads her injured legs. The girl, calling him a pervert, tries to break free. She is upset that she considered him good, and he decided to take advantage of the situation. Michael, not even outraged by the girl's behavior, explains to her that the bones in her legs have shifted and many cracks have appeared, and if she does not want to remain disabled, she will have to trust. The girl relaxed and allowed the guy to help her. The god of medicine directs his power into the girl's body. She feels good. Energy spreads throughout her body. The very happy girl thanks the guy and says that if he decides to become a doctor, then great success awaits him. And he replies that he does not want to and suggests that Jenkins collect phones from all members of the group. They will definitely contain evidence. Michael himself intends to leave, and when the girl asks where he is going, he replies that he has not finished all his business yet. The police arrive and discover the entire gang, including Theo Prisman, whose face shows that he saw something terrible before he died. Already changed, Jenkins calls her brother and tells him in detail what she witnessed. The older brother immediately goes to New York to help his sister and asks her not to approach this guy under any circumstances. Michael walks through the sunny city, remembering the previous night, arguing that killing a person is easy as long as it doesn't involve blood feud, which is what he's after. Here he notices Sarah Walsh in the cafe window, drinking tea and musing that the life of the rich is quite good. Johnson decides not to notice the girl and passes by, but Sarah herself accidentally sees the guy and runs out into the street after him, asking him to stop and wondering where he is going in such a hurry. Michael pretends that he was just passing by and didn't even see Mrs. Walsh, but since they met by chance, she can treat him to a cup of coffee. The young people again begin to discuss the situation that happened the night they ended up in the same bed. Then Megan Walsh, Sarah's mother, comes out of the cafe and asks her daughter who the guy next to her is. Sarah, alarmed by her mother's question, pretends that Michael is her boyfriend. He is very shy and therefore embarrassed to speak. The mother is outraged by her daughter's behavior. She reminds her that if that man finds out that Sarah is having an affair with another, the entire Walsh family will be in danger, and therefore she is taking her daughter home today, from where she will never leave again. The younger Walsh, in a panic, tries to convince her mother that she is a person and not just property, to which Megan sharply replies that a daughter has no right to disobey her father. Michael intervenes in a mother-daughter argument, grabs Sapa's hand and pulls her aside, telling her mother that she is already pregnant with his child and he is ready to take full responsibility. The girl, not understanding what is happening, quietly asks the guy what he dared to do to her that night. Michael asks her to play along for her mother. Sarah, with an embarrassed face, demonstratively strokes her stomach and says that she just felt a push. Michael thought that the girl had overplayed her hand, but he needed to hold his ground and get her out of here, even though she hadn't asked for help. Moreover, when Sarah almost agreed to return home, a bloody mark appeared on her forehead, considering that Johnson, at the request of the old man, must protect her. Then this mark definitely means something. The distrustful woman asks her daughter if this guy is telling the truth. Sarah understands that this is her chance for salvation and tells her mother that if that man found out that she lost her virginity with another, he would definitely give up. Megan, in a rage, attacks her daughter, insulted by her behavior, and orders her to immediately return home, where she will have an abortion and she will never leave the house again. Michael stands up for the girl, grabs the woman's hand, and asks her not to treat Sarah like that, to which Megan yells at the guy not to dare interfere in their family's affairs. The insulted Johnson promises to return to this miss in 6 months and show who really deserves respect here. And now he is trying to take Sarah away from her rude mother. A disgruntled mother calls someone on the phone and asks for more information and investigation about a man named Michael Johnson from New York. Left alone with the guy, Sarah tries to apologize for her mother's behavior, explaining that she is not such a bad person, although she has different values in life. Mrs. Walsh, looking at her savior, notices that he is even a little handsome, and Michael at that moment thinks about the words of the old man who asked him to protect this girl. Here Johnson stops a taxi, quickly says goodbye and drives away, leaving Sarah completely bewildered by the guy's behavior. Michael rides in a taxi and reasons that he needs his own power and might. He already has Locke's support, but he is more suited for dark deeds, not for legal ones. Johnson asks the driver to take him to Robert Clark's address. Half an hour later, the guy is sitting in Clark's living room, and Clark is wondering why such a great man has visited him. Michael hands Robert an envelope with Dick Lawrence's signature and informs him that he has fulfilled all the conditions. Silent questions arise between the interlocutors, so Johnson also decides to mention that he has dealt with Prisman's group, and now further actions depend on Robert. An inspired Clark announces that now in 3 days he will settle all the problems and the Tizine group will be revived. Michael also asks about the Walsh family, to which Robert replies that this family is very powerful. The assets of their company are terrifying and far from comparable to the current situation of the Tizen Group. He suspects that this young man is going to take over this family as well. Johnson turns it into a joke, saying that he was just asking what was going on. But Clark understands the guy's true intentions. Michael asks Robert an important question. Will he dare to go against all of America if the guy gives him a sword? Clark wonders if the sword is the Tizen Group, mentioning that his company is much more influential. Johnson begins to explain that he can give Robert a force similar to Prisman's group, only even more powerful, as well as a lot of super profitable products, and wonders if Clark will then be able to elevate the Tizen Group above the Walsh family in 6 months. Robert intends to help Michael, but what the boy can give will not be enough. He also needs strong public support. The old man is afraid that he will not have enough time because he is no longer so young. Johnson reassures the old man that he can solve the problem with society and his age himself. He hands the old man a magic pill, saying that it can extend his life by 50 years. Taking the magic pill from his friend's hands, Clark happily agrees to the medicine god's cause. Michael bids Robert a casual farewell, saying that he has a ready-made company waiting for him in 3 days, leaving Clark to his thoughts about how radically his life has changed and what he can achieve by following this guy. It's late in the evening when young Johnson returns to Jessica's apartment. As he enters the room, he sees Mrs. Nightingale and Mrs. Walsh, who are very surprised by his arrival. Michael, turning to Sarah, asks what she is doing here. Has she really decided to push Jessica and him out of their apartment? To which the apartment owner is shocked that he already considers this apartment to be theirs. The unfortunate Mrs. Walsh explains that her company Apple has now been taken over by the family, her bank card has been frozen, and now she has nothing and nowhere else to go. Michael asks where she is going to sleep, warning that he will not share a bed with her. Jessica interrupts the guy, saying that Sarah can sleep with her. Johnson sarcastically asks Sarah if she is really going to live off Jessica. Walsh complains that she is not going to live like that. She just doesn't have a job yet, and Nightingale thinks to herself that it is Michael who is living off her. Mrs. Walsh casually asks the guy if he might want to give her a job, to which the guy says that he might, and she is shocked. Michael offers Sarah a place in his company. Remembering her great experience, she promises to do everything possible to make his company flourish. However, the girl, realizing all the responsibility, warns the guy that if he hires her, her family will definitely want to suppress the company. Michael is not afraid of her words, and he says that he will take her. The very happy girl immediately pounces on the guy, demanding to tell him everything about his company, what the policy is and what type of industry it is. Johnson replies that the company has not yet been formed, but everything will be ready soon. The disappointed girl does not understand how she could trust this guy. Sarah remembers that he also promised her mother to get up in 6 months, and concludes that this boy knows too little about life. All the main figures in America are in the shadows. Meanwhile, her mother Megan ordered her people to find out if her daughter was pregnant, to which she already received the answer that Sarah was not pregnant. But some time ago she actually ended up in the house where Michael lives, so there is still a small chance of pregnancy. Megan is furious and says that if this guy really slept with her daughter, then he should die. She orders her assistant to quickly tell everything about the origin of this impudent fellow and learns that there is no such information. It is as if he appeared out of thin air. But he is probably the same boy who survived the tragedy at the villa 5 years ago. Megan recalls that this tragedy shocked all of New York at the time. After all, the Johnson family really did offend the big people in the capital. Now Sarah's mother understands why the guy got close to her daughter. She assumes that he wants to infiltrate their family and use their power to avenge the death of their parents. But if that's the case, then he shouldn't have made a bet with her. Although it might even be a plus for the Megan family, she's interested in what this guy will do, so she'll wait. Michael is sad as he stands on the balcony of Jessica's apartment. There are too many people in the house now, and therefore more trouble. The guy can't even go to the shower or toilet. There's always someone there, yelling at him that he's a pervert, although he just thought the room was free. Johnson decides that it would be better to think about business, now he has enough strength. Given the support of Locke and Clark, plus his recipes, he just needs to win public opinion. Here the guy feels that someone is following him. He decides to play cat and mouse with this person, and pretends to go back to the apartment. The mouse turns out to be the older brother Jenkins. He is watching Michael from the roof of the neighboring house. But so far, he does not notice anything unusual. This guy behaves like a normal person. At one point, the elder Jenkins notices that the guy is missing. He looks around in panic and manages to notice Johnson's body flying towards him. The guy strikes the follower, but he dodges, not wanting to directly meet Michael's power. Junior Johnson, a little shocked, decides to strike again, but also misses the target and only destroys the roof of the building. Michael shouts that his opponent cannot win, and his opponent is already behind him, hoping to strike. The main character repels the attack without any problems. Without even using his limbs, he simply covers himself with a shield made of his strength. The opponent, with horror in his eyes, realizes that the information was wrong, and Johnson is not just a martial artist, he is a real cultivator. There is a silent pause, during which the elder brother Jenkins ponders what he should do in this situation, and about Johnson's strength, because people like him can easily suppress many ancient warriors, because such people do not improve in martial arts, but in immortality. But a cultivator doesn't necessarily have to be stronger than an ancient warrior. At least the strongest martial artist can theoretically defeat a cultivator. The main character suddenly appears behind him and delivers a crushing blow with his foot to the opponent's torso. After a missed attack, the guy goes into a free flight, which is interrupted by the nearest wall, which ended up on the road. Now, many cracks appear on it from a strong collision. The defeated man, in a strong panic, screams that he just wanted to talk. But how can he do it if Michael is so eager to kill him? Young Johnson wonders who could have sent a spy to him, the Walsh family or someone else, to which the supposed enemy replies that there is no conflict between them, and then hands over his documents to the victor. Michael makes sure that it is indeed not one of his enemies, but the captain of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, Leslie Clinton, who confirms this in every possible way and asks to let him go. But Johnson has never heard of any such captain, and so he asks incredulously how long he has been following him and preparing to deliver a magical blow. Leslie begs the hero to stop, saying that they have a mutual friend, Gloria Jenkins. Michael, slightly surprised, asks who Captain Jenkins is to him, and he replies that she is his sister, who told him about Michael. Clinton saw that he was good and decided to invite him. Nothing bad. Johnson is about to strike again and says that in order to invite him, they could have simply found him instead of spying on him. Leslie once again panics and waves off the hero's impending attack and swears on her honor as captain of the Dragon Soul that she will be indebted to Michael and will help him if he has any problems in the future. The protagonist, thinking about Leslie's situation, begins to think about using it to strengthen the social influence of his Tizen group, which needs it for development. Michael grabs the captain by the collar and sternly asks what place his squad occupies in America, to which Leslie readily notes that his group is third in the fight against secret forces. Michael believes that this is enough for his company and sets a strict condition that Clinton will be released only if he signs a contract with a company in New York. The captain asks if he understood correctly that Johnson wants the company that previously belonged to his father to be taken under the squad's wing, to which Michael answers in the affirmative and says that he has a special case, but he can contact his superiors, and even if they do not agree, he will find a way to solve this problem. The protagonist hands his new ally a brownish sphere, reminiscent of chocolate in color, and says that the captain will recover from his wounds when he eats it. Leslie becomes increasingly confused about who this guy is, since he also has pills, and then asks if he has any more of these things, since he has only heard about them, but has never even seen them. Michael throws a bunch of pills and says that he has more than one, and the captain watches them, fascinated, and then says that if they were to be given to the military, then. But then the hero interrupts him and says that this is not some kind of relic, and therefore he should not give it away. Johnson haughtily informs that if Leslie wants them, he will have to fulfill the order and send a man for a personal meeting. Michael jumps off the roof, and the squad captain is left in bewilderment, thinking that the right person is very busy and will not be able to show up for a personal meeting. Lying on his bed, the main character reasons that 2 women in the house only means that the bathroom and toilet are always occupied, which means that now he will have to take a turn. He believes that his strength has increased greatly recently, so he takes out the stone given to him by his father to try to enter the rebirth cemetery again. Michael finds himself back in the same dark place he was in last time. Johnson notices that his head doesn't hurt, and he doesn't feel any discomfort, and the cemetery doesn't try to push him away. Is it because of his strength? Michael stands in front of a huge, magically burning tomb with many different swords stuck in it. The main character is going to summon the fist of Death-Clawed Crank, but does not quite understand how to do this, and therefore tries different magical effects on the grave. Sarah and Jessica are talking in the middle of the apartment about how Walsh needs to take care of some things today, and therefore there is no need to cook for her today. Johnson, sitting nearby on the sofa, thinks that he has already tried everything possible to move the grave. Is his strength really not enough? The guy understands that he needs an alchemical furnace for strengthening, but he was supposed to go to the auction for it today, and Jacob Sanders never called him, although he doesn't even have a number, so he should check on him. Johnson's phone rings and he assumes it's Robert calling about the work he's done. The head of the Clark family actually calls and says that Michael's father's company is now under his control, along with all of its employees. Dressed in a smart suit, Robert announces that he has a couple of formalities left to sort out, and in 2 days they can arrange a ribbon cutting. Michael is glad that the old man did not deceive him, and says that by that time, all of New York will know that the Tizen Group is back. The main character reasons that Leslie still hasn't contacted him. He couldn't just leave the game without warning. Jessica and Johnson hear a knock on the door. The girl does not understand at all who could appear at such a time, but Michael understands that it is almost certainly Jacob. Out of breath, Sanders starts talking quickly from the doorway, saying that he waited all morning, but Johnson never showed up, so it took him some time to get here. They were about to let him in, but Jacob said that it was not necessary and handed over the invitation letter to the auction, sadly informing that something had happened in his family, and therefore he could not go with Michael. The hero just wanted to ask what had happened, but the old man had already closed the door and left without saying anything, making Johnson think that something serious had happened. It's a sunny afternoon. There are only a couple of clouds in the sky, a large, beautiful building with panoramic windows, a small park nearby. This is the Millennium Hotel. Michael is in the middle of the crowd waiting for the auction to start. He is dressed in a black suit and black trousers. He has an orange tie and a red handkerchief is visible inside his breast pocket. Young Johnson, using his peripheral vision, notices a familiar face. It turns out to be Lilia Sanders, Jacob's granddaughter. Lily is dressed in a pink evening dress, and she, very embarrassed, also notices Johnson's presence, awkwardly greeting him. Michael notices that she doesn't look very well, but she denies it and says that everything is fine, and since he is here, he should follow her. Lilia says that this reception is known as a round table and is mainly intended for communication and relaxation. The auction itself will take place later on the floor above, but for now, you can have a snack. Some strange individuals sarcastically remark that the girl appeared here, and so quietly as a mouse, and then they say that it is even stranger that she came at all, since the Sanders family could not defend themselves. The protagonist tries to find out what happened to Lilia's family, but she says that Dad will definitely figure everything out, and Michael is a guest, so he should concentrate on the auction. Someone calls out from behind Johnson. It turns out to be Sarah Walsh. She is dressed a little revealingly, but very beautifully, throwing Sanders off balance with her beauty. She asks what Michael is doing here, and he addresses a similar question to her, and Lilia goes to the restroom so as not to interfere, because she will not become so beautiful. Sarah asks him who the girl was that he came with, to which Michael says that she is the granddaughter of the pharmacist who helps him. But what is Walsh doing here, all of whose bank accounts are frozen? The protagonist assumes that she is hungry, and she asks why he assumes that she is still unemployed, and that she received the invitation earlier, and then asks how much money he has, to which he replies that he has an incredible 90 million, putting the girl in an awkward position. Sarah explains in a conspiratorial tone that this is an unusual auction, and the person in charge of it is not so easy to meet, and in general the world is full of people who secretly practice martial arts, and they are unusually strong, and can also kill with their bare hands. Clearly unimpressed by this news, the protagonist feigns fear and surprise, leaving his fellow traveler in an awkward position. Walsh tells Michael that it may seem like there are 4 main families in New York, but in fact there is one more terrible one. This news even arouses a false interest in Johnson. She says it's a mysterious kind of martial arts. They are mysterious puppeteers behind the scenes. This family is divided into 2 branches, just like this auction. The first one deals with paintings for ordinary people, while the second one deals with everything related to martial arts, including weapons and items for cultivating pills. The price of one item is more than $100 million. From Sarah's words, Michael understands that even his money may not be enough for the alchemical furnace he so badly needs, but he also understands that he needs it. Johnson asks if he can display his things here. His companion replies that yes, but first they need to be approved by the expert committee that sits upstairs. Michael remembers that he recently heard that there are very few alchemists left, and therefore he should be able to sell his medicines at a high price. The main character enters the office and sees a bunch of strange people playing mahjong for huge sums of money, and one of them just lost 10 million to another. One of the committee members wonders what Johnson is doing here, and whether he really wants to show his wares to the committee. Michael takes out one of his miracle pills right in front of the committee and says he wants to sell it. These people are very confused when they see such a product. Some say that such pills are always filled with energy. Some doubt that there are any left, another tries to say that he knows better, and the last one even wants to continue the batch as soon as possible. Upon closer inspection, the commission members notice that they are not holding an ordinary pill, but one with a real pattern. After such news, everyone completely loses their heads and tries to take turns examining her, putting Michael in a slightly awkward position. They are very surprised to find that the thing has also been recently improved, and so there is no doubt left. They begin to ask the guy where it came from, whether his teacher is really an alchemist. Johnson is nervous and realizes that there aren't just too many alchemists in America, there aren't any left, and so he has to urgently come up with something to get out of it. The young hero says that he doesn't want anyone to hear their conversation. The senior member of the commission understands everything perfectly well and takes him to a distant room. In the room, there is a very beautifully and richly dressed woman with fiery pink hair. Michael had never met her before. Even she is not sure that it was really possible to get something like that. But the henchman dispels her doubts and shows her the very sphere that Johnson brought. The girl notices that this is indeed the same pill, and judging by the color, it was created at least a month ago. The exalted lady's eyes show great surprise, and the commission member leaves, not wanting to interfere with such an important conversation. The girl says that her name is Belle Stark, and calls the guy to sit down, asking how to address him. Michael gives his name and, without a hint of embarrassment, calls for them to get down to business, whether he can put this drug up for auction. Belle ponders the fact that Johnson is too young to understand alchemy. After all, one needs to know a lot of the medicinal properties of herbs, not to mention the production, while telling the interlocutor that he can put up the goods, and also asks how many lots he plans to put up. Michael calmly says that he has 5 more with him, to which the girl loudly asks again, and begins to sweat heavily, realizing that there must be a powerful alchemist behind the guy. Belle laughs and says that if they sell everything at once, the cost will be more than $1 billion. It's better to sell one by one and not rush. Michael decides to cheat and asks how much the Stark family can offer for such a profitable investment. He recommends doing so that the price suits him. The girl shyly notices that the guy is quite impudent, and in her head she thinks that by selling one at a time, they will be able to make an incredible profit. Belle shows him a plastic card and carefully informs him that there are billions of dollars on it. But even that is not enough to buy the pills, and so she offers him a lucrative offer. She says that her family will be indebted to Johnson, so no matter what happens to him, they will always help him in any way they can. The price suits Michael perfectly, and so he is about to leave, since the auction is about to begin. Belle throws him an object that looks like a card, and at the same time thinks that by doing him a favor, it will probably be possible to contact the alchemist who is behind him. Johnson asks what it is, and the girl replies that auctioneers like him prefer to hide their identity. After this, Michael leaves, realizing that she was trying to catch him out on something. Belle says goodbye to him kindly. When Johnson leaves the office, the girl calls someone and gives the order to collect information about this person. The auction begins. Many people have gathered. Everyone wants to buy something here. Soft sunlight is shining through the windows. The 3 heroes sit in their places, and Sarah asks how much he sold his probably precious goods for. Michael arrogantly announces that it is about $10 billion, irrevocably breaking Lilia Sanders' psyche. Sarah doesn't give in to words so easily, and so she jokes about his recipe, which is really good, but still not worth tens of billions. The last lot of the stage is the teardrop necklace of stars, which was long considered stolen. The starting price is $60 million. Each subsequent buyer must increase the amount by more than $2 million. It turns out that this work was stolen from Sarah's grandfather, but she can't buy it back for that amount of money. Although it should have gone to her, she is very sad because she can't do anything. Michael silently enters some amount of money on the screen of his new device, shocking Belle, who is watching him with such a waste of money. The former owner of the money is indignant, but decides that it is a gift to the woman, and therefore calms down, remembering that the money is no longer hers. Some guy keeps raising his price and says he has $140 million to negotiate. The necklace has to be his to win the affection of Sarah Walsh that he so desires. An unknown gentleman who bet $200 million shatters the picture of the future arrogant young man who thought he had enough money. The guy really wants to know who offered such money, but the auctioneers say he wanted to remain anonymous. The restless guy furiously shouts that this is all a provocation and no one could have paid so much money for a trinket. Belle appears on the stage and asks if the young man is sure that he doubts the Stark family, because it is to her family that he belongs, the family of martial arts, and then says that she will not allow such humiliation, and they promise to kill the guy and forbid his family to participate in the auction in the future. Sarah wanted to buy the necklace back later, but now she doesn't even know who bought it, so she can find it in the future and buy it back. The auctioneer's wooden gavel noisily announces that the last lot of the first stage has been sold. Belle, standing at the table, announces that it is time for the second stage of the auction. The time of the tripod of 100 herbs has not yet come, but the girl asks not to leave yet. She presents the first lot, which turns out to be armor made of gold thread. The starting price is 90 million. After some time, Belle introduces the seventh lot, Mo-style swordsmanship, starting price 150 million. This lot interests the auctioneers more and the bidding begins. Lily recalls with horror how many things were sold and how much money was spent. Michael remains indifferent, and the girl is surprised by the unique book on sale. Johnson frowns, realizing how insignificant this thing is, complaining that the local craftsmen imagine themselves to be gods, not realizing their own worthlessness. The auctioneers present the next lot from the heavy category, and buyers are presented with something hidden under a large blanket. It turns out that this is the very tripod of 100 herbs that everyone has been waiting for so long. It shines in the sun's rays. The body is covered with an ornament. Belle Stark says that this tripod was accidentally found by her family. It can be used to make medicine. This thing will be a great addition to the collection. The price starts at 300 million. For the first time, Michael also finds himself not indifferent to the presented product. He notices that the tripod is of better quality than he expected, and understands that it is worth fighting for. Interested buyers are quickly raising the price. In a few seconds, they are ready to pay 450 million for the tripod. Belle receives a message from Johnson on her phone, where he writes that he doesn't care about the price. He'll take the tripod at any cost. Stark smiles sarcastically, thinking that she immediately knew that this guy would want to get an alchemical item. The crowd begins to argue that the last price was offered by a very dangerous person, and that it is not worth raising the bar higher, so as not to anger him and not bring problems upon yourself. Belle writes to Johnson that Phil Spencer is indeed very dangerous, so the guy should give up the tripod and not get involved with him at all, to which Michael replies that he is ready to bring trouble on himself. The girl understands that she must help him, since she bought his medicine for $1 billion. Meanwhile, someone offers 500 million for the tripod. A dangerous man is very unhappy about this fact, and rumors spread among the crowd that someone will die today. Phil calmly offers to raise the price to 530 million, thinking that even if someone offers more, no one will beat his next bid. Stark tells the buyers that a gentleman who wishes to remain anonymous has offered a price of 700 million, infuriating the dangerous man. The rich gentleman loudly tells the crowd that he doesn't care who dared to do this, but he will get him out from under the ground and make him regret today. Belle, with a joyful face, announces, striking the gavel, that the lot has been sold to an unknown person for 700 million. Michael, beaming with happiness, realizes that with the help of this device, he will finally be able to become even stronger. Stark chants that the next lot was literally just purchased by her family, and she can safely call it priceless, and presents the buyers with the highlight of the program, a real pill. The crowd starts to get noisy. The buyers don't believe that they will have a chance to buy a real pill that not only heals wounds, but also improves well-being. Belle sets the starting price at 400 million, but it instantly jumps to 680 and shows no signs of stopping. Sarah doesn't believe that this thing can cost so much, doesn't understand what all the fuss is about. She's never seen anything like it before. Stark announces the end of the auction. People disperse. Belle invites everyone to attend the banquet for a wonderful pastime. Michael is sure that the evil and terrible Phil Spencer would be torn apart with rage if he found out that the buyer of the tripod and the creator of the pill are one and the same person. Johnson receives a message from Belle where she asks the guy to come to her. Her father found out about Michael and wants to give him some compensation. Sarah tells the guy that they are not going to dinner anyway, which means they can go home. Then she is surprised that Michael did not buy anything, but then she remembers that she needs to talk to her friend and abruptly leaves, leaving Johnson thinking about the proposed compensation. Michael came to Belle's hotel room. She was already waiting for him. The girl hands the guy a bank card with 1.5 million on it and adds that he can also still count on the favor of their family. Johnson says that he didn't come for money, but for a tripod of hundreds of herbs. But Stark asks the guy for his own safety to leave his address and phone number. She will personally order the alchemical tool to be sent to him in the evening. Belle invites Michael to stay for dinner, saying that her father would very much like to meet him, but the protagonist brushes off the invitation, saying that he is not used to eating out, and leaves. The girl is angry that the guy does not understand that, under the pretext of a dinner party, his father wanted to protect him, because Johnson insulted Spencer's family, and now he needs powerful protection. In the hotel on the 5th floor in the observation room sits the dangerous Phil Spencer with his assistants. Around there are many brutally murdered corpses of workers. He looks at the pill with interest, noticing that it is different from the ones his family collects. His assistant notices that the patterns on the pill were made no more than 10 days ago. Phil tells his interlocutor that he does not know where the Stark family got these pills from, but it is commendable that they provided them to the public, to which the subordinate expresses the opinion that perhaps if their family really controls the supply of pills, then they will be able to reach unprecedented heights and become more powerful than the Spencer family. Here they are excitedly interrupted by another assistant, who says that the young gentleman should urgently look at the CCTV cameras. He points to a young man leaving Belle's room on the screen, saying that the girl was alone today only with this man. It must have been him who took the tripod, and, most likely, the pill was also his. Young Spencer bares his teeth and sincerely does not understand how that guy dared to take what belongs to his family. It seems that his life is not dear to him at all. As Michael walks outside, he notices Sarah and Lilia waiting for a taxi. He approaches the young Sanders, and thinking that a family of her status should have a personal driver, he asks what their problems are. The modest girl, blushing and stuttering, answers the guy that everything is fine with them. Johnson asks her for her mobile phone and enters his number, telling the girl that if trouble happens, she can call him. He will definitely help. The young man leaves with Mrs. Walsh, leaving Lily with a grateful smile on her face. Sarah asks the guy why the girl calls him sir, noting that it is so awkward. Johnson senses something is wrong. The girl asks him what happened, to which he says that he suddenly wanted coffee and asks her to go to the cafe for him and wait for the guy inside. Sarah nervously asks again why she should wait for him and where he is going. Michael answers that he needs to go to the toilet. The girl with doubt in her voice claims that there is also a toilet in the cafe. But Johnson thinks that he is too frail there and needs something stronger. Sarah is perplexed. Michael begins to glow with his magical energy, demonstratively rips off his tie and says that he is a man of principle, therefore he prevents any threat. Phil Spencer stands with his assistant waiting for Michael. The subordinate notices that they have already been noticed by that guy, but his boss doesn't care anymore. The dangerous gentleman reflects on the fact that Michael is still a corpse, but he liked the girl who was with him. As soon as he sorts out all the problems, he will definitely come back for her. At that moment, Johnson's hand falls on his head. Spencer's assistant turns out to be a martial arts master. He calls Michael's attack vile and warns that he now faces death for such impudence. The master attacks the guy with his unique attack called Lightning Flash, his evil, oozing electric power, Michael pushing Phil away, meeting his subordinate's attack. Johnson, calling the master a fool, sends his head flying free with one blow. Spencer, in nervous shock, does not understand how Teacher Ma, who has a level of half-step transformation, is killed in the blink of an eye. The young hero turns to Phil, warning him that it is now his turn. Spencer tells Michael that he dared to kill his servant, which means he will face consequences. He offers the god of medicine to kneel and beg to be made a dog. Johnson doesn't let Phil finish speaking, sending his magical energy into his forehead, causing the guy to instantly fall unconscious. Michael notices that someone else is following him and wonders out loud how long this will continue. A guy comes out of the shadows, bows, and says that Belle Stark sent him to look after him. The guy understands that Michael doesn't need his protection. His blow would easily send him flying 10 blocks. He reports that Miss Stark discovered that the surveillance room had been hacked and sent him to protect her, which Michael comments on as being very kind of Belle. He orders the boy to go back and tell his boss to calm down and not interfere in his life without asking. The guy, before leaving, warns Michael that although he is powerful and has already reached the level of a master of transformation, the Spencer family is very strong, and their head Renee ranks 514th in America. And therefore Johnson is better off not finishing off this man's son. Johnson is surprised that there is some kind of ranking and that there are still 500 people ahead of Renee Spencer. He concludes that the American masters are not as hopeless as they seemed at first. He thanks Belle's assistant and leaves. As soon as Michael leaves, the assistant calls the lady and tells her that the youngest of the Spencer family is dead, as is the master who protected him. Belle fears for Johnson. Realizing that he will have no peace now, she asks her man if the killer is definitely Michael, to which he gives a positive answer. She thinks that because of the death of the third son of the Spencer family, hard times have come for her too. Stark orders his subordinates to dispose of the body and contact the family, as well as wait for the person who will destroy all evidence. Already at Jessica's house, having dinner at the table, Michael asks Sarah why she isn't eating. Does she really have no appetite? After this, the guy goes into his thoughts. He asked Locke about the rating and got completely confused about it. He can't understand how the classification of masters works in America. After all, masters have their strengths and weaknesses. Since there are no elite-level masters, it turns out that the rating only takes into account advantages. But then what place does Johnson occupy in this rating? Jessica reminds Michael that their beauty has a birthday next week. She asks if the guy has thought of a gift. He jokes that he will give her a red envelope with $250. Suddenly, Michael receives a text message from Lilia, who asks him to save her father, and the guy immediately goes to help. At the Sanders estate, he encounters a huge crowd of people in uniform, notices that the situation is dire. 3 sniper rifles are pointed at him at the gate and on the roof. He wonders what this family got themselves into and what the military has to do with it. Michael doesn't think long about who he can call and decides that Jenkins can help the fastest. He asks the girl to help him get into the Sanders estate full of military personnel. Johnson is already upset that help is taking so long to arrive when Paul Django appears, a huge man in a military uniform who arrived on Gloria's orders. He shows his ID to the guard and says that they need to go inside. In the house, Lily and Jacob are sitting on the couch. The girl is calming her grandfather, saying that she found a person who can help them. And the desperate old man says that everything is useless. Michael enters the room with Paul. The old man is surprised and asks his granddaughter why she called such a great man, to which she replies that she does not know anyone stronger, so there was no choice. Johnson asks Jacob what's going on, to which he tells him that a few days ago a gentleman came to New York. He was feeling unwell, and he drank medicine from their pharmacy, and as a result, he felt even worse because the medicine turned out to be poisonous. Lily supplements her grandfather's story by saying that Jacob personally checks all the medicines several times, and there is no way that poison could have been there. Michael, a little shocked by the story he just heard, realizes that it is not in the Sanders family's interests to poison high-ranking people. Therefore, they were set up. He asks how that person feels now. A frustrated Jacob replies that he is still in intensive care, saying that if anything happens to him, all his relatives across America will suffer. The god of medicine asks where the hospital is, stating that as long as this gentleman breathes, he can save him. Jacob Sanders can't believe his ears, thinking that Michael is an excellent martial artist. People like that are good at killing people, not saving them. Ikael sees the man's doubts and confidently states that this is the only chance for their family, so they just need to tell him where that man is. In the hospital where the gentleman is lying, his son, a soldier, is standing and waiting for the doctors from the intensive care unit. They come out saddened and report that, unfortunately, the poison has spread, and they have done everything possible. A man in uniform and shoulder straps furiously attacks the doctor, grabs him by the neck, calls him a worthless piece of trash. Here Johnson appears and tells this man that he himself does nothing, but insults others, calling him pathetic. The gentleman's son, letting go of the doctor, turns his attention to the boy and aggressively shouts at him to stop and repeat what he said. He is stopped by Paul Django, who asks to let Johnson through to the chief. Maybe he can save him, and if not, then he himself will personally appeal to the military court. The saddened son agrees, as he respects Django and believes that he means business. But if this guy doesn't do anything, then even Gloria Jenkins won't be able to stop him. Michael, smelling the smell of death, notices a man on a hospital bed and says that this old man has a strong will. Anyone else in his place would have already passed away, but this one still manages to breathe. Johnson holds up some kind of pill in his hand and says that the man is lucky to be here. He gathers his power in his hands, they blaze with green fire, and in this tension, immortal needles are created. The god of medicine directs these needles into the dying master's body. Shouting a spell, they pierce his chest and expel the poison. 5 minutes later, a satisfied Michael sighs tiredly, saying that in 5 minutes the gentleman should wake up. He wonders who this man is and hopes that he did a good deed for the country. When young Johnson has already turned around and is about to leave, the sick man calls out to him, asking him to stay. The guy is in shock from such a quick recovery. The gentleman asks to know the doctor's name, but Michael says that he saved his life because of one person, and he doesn't care about him. Johnson also says that the patient needs to remember 2 things. First, the Sanders family has nothing to do with the poisoning, and he needs to resolve this misunderstanding. And second, the poison had been in his body for a long time and had been affecting him for more than a month. Another person in his place would have died long ago, but it's not worth tempting luck. Michael comes out of the intensive care unit and the patient's son jumps on him, saying that at first he thought the guy was worth something, but he was only in the office for 8 minutes and therefore did nothing. A man who has just died comes out of intensive care after Jones and asks his son to stop. Paul, Django, and all the doctors are in shock. They can't believe their eyes. The gentleman who was just a hair's breadth from death is standing in front of them. The old man, who had recently been on the verge of death, smiles cheerfully and tells his son that if it weren't for this wonderful doctor, he would have had to prepare a coffin. He had never met such a doctor. The son of a sick officer wants to apologize to Michael, but he disappears somewhere unnoticed by anyone. The old man turns to the unfortunate Jacob Sanders and apologizes to him, sincerely understanding that his family has nothing to do with it and that his son misunderstood everything. Inspired, Sanders asks the chief not to apologize to him. It's just a trifle, to which the gentleman asks if his family invited the doctor and who he is anyway. Jacob says that the guy's name is Michael Johnson. They met by chance. He is a friend of the family, but really doesn't like it when he is disturbed. The Spencer family home, the head of the family and his eldest son look at the dead bodies of his son and the master. Placing his hand on his son's coffin, he wonders to Rennie who the hell dared to kill him. The eldest son says that an investigation is already underway, but so far they only know that someone secretly purchased the tripod at auction, and shortly after that, Phil was killed. Senior Spencer orders his interlocutor to go to this auction and check each participant there. He obeys. Rennie, with veins on his head bulging with rage, exclaims that everything there needs to be turned upside down. But to find the killer, he wants him to go to hell. He wants to see how people dear to him die a painful death. Robert Clark calls Michael on the phone and tells him that things have been settled at Tizen Group, asks whether Michael himself will act as a founder or someone else, and also warns that tomorrow the news about the company will spread throughout New York, and asks if this will cause inconvenience for Johnson. Michael confidently announces that his name can be used without any problems. He wants to tell every resident of this city that Michael Johnson is back. Johnson's villa, Belle's assistant, delivered the tripod of 100 herbs and the tear of stars that he had recently acquired. The courier also reports that Mrs. Stark asked to convey the news that the head of the Spencer family has already raised everyone's ears. They are checking all the participants of the auction and will soon reach Johnson. He also says that Belle has ordered a private jet. If the gentleman agrees, they can immediately send it to Salt Lake City. Their residence is located there, so the Spencer family will not get him there. Michael understands Stark's concerns, but is not going to run away from problems. The assistant is very surprised that Mr. Johnson actually wants to confront the Spencer family. How is that even possible? Michael sends Belle's man out of the house and gets ready to try out his new acquisition. The protagonist adds the herb to the alchemical furnace, lights it with his superpower, and says that the medicine consists of 9 components, and each ingredient consists of 9 more. The higher the grade, the more complex the pattern, and the better the effect. Michael is about to try to improve the aura cleansing and cultivation acceleration pill, but he doubts that it is possible. But the tripod starts to glow very brightly with a turquoise color. An improved version of the old pill quickly flies out of the alchemical furnace, and Michael is delighted with the result. He looks at this pill and reasons that he initially thought that there would be 3 ingredients and 3 lines, but it exceeded all his expectations because there were 7 lines of ornamentation. Michael is delighted with the tripod of 100 herbs. He of course knew that it could improve the quality of medicines, but he did not think that it would be so much. But everything turned out exactly like this. The money will flow like waterfalls. Young Johnson pops a bright pill into his mouth, beginning his cultivation. The main character bursts into orange flames, which completely engulf him. A red fire bursts out of the guy's eyes and mouth in a bright beam, illuminating everything in the area. Michael feels incredible power and transition to the 6th realm of enlightenment. Laughing, says that the effect is not bad and admires the greatness of alchemy. Michael stands over the alchemical furnace and realizes that in one evening, he has jumped 2 kingdoms higher, not believing what is happening. He catches the stone that his father once gave him, and notices that the stone has changed not only in size, but also feels different now. Michael decides that he needs to visit the Rebirth Cemetery again. Finding himself in a cemetery, he approaches one of the tombstones and believes that this time he will be able to notice something due to the fact that his state has changed. Now it can feel everything. You just have to want to. Even call upon some legendary warrior Claude Crank, the Fist of Death. But he also feels that if he summons it once, the tombstone will crumble to dust, and such a trump card is clearly worth keeping up his sleeve. Jessica's apartment. The girls read the news on the internet that the Tizen Group, which disappeared 5 years ago, is returning. Sarah realizes that she has heard about this company somewhere, and Jessica explains to her that the Tizen Group was created by Michael's father, but for some reason suddenly disappeared. and now it is returning. Then the girls notice another piece of news. The director is Michael Johnson. Shocked, Sarah remembers Michael's words that he wanted company for himself and wonders if he really did it just to spite her mother. The meeting of directors in the Vox family, everyone also learns that the Tizen group has returned, and the younger Johnson is the director. Lucy Vox doesn't understand how this is possible, because he should be dead. What is this guy even planning? The director reports the results of the investigation. Michael Johnson, who runs the company, is the very child who fell into the lake 5 years ago. The head of the company shows his photo from the registration on the big screen. Lucy recognizes in this guy the same ancient warrior who insulted her so much. He is also the same Johnson. How could a representative of their family even become a warrior? The very appearance of the company does not frighten the Vox family. What is more frightening for them is that all the previous management and the company office were destroyed without a trace. This means that the Tizen group is built on a sea of corpses, which means that it can already become a threat, and therefore, we need to find out who is sponsoring it. The head of the family recalls that Johnson was once interested in Lucy, but she says that he is not worthy of their family, because he ended up in the spotlight because of a sense of shame and thanks to someone's support. If the latest news is to be believed, Johnson is backed by Robert Clark and his company. Although he was sick with cancer, he somehow survived. Apparently, he was so crazy. He says he wants to know what happens next, because no one in their right mind would join him if they knew New York. Megan Walsh, sitting in her mansion, learns the popular news and then laughs at Johnson's attempts to undermine the Walsh family's position. She orders her man to send a letter stating that any person or company that dares to send flowers to the opening ceremony of Tizen Group tomorrow will become an enemy of the Walsh family. The subordinate believes that thanks to the family's authority, not only will Johnson's company be left without employees, but it will also hit the Clarks. Michael is sitting in his villa and meditating when he receives a call from Clark. He reports that things are bad, that the Vox and Walsh families are going to ban the Tizen Group from operating. 3 other large families have supported this idea. No one will dare to go to the ceremony tomorrow. Michael takes this news calmly, saying that those who want war will get it, and also says to leave it to him, because he wants the Tizen Group to not just start working, he is going to burst in triumph. Michael returns to Jessica's house. The main preparations for the event are complete. Locke wanted to attend, but Johnson decided that it was better for him to act from the shadows. The girls pounce on the guy with questions about where he's been for the past 2 days, why he hasn't contacted them, and whether he's really the owner of the Tizen Group. Michael awkwardly reveals that he is indeed something of a boss. To be honest, it is his father's business, but he considers it, to some extent, a family affair. Sarah, in tears, rushes at the guy, asking him to forgive her, because she didn't think that her mother would use her family influence to harm his company. She even called her, but it was all in vain. Sarah thinks that Michael tried so hard, but because of her all his work will go to waste. But Johnson pats her on the head and tells her not to take it personally. He says that if she really feels guilty and bad, then she should just kiss him on the cheek and comfort him. But then, to the main character's surprise, the girl actually kisses the guy. Jessica thinks with tears in her eyes that there was something between them before. Michael reassures the girls that everything will go well tomorrow. No one showed up for the ceremony. Everyone was watching the hype while Clark was the only one standing on the red carpet. He waits for Mr. Johnson, not believing that he will leave him alone in such an awkward position. A man in glasses approaches Robert. Clark is sincerely glad that his old friend came despite everything. The man says that despite their long-standing friendship, he is here to tell them it is time to stop. He has no business helping this worthless person from the Johnson family. Here, the hero of the occasion himself appears and asks what the men are talking about. The men start throwing loud words at each other. Clark says that he is very glad if his friend is here for support. But if not, let him get out of here. And he says that he came to save Robert. Because if he gets involved with this piece of shit, he will certainly die. And if he does not come to his senses now, he will lose all their joint projects. Passions between former friends are becoming increasingly heated. Clark himself refuses projects, and his friend says that he is a fool and he no longer needs his company and wishes him luck while waiting for the moment when 4 influential families come for his soul. The former friend leaves. Robert sadly reports that none of those he called want to join them. Michael indifferently notes that everything will work out anyway. Clark's former friend approaches Lucy Vox. He says that it's already 9 o'clock and no one is there yet. No one who has any kind of identification will be able to get through. Otherwise, they will pay with their lives, and his partner really wants to see how he will get out of this situation. The Nix family home, the head of the family is engaged in sports training in his personal gym. In front of the man are his son and his employees. They say that the time will soon come and Tizen Group will soon enter the market, but no one has joined them yet. It is clear that everyone wants it to close. The head of the family complains that they have such influence, and they all talk about closing down. What did this Tizen Group do anyway? The top officials of New York stand on his carpet and mumble that, in fact, she did nothing and they will correct her situation. They frantically think that they didn't expect the boss to call them so early because of the Tizen Group. The boss yells that if they want to fix the situation, then why are they still here, and quickly sends them to do their work. They run away intensively, nodding along. The son asks his father if Michael Johnson and his company are worth it, because it will definitely worsen their relationship with the Walsh family. The father sadly notes that his child for some reason does not see prospects in people, because he met him that day to make sure whether he really is a master of martial arts. He also has the art of magical medicine. He is clearly a genius. If we do not take his side today, we may greatly regret it in the future. The Walsh family has influence due to their financial resources, but what is the point of ending relations with them? Haven't merchants loved entertainment for centuries? The son understands what the father wanted and says he will do everything. A large press gathered at the gates of Tizen Group to witness its failure and total collapse. Lucy says there is no point in waiting because no one will come. To everyone's surprise, Jessica Nightingale and Sarah Wall appear on the red carpet in chic dresses. Vox cringes in anger and wonders what the hell Walsh is doing there. Isn't her family boycotting the company? All photographers and journalists immediately notice the appearance of such iconic figures. They praise the girls in every possible way and say that others like them cannot be found anywhere. Sarah turns to Michael and says that her company is lost anyway, so she is not afraid of being fired. Johnson says he is genuinely touched by their presence, but in his heart he thinks that unfortunately he needs a crowd, but at least they came themselves. Right after the girls, the owner of the Imperial Club in New York arrives. All the spectators are shocked by his appearance, but no one can order him around except the first and second person in the whole city. Michael grins cheekily. Clark simply does not believe that this is possible. How did Johnson achieve this? The high-ranking official wishes all the best to Johnson and the company. He only honors him with a nod. The girls are shocked by the appearance of such important gentlemen and the attitude towards them. Two more cars belonging to some important people arrive at the ceremony site. The first and second officials in New York appear on the track and greet Johnson, leaving the entire audience even more perplexed. Everyone notices that a military vehicle from the Southwestern District is approaching. What are they doing here anyway? Paul Django steps out of the car, surprising the crowd immensely because even the military came to the opening. With such a force, the four families are simply nothing. Another car arrives. Everyone is interested in who it is this time. Megan Walsh herself appears from it, immediately ordering her henchmen to find out who decided to go against her. The servant, in a panic and cold sweat, reports that the owner of the Imperial Club, the first and second officials of New York, and military general Paul Django are here. She puts her hands on her hips and realizes that she has underestimated her opponent, even though he may not have such connections. Megan orders the gift to be taken with her and heads down the red carpet straight to Johnson. Reporters are shocked by the appearance of another member of the Walsh family. Are they scared? Michael doesn't react to the woman's appearance. She says that she wanted to send flowers, but they were all sold out. So her servant presents a large golden statue of the little spendthrift. Everyone understands that this is a dirty trick because it is taboo to give a small spendthrift a gift for the opening of a company. The mother is very outraged by her daughter's behavior because she herself decided to go against the will of the family. She also makes a sarcastic comment to Jessica that she is fired, to which she replies that she does not need a job in a family that is on the verge of bankruptcy and declares that she is leaving herself. Immortal Megan orders her bully to teach the impudent scum some manners. Michael catches the fist and says that if he touches her, not only the carpet will turn red, but he too. Stephen Nix himself, a representative of the most influential of the four families in New York, appears on the track and is interested in the fact that the Walsh family can only boast of its status. Sarah whispers to Michael how he knows such an influential person, and Johnson replies that he didn't know his name, and last time he almost got into a fight with him. Stefan congratulates the company on the opening on behalf of his entire family, and Michael warmly thanks him. The military man notices the golden figurine in confusion and asks if he really sees a little spendthrift, causing Magen's servant to become very nervous. Stefan swings his hand with all his might and smashes the taboo figurine into a pile of pieces. Megan furiously asks how he dared to destroy the Walsh family's gift, whether he was acting on the family's behalf or on his own. The head of the Nix family appears and asks when his son stopped representing his own family. He asks with a smile on his face if he understood correctly that only he himself represents his family. Megan is shocked by the appearance of the head of the Nix family. The man stands next to Michael and says that he is his dear friend. If the Walsh family puts him in an awkward position, then he can count on the Nix family. But this is unlikely, because Mrs. Walsh's husband does not want to be their enemy. Many conflicting thoughts enter Megan's head, but she understands that she cannot take unnecessary risks, and therefore decides to leave with her servant. Michael warmly greets Peter Nix, who says that Mr. Johnson pulled him back from the brink of death, and this is just a small thanks. Vox, upon seeing the Nixes, understands that her family no longer has the right to cross Michael's path. She gives up and leaves with a pitiful face. Clark's former friend tries to catch up with her, not understanding what to do now. The girl kicks the businessman away and tells him to go away. He cries, sprawled on the asphalt. He thinks this is the end. He gets up, goes to a disgruntled Clark, and shouts for his old friend to forgive him because he said too much. The friend begs him to forgive him in every way, saying that he fell under the influence of the Vox family. Clark furiously kicks the worthless man and says that as soon as he hit the dirt, he immediately remembered that he was his brother. How did he even have enough conscience? Let him get lost. Michael, standing with Peter, Sarah, and Jessica, laughs together at the situation. The loser runs away, and Michael sincerely praises Clark for such an act. Johnson raises his hands and shouts the start of their celebration as fireworks are launched into the sky. The onlookers are still reeling from the historic event that just took place, but they understand that for them, the show is over here. But then, the national security forces show up and ask the paparazzi to stay behind to allow them to check their devices on orders from their superiors. New York International Airport, people say that it looks like a movie is being filmed here. Their outfits are so conspicuous. The old man of the Burke family and his retinue are waiting discontentedly for someone to meet him. The mustachioed man comes out and says that he has prepared a dinner party in their honor and hopes to be honored with attention. The man is genuinely worried that Burke is giving off some kind of terrifying energy after the Ural Mountains. He was once the head of the Burke family, which was the #1 family in New York before he left. If it weren't for the murder of his relatives, he wouldn't have come down. He is full of anger and will shake this city. The man asks permission to raise a toast to the master, since he has served him faithfully for a long time. The old man only angrily asks how the investigation is progressing, to which the servant only mumbles something. Burke breaks the table in two and shouts that he doesn't want to listen to his excuses. The guy says that Michael Johnson is currently under high suspicion, but there is no irrefutable evidence. The old man wonders how such a young guy could kill his family. Then he tears up the sheet of paper in a rage and says that since a shadow fell on the guy, it doesn't matter whether it's him or not, he's still a corpse. There is a meeting of directors in the Tizen Group office. They are thinking about what they should do next to develop the company. Sarah believes that the most important thing in a company is the product, and Clark agrees and is also concerned about this. Clark suggests turning to the internet or investments if Johnson doesn't have any ideas. But even so, they won't catch up with Walsh's company in 6 months. Michael calmly says that they will not be involved in the internet, let alone investing. He says that his company is only involved in industry because it is unimaginably profitable. The head of the company puts 2 sheets of paper on the table and says that the first course will make a woman at least 5 years younger, and the second is a pill that prolongs the life of old people by 3 years. The company's staff is very confused by what Johnson has reported, because a drug with such an effect is literally an elixir of immortality. Clark swears that Mr. Johnson is not lying because he saved his life with the help of this pill. The anonymous directors say that this product is the best in the world and that it is quite possible to overtake the Walsh family with it. Michael reveals that he has 2 conditions for production. The first is mass production, and the second is that the formula must remain a top secret. Johnson threatens that if anyone spills the beans, it will cost them their life instantly. Robert gets up from his seat and in a soldierly manner says that the Tizen Group will shake New York if they give him a month. Michael readily believes in his allies' capabilities and suggests dividing up the responsibilities. Jessica is responsible for marketing, Sarah is also about to run, but she is interrupted by a message. Her father writes something to her on the phone, and she says that she doesn't need a high position, and in general she will be a temporary employee, but promises to do everything possible for the company. After everyone has left, Michael says that he thought Sarah would want to take on a management position, but she abruptly refuses. The girl shows her phone and says that in 5 months there will be a wedding between her and a member of the martial arts family. She has no choice. Sarah sits alone in the room. She is very sad and wonders why she can't refuse, because she is not a product, but a living person. Michael and Jessica are sitting on the couch, eating and having a nice conversation, The girl is clearly sad about something. The guy asks the girl what happened to her friend. She says she doesn't know. She hasn't left the room since they returned and refuses to answer questions. Jessica's phone rings. It's Aunt Hordes. She's telling the girl some scary story. The girl hangs up and turns to the guy with a very scared face, telling him that this is serious, and asks him if he knows Link Moresby. Michael is surprised to hear this name, because this is the son of the owners of the cafe where he often ate as a child. He remembers that when everyone turned away from Johnson, only Link remained with him. He was too kind and stupid. But still, Michael perceived him as his best friend. The last time the guy talked to his father, he found out that he was studying at the university. Jessica reports that Aunt Horde said Moresby was beaten and had a broken arm near the university, but an ambulance can't get there. Michael and his girlfriend arrive at the institute, where they see numerous security guards. Jessica asks to let them in, saying they are students, but the security says that the rector gave the order not to let anyone in and asks to show a pass. Michael can't take it anymore. He goes up to the fence and throws the heavy fence down in anger, leaving the guards confused. Johnson tells them that the university is a temple of knowledge, not a place for violence. He came here to save people, and if anyone dares to interfere with him, he will break their legs. The guards fall to their knees before him and answer that they will not dare to stop him. Let him pass. A beating is taking place on the territory of a men's dormitory. A crowd of people have surrounded the attackers and the victims. Link's mother defends the boy, calling the attackers monsters. They simply laugh at her, and the rector himself is among the attackers. He reports that the woman's son has a broken arm, asking the audience if it wasn't his fault that he couldn't protect himself. Link tries to attack his rapist, but he puts him in his place by swinging a bat straight at his face. His blow is parried by the boy's father, who asks the attacker not to go too far, warning him that he has already called the police. The impudent guy turns to his father and says that he should look at himself and not portray him as some kind of monster. He explains to Link's father that he was harassing his girlfriend, and that as soon as the police arrive, he will be arrested. The guy's girlfriend, with a fake face, agrees with the guy's words, reporting that Moresby groped her breasts. Link screams in rage that it's all a lie. In fact, the guy was going to rape a classmate 3 days ago, but he stopped him, and now he's just taking revenge. The guy laughs mockingly that he just wanted to steal the girl for himself. He points at the poor girl with broken glasses and suggests asking her if he did anything to her. The girl agrees with the rapist, and Link, in a cold sweat, pointing out the state of his classmate, tries to prove that she was forced to lie. The brute, with the support of his cowed allies, advances on Link again, asking him if he's afraid he'll get what he deserves for saying such a thing. The father tries to stand up for his son by insulting the attacker, calling him an asshole, and for this he receives a powerful punch right in the face. The boy is afraid for his dad and asks him to stop beating him, to which the offender swings a bat at the boy's head, promising to break his neck. Here, an enraged Michael breaks through the crowd, attracting many glances. The thug, defending himself with a bat, asks who he is and shouts not to approach him. Johnson punches him in the face, breaking the bat in two in the boy's nose. The offender falls. His partner shouts for Michael to move away from his friend. Johnson sends his opponent high into the air with a powerful uppercut, indifferently telling him to get lost. Link Moresby is shocked by what he saw and sincerely does not understand where his friend came from. Michael says he will answer his questions later, but now, handing him a pill, asks him to take it, explaining that then his wounds will heal and he will feel better. Johnson promises to deal with Link's offender, and the guy himself feels some strange sensation and wonders what kind of pill this is. Moresby is worried about his friend, saying that there is no need to stand up for him, since it does not concern him. Jessica puts her hand on the guy's shoulder and says that Michael will handle everything. Link recognizes the girl, and in even greater confusion, tries to find out where they are here from. He also doubts that Johnson can handle so many thugs, and Nightingale informs him that there is no man stronger than Michael in all of New York. The main offender, covered in tears and blood, complains to the rector that he was almost killed. Johnson approaches the rector and threateningly asks him what he is doing. This is a university, and he is trying to call security. Michael shuts the man up with a strong blow. The rector's wig flies off. His bald head shines very brightly. He yells at the guy for daring, saying that even his own father didn't beat him, and Johnson drives him away, saying that such a person is not worthy of being called a teacher, promising to deal with him later. Michael addresses the crowd, calling everyone dogs, telling them not to dare run away. He will break their legs. Johnson approaches the bully's girlfriend, asking her if Link really harassed her, to which the girl frantically replies that it is not true. She points her finger at her boyfriend, saying that he talked her into lying. Young Johnson slaps the girl across the face, ordering her to kneel before Moresby and apologize. The girl carries out the order of this strong guy, asks Link for forgiveness, and promises not to do it again. Michael turns to the thug and orders him to do the same, but he starts telling him that he is the son of a gentleman from the great Clune family and cannot be treated like that. Johnson is not ready to listen to him, and so he strikes him in the face and then between the legs. When the younger Clune is already lying down, Michael pounces on him, asking about his family. He, with tears in his eyes, raises his hand and asks to stop, admitting that he is guilty. Behind Michael's back, everyone in the crowd is whispering about how scared they are, whether he will really kill Clune, and what will happen to them next. Meanwhile, Johnson beats Clune, who is already kneeling, and he begs him to spare him, because if he kills him, Clune's father will take revenge. Michael is fed up with this tirade about his father, and he calls Locke, asking him to urgently call Clune Sr. here. After some time, the owner of the Imperial Club arrives in a black Jeep with security, along with Clune Sr. The guard throws the man to the ground in front of Michael, who panics and doesn't understand what's happening. Johnson asks the head of the family to demonstrate how he raises his son. Michael warns that if his father doesn't teach his son a lesson, then their whole family is in danger from him. Clune has no choice but to pick up a telescopic baton. The younger Clune begs his father not to touch him, and he hits him hard with a club, saying that he is a fool. He doesn't even understand who he insulted, that Johnson is a close friend of Master Do himself from the Imperial Club, and now even killing him is not enough. The Master himself. Do watches what is happening. Michael, seeing that he is impatient, asks him to deal with the rector and with everyone present here, except for the girl whom Moresby saved. The Master snaps his fingers and tells his boys to do what the Master said. Screams are heard. Michael approaches the rescued boy and his parents, who break into grateful smiles. Johnson is glad to meet his old friend, invites him to go with him, and he himself remembers that 5 years ago this guy's kindness saved him. It's time to return the favor. The elder Burke in his home discusses the appearance of Johnson Jr. His assistant says there is nothing to fear because the Johnson family is destroyed, and their main problem is the people behind the Tizen group. If they kill that guy, they will incur the wrath of his patrons. The elder Burke laughs at the threat from the Nix family and the National Security Agency. Because this bastard killed his family, he must take revenge. The assistant, listening to his boss talk about how he will cut off the heads of Michael's loved ones right in front of his eyes, making the guy feel despair, says that they can't take that risk. The servant suggests a duel, the price of which will be life. Then no one will dare to interfere, Burke agrees, saying that he will easily kill the guy if he accepts the challenge. The assistant asks with a smirk if Michael will be able to refuse the challenge if he is blackmailed with a woman. Then suddenly Spencer Sr. appears and offers Burke cooperation. Burke Sr. is surprised by the appearance of this old man because he did not hear him enter, which means he has incredible strength. The owner of the house asks the Master what brought him here, and he laughs. He pokes at Michael's photo so hard that his finger goes through the table. Burke wonders if such a man really has a grudge against this young man, and he replies that this scoundrel killed his son. The head of the family happily invites Spencer to sit in the chair, announcing that their families are now allies. Spencer immediately offers his plan of revenge on Johnson. He found out that there are 2 girls important to him, and he can contact one of them. This method is more effective and painful for the guy. The Master also adds that he is ready to send 3 of his best people. Burke agrees with the plan, and is also ready to provide 4 of his students. They want to see how the guy will cope with this. In the morning, Michael and Jessica are sitting at breakfast. The guy asks how Sarah is doing. The girl replies that yesterday her friend returned with swollen eyes. Apparently, she cried a lot. Sarah doesn't answer questions, went to bed early and still hasn't woken up. Jessica wants to go bring her breakfast. Johnson says that this is unnecessary. If she wants, she will tell everything herself. He gets up from the table and warns the girl that he is leaving to meet with Link. Michael also adds with a sarcastic smile that the girl had better not forget about work, otherwise he will cut her salary. The girl suddenly pinches the guy and with frightened eyes asks Michael if he is still Michael, because 5 years ago he behaved differently. She has a feeling that they live in different worlds. Johnson replies that in his life, he has understood one thing. People have 2 options, either play by someone else's rules or dictate their own. He likes the second option better. Opening the door, the guy adds that so that the girl doesn't worry about it, he will always be with her. Everything he does is his choice. Johnson sits on a bunk in the dorm with Moresby and talks to the guy. From the doorway, other students watch them, admiring his power and strength. Michael notices them and asks with a displeased face if they want to come in. The students quickly disappear, asking for an apology. Johnson notes that after yesterday, no one will dare to mock Link anymore, and the guy says that everyone already bows their heads before him and fears him. Michael, hugging his friend, says that in the world everything is decided by force, and rules are just a tool for subjugating the weak. They strengthen the power of the strong. Johnson takes out some blue book and offers Link to become stronger, but he is not going to force him. The guy, without thinking twice, takes the book and says that he will never allow anyone to bully him and his parents again. The book describes the technique of rolling out a purple cloud. It will give answers to all questions. Today, Link must write down all his thoughts in it and burn it, but no one should know. Moresby realizes what an important thing his friend gave him. Michael warns him that the path of martial arts is extremely dangerous and reminds him that it is very important to protect your heart. Michael understands that he won't be able to come to the rescue every time, so he needs to teach Link to defend himself. He begins to tell him about martial arts, but then, interrupting his story, the phone rings, and it turns out to be Locke, reporting that Sarah has been kidnapped and the people who were sent to rescue her have been killed. Michael is shocked. John adds that, judging by the injuries, the attacker was the master. He also apologizes and is ready to be punished. Johnson yells into the phone for him to stop apologizing and immediately use all his connections and find Sarah. He tells Link that he needs to go urgently and asks him not to forget what he told him. Michael goes out the window, smashing it to pieces. Link yells that it's the 5th floor. Leaning out of the broken window, he notices Michael jumping and unharmed in the distance and begins to suspect that he is not human at all. Johnson breaks into the Walsh family estate where he meets Megan. He realizes that Sarah is not there. She lashes out at the guy, asking why he didn't protect her daughter, and also telling him that the connection with the bracelet tracking her location has been cut off. Michael asks to give him a day to return the girl. If he fails, then he will belong to their family. Megan says that she has already connected her people. She doesn't care how much effort it will take, but she will find her daughter. Michael returns home to the room where Sarah slept. He notices that the remaining aura belongs to a martial arts master, and he also needs people to search. He remembers who can help him. Johnson gets a call from an anonymous number asking how the Johnson family degenerate is doing, if he is nervous. Michael says he doesn't know him or his plans, but he knows he must let Sarah go. Then they will part peacefully. Otherwise, his death will be slow and painful. The interlocutor says that Michael doesn't understand yet, but he hangs up. There was a girl's hair left in the room. Johnson didn't want to use this technique, but apparently he had no choice. Michael recites the spells needed to find his girlfriend, and as a result of the ritual, he receives seemingly unrelated words. This technique has a strong effect even on Michael's body. He coughs up blood and is only alive thanks to training. He is ablaze with magical energy and is glad that he now knows where to look for it. The kidnapper stands at the port and is angry at Michael's impudence, since he has the hostage, and he should be the one making the threats. But it turns out to be the opposite. The main conspirators are wondering when their rival will arrive. The bandit says he threatened him and hung up before he could tell where they were. The guy doesn't understand if Johnson even wants to save her. What the hell is he doing? The elder Burke thinks he should have stolen another girl, but the idiot decides Sarah Walsh is the one. Sarah thinks that these people have a plan. Not only did they not harm her, but they also give her water, which means they do not want to hurt her. She assumes that they are threatening the Walsh family. The guy holds the bottle up to her and tells her to drink, but she refuses until they identify themselves. Otherwise, they will have to act at their own risk and deal with the consequences of insulting her family. He throws the bottle and says that he doesn't really need her to drink. She seriously wants him to treat her properly. He can easily kill her. Some kind of sound signal appears. The bandit notices that his sensor has been triggered, which means that someone is approaching. The guy flies up into the air and wonders in bewilderment how they could have been found. It seems he has some connections of his own, and maybe even information channels. And was it really him who came at all? Whoever it was, it doesn't matter. Because Burke sent 4 masters, and his family sent 3 masters of lower rank, he definitely intends to kill Michael with his own hands. He suddenly steps into a pool of someone's blood, looks up in bewilderment, and shouts that he will kill. Michael stands surrounded by the conspirators, all dead or badly injured, his eye glowing red as he looks at the last one remaining. Michael exclaims importantly that he noticed another one. The last bandit nervously thinks that it is impossible and unbelievable. He took out 4 of Burke's students so easily. Not understanding what happened, he panics and decides to run away before Johnson decides to kill him too. Michael turns out to be faster. He has already come very close to the bandit, and with flames in his eyes tells him that he is a corpse. The protagonist grabs the kidnapper by the head and with all his magical power slams his head into the floor. The bandit moans through the pain that he cannot die, otherwise the consequences will be terrible. Michael says that he doesn't hear his squeak and also that he gave him a chance, but he didn't take it, so let him be responsible for his actions. Johnson appears in front of the container in which Sarah is sitting and says that he has come to save her. The girl throws herself on the guy's neck and says that she could not even imagine that he would come to save her. He is sincerely glad that she is not injured. Michael asks if she can go and then says they are going home. Sarah notices blood on Michael's hands and wonders what happened and where the kidnappers are now. The hero regretfully reports that they are all dead. He simply had no choice. The girl screams and understands that Johnson alone defeated very strong masters. She heard that her fiancé is also a master. She thought that he couldn't be compared to Michael, but it turns out that he is not so simple. Sarah thinks that if her father finds out about Michael's power, he will change his mind. And then she finds herself thinking about becoming Johnson's wife. But this is not such a bad option. Michael picks her up on his shoulders. Sarah indignantly asks what he's doing, and he replies that she thought for too long, so he decided to take matters into his own hands, because most likely he won't be able to stay on his feet. At first, she's very indignant, but then she allows him to carry her if he wants to. Sarah decides to hold on to that thought. This guy may be weird, but she feels safe with him and can rely on him. The main conspirators look through the magic picture at the death of all the warriors. They see how the guy mocks, looking straight at them. Their will is unshakable, so they will destroy him at any cost, no matter how strong a master he may be. They talk about challenging him to a fight, and they are both happy with that outcome. They think they should play it safe. If he agrees, they will ask Master Ree to take on the role of judge. Burke wonders if this is really the master who is in the top 400 in China. Jessica's house, and angry Megan asks if her daughter is really okay. She wonders who dared to kidnap her, but Sarah gently informs her that everything is fine and that it was actually a mistake. The mother is furious. She doesn't understand since when kidnapping is considered a misunderstanding, she wants to take her home. The girl says that she is protected here. Megan says that her father brought 3 guys from the province for protection. They are much more reliable than anyone. Michael says that if Miss Walsh doesn't stop, he'll have to intervene. She knows it's best not to cross this guy. Megan says she's not forcing Sarah, but her grandmother came from abroad to attend her birthday. Let her come for the party and then she can come back here. Sarah doesn't believe that her grandmother has returned from abroad and really wants to see her. The mother says that she has no reason to deceive her daughter, and she thinks, slightly embarrassed, that she has been doing this literally her whole life. Sarah wants to know Michael's thoughts, but he lets her go calmly. He allows her to return whenever she wants. Sarah enthusiastically says that she will definitely come back and will never abandon Johnson. They shake little fingers, and the guy promises her that everything will be as he said. Sarah almost forgot that she had made a plan for the Tizen group's work, then passes it on. The girl doesn't know what level of competence Clark has, but she can also be relied upon. Michael has no doubt that she is earning her salary. Sarah and her mother say goodbye to Michael in good tone and leave. Michael tells the girl not to worry and thinks that Jessica and her family are now in danger. He believes he has a few whole days to sort out the problem. Someone rings the bell. The guy thinks that Sarah forgot something. Michael looks through the doorway and sees a little boy there, wondering if he is Uncle Johnson. The boy hands over an envelope and says that his grandfather asked him to give it to him. Michael immediately opens the letter, but does not understand what it could be. He sees that this is a letter from Burke, who challenges him to a martial arts fight. And if he refuses, his loved ones will suffer. Michael understands who was behind Sarah's kidnapping. He is very unhappy, although this makes the situation easier. Someone else knocks on the door. He opens it with displeasure, and there is Belle Stark. She asks with displeasure whether he received the challenge to the Master's fight. He asks with some relief where she got this information from, if he himself only just found out. She says that this was decided a long time ago, and now even the most important people in New York know about it. By the way, this is how the Masters solve almost all their problems. She says that he should refuse, because everything here is done in such a way as to kill him. But Michael does not understand why he should refuse if he himself wanted to kill him. Belle shouts that Burke received the title of Master 10 years ago and went to the mountains to practice so that he would not be watched. Even her father would not cross someone like that. Michael calmly says that he will accept the challenge, although he thanks him for his concern. The door slams shut right in front of the girl, leaving her confused. She calls her father and says that unfortunately, she was unable to dissuade Michael from participating. Her father reassures her, saying that they did everything they could. Father says that we need to call the funeral home and at least arrange everything after his death, if they couldn't help like that. After the conversation, Belle silently looks at her phone, not knowing what to do. Michael sits and thinks discontentedly that she could have cheered him up, because he could deal with this old man with one hand. Then Johnson's phone rings. It's John Locke. Michael doesn't understand why he called. He says that Burke is one of the 600 best warriors and asks if he should be sent to kill him. Johnson says he can handle it himself. He's more concerned about what to do with the bodies in the port. Locke says it's all been done. John starts talking about Burke having some kind of unique technology, but Michael hangs up. Michael is outraged that they are trying to help him even after he refused. His phone rings again. The guy no longer understands who else it could be. It's the head of the Nix family calling. Johnson can't stand it anymore. After a few more calls, the main character is already furious from the various kinds of support from his acquaintances. Why no one believes in him? Robert calls. The guy already thinks that he is also trying to dissuade him. Clark doesn't understand what he's talking about, and Johnson remembers that he has no idea about the world of martial arts. Robert says that the product they are producing is quite unusual, and therefore the Control Bureau does not want to accept it. He had to say this. Michael says that he will think of something. He is thinking about contacting the Nixes. The phone rings again, and Johnson thinks that someone else is trying to dissuade him or intimidate him. Brother Jenkins invites Michael to a meeting with the boss. He readily agrees. It's high time to meet his boss. Military base, lots of soldiers, lots of equipment, anti-tank structures. Michael, accompanied by Leslie Clinton, walks through the base. Leslie gives Johnson a pass. He says that the boss is busy for now and asks to wait a little. They stand in front of the door. Clinton reports that Michael is already here. The huge double doors open and Michael steps in and goes to the long-awaited meeting. The man looking out the window tells all about Johnson's relatives and murders of famous people, which are carefully hidden. He turns around and says that just his description scares many people. What happened to him that made him so strong? He also wonders where he got the courage to take on Burke's challenge. The man asks if the guest wants tea and pulls the mug towards him using his powers. Michael catches the cup and says it's just empty talk. The man reflects that the cup was filled with pure energy. A person would not be able to catch it, and a non-strong master would be torn apart. His name is Mark Seed, and he heard that Johnson wants to cooperate. If he wants to join the special forces, the man is ready to help him. Michael says that this is not what he needs. His company produces one drug. He would really like help to get it on the market. Mark says it's easy to arrange, but he's interested in what he'll get in return. Michael throws his magic pill hard and sharply straight at the soldier. He says he can provide about 200 of these, and he's not going to bargain. Sid realizes that this pill has incredible healing properties and many patterns. He must take advantage of it. The soldier says 500 of these magic gadgets, and he will agree. The guy is about to leave. Mark stops him and says that he agrees to 200. Michael says he's changed his mind and offers only 100, then gives him 5 seconds to think about it. The soldier understands that the young man does not take him seriously and agrees to 200. He asks that Leslie Clinton come to him tomorrow to pick up the shipment. The guy leaves, slamming the door. The man thought that Michael would go out of his way, but it turned out to be completely the opposite. It's incomprehensible. Leslie comes in and asks if they should do anything about the duel. The commander says he will talk to his superiors about it. He says that if they want to kill the boy, then the documents will at least protect him. Michael prepares materials to create 200 improved magic pills. Johnson gets a call from Jessica, asking why he's not home at this time and where Sarah is. Michael says he is in his new villa and Sarah has returned home voluntarily. Jessica says that the prices for the villas here are higher than the cost of the companies. And Michael gives the address and says that the gates will be open, leaving the girl in shock. The phone call ends. The girl pouts and says she'll check right away. 10 minutes later, she's already standing at the gate of the villa and is about to enter the gate. She comes in, apologizes for disturbing you, and says she's Michael Johnson's girlfriend. The guy levitates in the air and directs his power into the tripod, which blazes with magical flame. Jessica is nervous and doesn't understand what is happening. She doesn't believe that she really sees it. A multitude of pills fly out of the alchemical furnace. Michael, with his tongue hanging out, catches them in a bag. Jessica, shocked by what she saw, wonders if this is really his house. He says that this is now her home too, grabs her hand, and leads her to show her the surroundings. Jessica is amazed by the luxury of the furniture, saying that this can only be seen in a dream. Michael brings her into the bedroom. She happily plops down on the bed and is surprised by its properties. She doesn't want to get up from it. He says that he is giving her the bed as a gift. Since she liked it so much, she can move in tomorrow. Jessica, confused, asks if this is a prank and why she needs to give him so many things. Johnson enthusiastically says he owes her much more than that. Jessica thinks it's because of what she did 5 years ago. Anyone would have done the same. It's not worth it. She pounces on Michael and says that she is very angry because he got a real palace. This time, even he is in shock. She would really like to live with him. There are so many rooms here, she won't have to share a bed with Sarah. Mike leaves, and Jessica thinks that if he treats her like this only out of gratitude, then nothing will come of it. The girl brings breakfast for Johnson and asks if he has prepared a present for Sarah for tomorrow's birthday. Michael thinks about how quickly time has flown by, says that he will come now and leaves. Johnson meets with Leslie to deliver the precious pills. Michael hands over the pills, but the soldier mistakes them for breakfast, and he is surprised to say that these are the promised pills. Leslie is shocked that such valuables are kept in a bag. He takes them and hugs them. The commando orders the car's security to be strengthened, and the soldier says it's already safe, and Leslie explains that he doesn't understand the importance of the pills. Michael calmly says that there is no need to worry so much. If something happens to them, they can still contact him. Leslie is glad to hear this. He says that his commander will protect Johnson, no matter what traps are prepared for him at the Battle of the Masters. The tea house with Master Ree in it, and Burke and Spencer sitting in front of him. Burke is very nervous from the realization of Ryo's superior strength. Because he is in the top 400 warriors, he will not reach such a level. He has been the head of the province for the past 10 years, and he is also the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Many dream of becoming a part of it. The master asks why they don't have some tea since he was invited here. They deeply respect Ryo and give him a gift in the form of an item, a link to the martial arts world, which should help him. The master is pleased with such a generous gift, the millennial spirit, but considers it expensive, but the interlocutors insist. Ree says that Burke can apply to the Martial Arts Association for 2 more years, and he thanks him. Spencer asks the master what he thinks about tomorrow's fight with the Johnson boy. Ree replies that he is just a boy, and asks what there is to be afraid of. Burke replies that although the boy is not very strong, he bought a forbidden pill at an auction and can take it before the fight. Then his power will increase. Master Ree exclaims that if the boy dares to take the pill, he will die before Burke's eyes. Spencer continues to pull the wool over the eyes of his ally's teacher. Ree says not to add fuel to the fire. He understands that these two want to take revenge on him for the death of his sons. The master says that Johnson is the scum of the martial arts world. He promises that the guy will not be saved tomorrow. They say they also wanted to ask for help in another matter that did not concern the guy. 3 strange girls come in. Spencer says they are students from the university. He has always admired Ree, so he invites him to a separate room to discuss some issues. The master giggles lustfully and says that the current students study well, and as a representative of the older generation, he must teach them well, especially the bigger one. The next day, Michael meditates while levitating with his stone. The guy thinks that the spiritual energy in China is less than there, but his training speed has increased. Is it because of the stone? The stone moved Michael doesn't believe that he can be alive, and he just answered. Michael says he can now call upon the power through the graveyard of rebirth, but he doesn't know what lies behind the ancient symbols. He decides that thinking is useless here and takes out coins and a turtle shell. Johnson is participating in a duel for the first time, so he decides to test his luck in this way. The shell stands on its edge, leaving the guy confused about his immediate future, without giving any clear answers. He realizes that he still knows nothing. The old man said that Michael is not competent enough to interfere in the affairs of heaven. At that moment, Belle knocks and comes in, saying that she is taking the gentleman to a duel. Michael didn't know that there were so many masters in America, and they would all come to watch the fight. And there are quite a few familiar faces. He sees the Sanders families, the Nixes and Jenkins with his brother, and even the Voxes. Somewhere in the crowd, Master Du and Locke, who is pretending to be Du's younger brother, are lost. John thinks he will protect his lord if his life is in danger, no matter what. Gawker notices that the 3 great judges are already at their workplace. My god, is this really that same Master Ree, and with him 2 other cool masters? Ree, as a member of the ministry, must strive for justice and maintain order. Belle tells Michael that these masters are in the first 500 masters, and Ree, according to some sources, has even made it into the first 300. For the first time, Michael begins to doubt his own strength, fearing that Master Ree has reached a realm higher than his own, and that he seems to have underestimated the ancient warrior. Stark says that to hold the position of judge, one needs not only strength, but also charisma and power, and also suggests keeping in mind that he is the vice president of the association. Few would dare to insult him. Belle warns him that the guy now has the opportunity to please the master. Michael is outraged. They pay attention to the second judge, Master Me. His family is very strong. If Michael has a good relationship with him, then Burke will not be able to touch him. Master Ree comes on stage and asks Johnson and Burke to come up to him. The old man, baring his teeth, warns Michael that he is a corpse, and the hero sighs indifferently. The public is shocked that the insignificant Johnson family is on the same battlefield with the master. How can he even compare to him? Master Me orders everyone to shut their mouths. He turns to the stands and angrily warns that whoever will persecute heresy and disrupt the duel process will regret it. Then he turns towards his rivals and thinks with regret that he feels sorry for such a young master who will have to end up here. Ryo chants that the start of the battle means that the two are fighting to the death, However, he hopes that the loser will admit defeat and they will get through without casualties. Now, standing between the two opponents, he announces the beginning of the battle. The elder Burke bursts into flames and threatens to pay dearly for the deaths of his relatives. Michael says he now understands everything and the old man will join his children, and his family will go down in history. Burke launches a furious and rapid-fire attack of name-calling against Johnson. Michael jumps back from the blow and happily announces that he cannot be defeated with such a crude technique. Burke throws 10 of his fists into the air towards Johnson. Michael blocks both hands, and another of his essences stands behind him and says that the opponent is just a turtle. Onlookers notice that Master Burke is rapidly losing control of the situation. Burke, upset that the battle did not end immediately, yells at Michael that he is a degenerate and only knows how to dodge. Michael, with an angry face, says that he can play with the Master for a long time, but he wants to see what a lousy family these Burkes are. From these words, the Master bursts into streams of strong blue flame, his eyes glow, and he wishes for his enemy to die. Johnson and Burke meet with their fists filled with millions of particles of magical energy. Michael smiles wryly and notes that his opponent is weaker than he thought. Michael's fist sends the enraged opponent flying, leaving him in shock and falling to the battlefield. The judges note that Burke trained for so long and got hit by a kid. How is that possible? Bell exclaims in admiration about Johnson's strength. Locke smiles contentedly and thinks that Michael really deserves to be called the ruler. The protagonist tells Burke that he, with such power, allows himself to be defeated by the younger ones. His family definitely deserves to die. Burke, in a cold sweat, says that he didn't mean to use his special move, but Michael leaves no choice and the old man rushes into the attack. Michael feels the familiar power of strong cultivation. Once this art is applied, it causes great damage to the internal organs. Now the guy understands why the old man spoke about retribution. The judges note that a blow of such force means inevitable death. Burke flies at the guy. His force field creates the shape of a palm. Michael notices that this is not a technique, but a pathetic trick. The Master crashes into Johnson, taking him deep into the ground, and a bright column of light shoots out of the hole. Belle and John are very worried about their friend, and Lucy is glad that finally at least something was able to kill her enemy. Spencer is angry that Michael doesn't deserve such an easy death. He feels sorry for the Burke family. As the smoke clears from the impact site, everyone notices Michael alive and the body of the Master. Spencer only says that this can't be. Judge Ree is in complete shock. He notices that the guy didn't even have time to accumulate energy. He understands that Michael simply put his fist under Burke's swift attack, but he doesn't know how he was able to break through such power and fight back. Judge Ree himself flies up to the guy in a murderous attack and tells him that the fight is over, but if the guy wants to die, he first needs to defeat him. Michael doesn't understand why the judge, who was pushing for justice, didn't stop Burke's deadly attack. The guy says that the old man is not the only one who will die today. A dog named Ree will go after him. Spencer sneaks up behind Johnson while he is distracted by Master Ree. He makes a dishonest attack from behind on an unsuspecting guy. Locke screams for the Overlord to turn around. He didn't expect them to flout the rules so blatantly. Spencer's sneaky strike is successful and penetrates Michael's flank defense. Now the opponent is about to strike at the head, but the guy is already preparing his counterattack. Michael knocks the crap out of Spencer with one punch, leaving his opponent's attack ineffective, yelling at Spencer that he's an old bastard who likes to sneak attack. He says he will send him to the next world, and then delivers a series of magical blows. Michael, in a state of bloody rage, continues to deliver multiple blows. The other judges realize that he just instantly defeated the head of the Spencer family, who was ranked 514th in America. Master Ree can't believe his eyes. Spencer is torn apart. He wonders what kind of technique Johnson used. Burke begs the Master for help because Johnson could destroy him too. Ree seriously says that as long as he is here, the kid will never dare to kill him. The last Burke is instantly hit in the forehead by an energy blast, leaving Rio in shock. Michael says that even if Jesus himself came to his aid, he would not be saved. Michael clearly provokes Ree by saying that he didn't seem to want the killings. The other judges are perplexed by Johnson's boundless arrogance. Ree asks why he killed Burke if the outcome was already decided, and he says that if he took someone's side and thinks he can kill on the sly, then he's a shitty old dog. Master Ree bursts into flames of many colors and shouts in rage that the guy is tired of living. Michael says that only Ree will die today, if of course he dares to challenge. All of Johnson's friends understand that the boy's words are deadly for him, that you can't talk to Master Ree like that, and that Michael is now a dead man. The Master concentrates a sea of energy in his palm. Michael notices that this one is smarter than the previous ones. Michael doesn't get lost and blazes with magic, concentrating all his energy. Master Mi stands in the middle of the two fighters. He orders them to stop. He is outraged by Master Ri's ardor towards the junior master's threats. Ri sternly says that the guy kills everyone indiscriminately and does not respect the judge. Shouldn't he take his life? The second referee explains that Michael acted within the rules. Spencer attacked from behind. He broke the rules. He should have been killed. Mai, pointing at Rio, asks why he interfered in the battle, since he is quite capable of looking after himself. Master Ri asks if Mai really thinks he can contradict him, and since he wants to protect this child so much, he will have a conversation with the president. He says that Johnson has nothing to do with the Mai family, and therefore he can safely kill him, whether he is sure that he still wants to protect him. As we think about how best to get out of this situation, Michael calmly asks if he's finished. Master Mi asks Johnson if he wants to join the family. Ryo stands in shock. The whole audience is delighted. No one understands how it happened, but it seems that there is a new addition to the Mai family. Lucy regrets that she missed that chance in the form of young Johnson. Ri shouts that accepting such a bloodthirsty killer into the family is a very reckless act. In his head, the master thinks that he will not be able to do anything if Michael accepts the invitation. Johnson wonders who this Mai family member is now, and if anyone has mixed anything up, leaving everyone shocked. Mai hints that only this will save the guy's life, but he says that he doesn't need saving. Michael apologizes and arrogantly says that starting a family is not in his plans, while the gentleman with the surname Ri is still alive. Lucy calms down and is glad that she refused him then. You can't build a wall out of mud. We regret to inform Johnson that he must take responsibility for his own life if he is willing. Mai says sadly that, to his regret, young people are prone to making mistakes. Ri says with fury that he has never seen such an arrogant person. Michael himself deprived himself of a chance to survive. Johnson says his opponent is a fool, and thanks to me, he was able to live an extra couple of minutes. Leslie and John are shocked by what is happening in the arena and do not know what to do. Master Ri is full of rage and says that it will take no more than 3 blows to kill the boy. Michael calmly notes that the master has concentrated a furious energy between his fingers. The entire field is permeated with the destructive energy of Judge Ri. Michael thinks that his opponent really isn't as bad of a fighter as the other two. Johnson grins in a terrifying smile and wants to feel the power of Ri to find out who is in the top 400 masters. The judge notices that Rio uses the ancient technique of breathing 1,000 blades. Not everyone can do it, but Michael easily dodges the blows. Johnson thinks this is a good move, but since he is still alive, everything is not so successful. Michael goes on the counterattack. Master Ri realizes that there really is something in the guy. No wonder Burke lost. Ri wraps his magical webs around Michael's knee and shouts that the bird will soon be in the cage. Ri is incredibly happy about the hit, but Johnson understands that not all is lost for him yet. The master strikes unexpectedly. A beam of light shoots out from the hero, throwing him upward. Ri is furious that this blow did not kill Michael on the spot. Anyone else would have already been torn in half. My doubts that with Ryo's enhanced technique, the hero has any chance, since he is badly injured even though he is alive. Johnson thinks that although he has an advantage in cultivation, it is still difficult to face such a strong warrior in such an intense battle. Michael takes out the crystal with the Graveyard of Rebirth and says that this is all that remains. A dark force envelops Michael, and Master Ri realizes that he must act quickly. Unexpectedly for himself, Michael finds himself in the Cemetery of Rebirth inside the crystal. The spirit of Claude Crank, whom the hero wanted to summon, flies out of the grave and asks how he took over the cemetery at such a low level. Michael wonders if it's really Claude and thinks about how he feels like a nobody compared to him. Crank realizes that Johnson thought there were 100 warriors buried here, but only one remains. The spirit wonders if he is better than those who could have been in his place. Michael does not understand what this guy is talking about. Claude decides to give Michael as much knowledge as he wants. Since the guy was able to subjugate the Cemetery of Reincarnation, his legacy will not sink into oblivion, and the aura of the outside world is too weak and his presence here is too limited. Johnson finds himself back on the battlefield, where Master Ri comes charging at him. Michael laughs at Ri, calling him a loser, and creates some kind of shield with his fingers. The master doesn't understand how Johnson was able to stop his full-force punch with just one finger. Ri flies away from the protagonist, the last of his strength, knocked out by young Johnson, oozing from his body. A moment later, Michael stands over the body of his opponent, who, raising his head, is indignant that the guy did the impossible and does not understand how he did it. Johnson explains to his opponent that he noticed that the master was unable to control himself in moments of rage, and the guy himself simply followed his own technique and forced Ryo's true energy to dissipate. Michael raises his fist, filled with power, and proclaims that it is now time to end all of this. Master Ri, in tears, does not understand how someone can use their magical energy to such an extent. The judges are shocked. They wonder what kind of deity this guy is and who can even concentrate true power in such a way. The master thinks that the gap between him and the guy is like between a mountain and sand. He really doesn't want to die. Ri begins to beg the guy to spare his life, saying that the devil has confused him. He made a mistake and is even ready to become his slave. Michael, not letting the master finish speaking, wipes him off the face of the earth, and now in his place, there is a column of blue glow reaching far up. Johnson looks at the pole with a deadly gaze and says that such a non-entity is not worthy of becoming his slave. The public does not believe what happened. Everyone is sitting in a cold sweat and shouting out questions to which they already know the answers. They just do not want to admit it. Nix Jr. asks his father why they didn't know about this guy before and says that he had a feeling that he wasn't human. His father completely agrees with him. Locke doesn't know how the master managed to reach such a level. He thinks that Johnson should be included in the history of American martial arts. John decides that he must keep up with the master, be his equal. The third judge asks the second if Michael is really an ancient warrior, as he feels that something is wrong, and Mai tells him that it seems that Johnson really is not that simple. Apparently, he is a cultivator. The master reports that he has heard of such things, but does not understand how such a thing could be, and wonders if cultivators who destroy heaven and earth even exist. Mai notes that Johnson has made too much noise, and if this becomes known, he will become an enemy for the entire martial arts world. He says that the big players will not tolerate a force that does not obey the laws. According to this, a strong man from the association should watch the battle from the shadows. If he leaves the battlefield, the news will spread, and the whole state will turn against Johnson. This man in the crowd says that Michael will die for killing the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. The protagonist notices this man and asks his power Claude if this is Master Ri's accomplice. The guy realizes that he has been noticed and wants to run away, but Michael is already directing a powerful stream of his magical energy at him. He falls down dead, and people around him ask what happened and why the man vomited blood. Johnson stands on the battlefield with the spirit of Claude, who enthusiastically states that he was able to kill a man from thousands of miles away, and that there is nothing wrong with killing. Michael worries that his friend is causing a lot of trouble, and now they have become targets for some people, to which Crank asks for permission to change the memories of these people. Johnson is shocked that this is possible. Claude informs him that he needs to use true power to delve into the brains of everyone present. The spirit says that there will still be someone who will follow them and tell everyone everything, but the memory still needs to be changed, and the guy himself now needs to improve himself in order to see the power of the second tombstone sooner. Johnson allows Crank to do whatever he wants with everyone, but not to touch Locke, and his spirit warns that there is one person who worries him, and after all, he wants to talk to him. Claude, using Michael's body, sends a beam of light into the heads of everyone present. John does not understand what is happening around him. Besides Locke, the beam also misses Master Mi's head, and he, looking around, also doesn't understand what's happening. The spirit of Crank stands before the master and tells him that he has a choice, loyalty or Claude. Mai can either forget everything that happened here or continue to remain a non-entity. Mai notices Johnson standing behind him, but understands that it is not he who is talking to him, but something higher. Weighing the pros and cons, the master decides to become a servant of the spirit and kneels before Michael. Crank points a beam at Mai's head and warns him that once he turns his back on him, the true power will tear the master apart from the inside. The spirit tells Johnson that he has a little more time, and they need to find a quiet place to complete one last task. Michael leaves in spirit, calling after him Master Mi, who is still kneeling. At Johnson's estate, the guy himself and Claude's spirit sit in a secret room where no one can disturb them. Crank notices that Michael has many doubts in his soul, but the spirit does not have much time to resolve them. Johnson, with a serious face, asks Claude why he is trapped in stone and why he is helping him. The spirit informs that firstly, they are not imprisoned in stone, but in the cemetery of rebirth. It just so happened that the cemetery is in stone. Secondly, the cemetery chose Michael, and now he is the master of rebirth, who rules over the world. Claude says that the only thing they can do for the guy is to help him overcome all obstacles and become immortal. Michael asks another question. He wants to know how to summon the remaining 99 tombstones. Crank says that to do this, the guy needs to be strong enough to convince other spirits that he is worthy, then he will be able to summon them. Claude suggests another option, saying that they can try to interest them in something, and the spirit also sadly reports that he is the weakest in the cemetery. Michael is shocked by what he hears. He thinks about the power of the cemetery and realizes that it is probably capable of splitting the void and destroying the stars. The spirit says that he only has an hour left and intends to have time to teach Michael everything that he knows. They start the lesson. The guy sits down in a meditation pose. A lot of images related to martial arts flash in his head. The spirit says that in order to reincarnate, Michael needs to have 100 powerful forces under his control. He wants to pass on his experience to the world and asks to call him a teacher. Claude complains that he doesn't like this life, but he really hopes that he and Johnson will meet again, after which the teacher disappears. The main character's head is filled with various thoughts that he cannot sort out. He realizes that he has reached the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm, notices that the power is not being released, but only getting stronger. The guy is happy that he was able to improve so much. Michael throws his arms up, his power shaking everything around him. He screams about the realm of movement he was able to enter. People on the street think there has been an earthquake. They even want to call the police. Johnson feels like a superhuman. He can crush anyone now, and more importantly, he sensed the appearance of a new grave in the Rebirth Cemetery. And if he gets stronger, he will be able to summon it. Then the guy's phone rings. It turns out to be Jessica. She asks where Michael is now. He says he's at home. The girl panics and says that she is about to have a stroke, saying that there was just an earthquake near the house and wondering how Michael could not have felt it. Jessica calms down and tells the guy to hurry to Sarah because today is her birthday. The guy, who completely forgot about the holiday, says that he will be there soon. Leslie tells his boss what he saw yesterday, saying that he remembers Johnson killing Burke and Spencer, but he doesn't understand at all how Master Ree was killed. The guy himself only saw his torn body. The boss finds this circumstance very strange and asks for a more detailed story, and is also surprised by the power of the main character. Clinton tries to remember, but finds that his memories are blocked and unresponsive, with only vague outlines emerging. The boss understands that we are talking about erasing memory. He flies up from his seat in shock, shouting something about psychics. He asks his subordinate if he was wearing these clothes yesterday, and after receiving a positive answer, he orders Leslie to quickly take off his pants. He says that he is not like that, but the boss stops his stupid thoughts, saying that he needs a belt, which has a video recording device. Clinton, connecting this complex device to the computer, admired the genius of his boss. They watch the recording. The boss, seeing Michael's abilities, says that he is simply not human. He is terrified by the understanding that only the first 50 masters are capable of this. He thinks about the fact that Johnson is only a little over 20, the first 50 masters, old men who dedicated their entire lives to their strength. These are two completely different ideas that do not fit together in the man's head. Leslie tells the boss that, judging by this recording, their Dragon Order is unlikely to be able to stand up to the powerful Johnson. The boss warns Clinton that he must not tell anyone what he just saw, and if the guy blabs, he himself will accuse him of treason. The chief also realizes that any observer of yesterday's massacre could have had a similar recording device, and he instructs Leslie to check everyone and get rid of all the recordings by any means necessary. He also orders that a plane be prepared for him, and he immediately flies to an unknown high-ranking gentleman in another city. Jessica is at the Walsh house for a birthday party and notices influential people everywhere that she had only seen on TV before. Sarah angrily asks her friend where Michael is. She replies that she just spoke to him. He will be there soon. The birthday girl is unhappy since the guy did not come himself and he had to be reminded about the holiday. The girl's mother intervenes in the conversation, saying that an important guest has arrived and they should personally greet him and get to know him better. This guest turns out to be martial arts master Nick Board, from the family of Sarah's future husband. Megan tells her daughter that their family really needs the protection of some strong master, and Nick is just one of them. He is in the top 600 in America. The Walshes express their delight at the arrival of such a gentleman, and he says that he is sorry that his young master could not be present in person, and invites Sarah to meet him at their home after the banquet. The girl politely declines the invitation, citing numerous concerns and suggests rescheduling the meeting for another time. All the guests are shocked by the refusal of the younger Walsh because their arranged marriage with Board has not yet taken place, and there is no need to irritate a wealthy and influential family. Megan tries to tell everyone that her daughter was just joking, but Sarah insistently tells her mother that she will not be in this house for long and will never be Derek Board's wife. The master understands that his boss will not accept refusal, and therefore the consequences will not be long in coming. Master Me appears at the party, telling Nick that he has great power. Megan is shocked by his arrival because he refused the invitation. He smiles and says that he is glad to be here and congratulates the young girl on her birthday. All the guests are confused. Since the MI family usually does not interact with other families, someone asks why he came then. We suggest that Sarah not stay in the province for long, to which Nick reacts sharply, saying that Walsh will actually be joining the Board family soon. The master asks Nick not to rush to conclusions, and he thinks that Mai is too arrogant. His family is no longer as powerful as it was 10 centuries ago. Mai says he understands that the Board family is greater than his family, but in this house he is the representative, and Nick is just the board dog. Nick, in a rage, directs his energy at another master, but Mai stops the attack. The attacker decides to simply leave this conversation, saying that they will meet again. Megan approaches the master and asks him what is going on with Johnson, since Mai is the judge of yesterday's duel. Sarah runs up to her mother and asks what kind of duel this is, and she replies that Michael himself is to blame. He accepted Burke's challenge and paid for it. The young girl is very worried about her friend and asks the master if he is alive. Here, to her relief, the guy himself appears and wonders what kind of conversations are already going on about him, since he just came in. Megan can't believe his eyes when he sees Johnson alive and well, because two great ancient warriors had their eyes on him. How could they allow him to still be alive? Master Mi kneels before the protagonist, warmly greeting him and calling him Lord. Everyone around is shocked by such a gesture from the great and venerable master. Megan believes that his family will be furious if they find out what Mai did. Sarah, with her eyes lit up, thinks that with such support, Michael will be able to protect her from the terrible Board family. She believes that the guy has a promising future. Nick, looking at Sarah and seeing the way she looks at Johnson, concludes that the girl is in love with him. Michael asks Mai to get up from her knees because the guy has already attracted too much attention to himself, which should go to the birthday girl. Johnson, spreading his arms for a hug, approaches the girl, apologizes for being late, and hopes that she is not offended. Sarah demonstratively puffs out her cheeks and says that she will be angry if the guy does not give her a decent gift. The main character pats his pocket with a smug smile, saying that there is a gift there, and the girl will definitely like it. The other guests are unhappy with the behavior of this narcissistic guy who thinks that his gift will be the best. Here, Megan takes the girl, interrupting their sweet conversation with the guy, and says that it's time for them to go on stage. 3 women of Walsh's generation are on stage, and Megan begins her speech, thanking everyone in attendance for coming to celebrate her little girl, with a special thank you to the Board family. Michael notices Sarah's well-looking grandmother, and Jessica tells him that this family respects their elders. The girl asks the guy where he has been for half a day, saying that she has been looking for him everywhere, to which Johnson says that he was solving minor problems. Nightingale notices that the gift-giving ceremony has begun on stage, and a man has already come out to congratulate Sarah. He gives the birthday girl an imperial jade, declaring its value at $50 million. Discussions immediately begin among the other guests. Everyone criticizes such a gift, because the Walsh family is already rich, and they do not need such an ugly statuette. Jessica draws attention to her gift, for which she immediately becomes ashamed. Michael supports the girl, saying that Sarah values attention, not money. The girl decides to go and give it to the next one, because the longer she hesitates, the less she wants to give away this box. She wants to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Sarah meets her, laughingly says that she will not forgive her best friend for a bad gift, and she says that it is inexpensive, but from the heart. The gift turns out to be a miniature copy of their house, where their figures can be seen in the window. Jessica says that she made it with her own hands. Sarah is delighted with the gift and looks through the small window to get a closer look. The happy girl hugs her friend, telling her that she is wonderful and she loves her to death. Jessica laughs and asks her to keep her gift carefully. Master Mi is touched by their sisterhood and decides to be the next to present his gift. Mai gives the girl his family's jade order, which shocks everyone present, and he also wishes the girl the fulfillment of all her wishes. Megan understands that with the help of this order, she can get protection from the Mai family. She asks to take the gift, since her family will not be able to accept such a value. The master says that his gift is nothing compared to the relationship between Sarah and Michael. He hopes to attend their wedding soon, where he will present a much better gift, leaving the girl confused. The crowd is in doubt. Everyone calls it a confrontation, because Sarah has a wedding contract with the Board family. An enraged Nick quickly appears next to me, warning him that he is now in such a position that no one will save him. The master only laughs. Nick turns to Sarah and gives her the order of the Board family, saying that this amulet is better than the one that Mai gave her, and also informs that he has another gift for the girl. He takes out a box with a magic pill, saying that if a person who is not involved in martial arts takes this pill, he will immediately become a master and reach the highest realm. The crowd is all whispering about the power of the boards and realizing that the pill has eclipsed all their gifts. They discuss how such a family can easily afford such gifts. Megan quickly flies up to Nick and says that she would gladly accept such a gift for her daughter, and hopes that one day their family will be able to repay in kind. Michael knocks the amulet and the pill out of Master Board's hands and asks with a displeased face how he can give Sarah such trash. Nick flares up in rage, his energy filling the entire space around him. He tells the guy that he doesn't dare spoil the gift of the young Board, and now he's a corpse. Johnson says that such expired pills will only give Sarah a stomachache, and if Nick wants to take a normal medicine, it is better to contact him himself, and the guy hands the master a handful of pills. The guests are shocked. They smell an amazing smell and notice the engraving on the tablets, which convinces them that the pills are indeed of the best quality. Megan realizes how much she underestimated Michael. Not only is he an amazing craftsman, but he also gets his pills from somewhere, and of such quality that Board's pill is real trash compared to this one. The protagonist pours a handful of pills into the hands of a shocked Sarah, telling her not to hesitate. Then he says that this is just an addition to the main gift and hands her the box, saying that if she doesn't like it, he's ready to do her and Jessica's laundry for a year. The girl unties the ribbon on the gift and warns the guy that she is very picky. The box contains the very necklace that her grandfather once wanted to give her, and the girl is delighted. Guests present laugh at Johnson's gift, saying they expected more from him. Sarah cries with happiness and looks at Michael, thanking him for being able to return the necklace. The girl shows the gift to her surprised grandmother, who confirms that it is the same teardrop necklace that her grandfather made for her. Sarah warmly thanks the guy, saying that this is the best gift. Michael exhales, happy that he won't have to do the girl's laundry. The inspired girl rushes to the guy and kisses him on the cheek. Michael is very surprised. The crowd is indignant at how one of the first 3 beauties of New York, a perfect girl in every way, could fall in love with such a guy. And the guests also notice that she is the young Board's fiancée, and this act is close to treason. Nick is furious. He is irritated by the girl's actions. He rushes at her with insults and waves his hand. Young Johnson stands up for the girl, catches the master's hand and tells him that he has crossed the line. Nick insults the guy, and he slaps him so hard that Board spins to the other end of the room and crashes into tables. Nick calls the guy a bastard, reminding him what family he comes from. Michael flares up, in a rage catches up with the already lying master, puts his foot on the man's chest, and asks him what is so special about their family. Those present are shocked by the guy's behavior. They don't understand how he can allow himself to talk to Board like that, and they speculate about what would happen if the head of their family arrived now. Michael says that Nick is lucky today. If it weren't for Sarah's birthday, he would have killed him, but now he just doesn't want to stain the room with blood. Board can't take it anymore and tries to hit the guy, but he uses his strength to throw him out of the house. A disgruntled Nick threatens Michael with his master, to whom he will now report everything, and then Johnson will be ground into dust. Johnson orders Mr. Me to get rid of the Board family dogs, as he is a great professional in this matter. Mike quickly leaves to complete the task. People in the area do not understand how the gentleman agreed to do the dirty work for the guy. This will lead to a decline in the status of his family. Megan talks about how Michael is a powerful and strong young man. She already thinks that he is not such a bad candidate for her daughter, so she calls him to her. The girl's mother offers to pour tea, which is made especially for their family. There will be no more chance. Michael says that he did not expect that she would serve him herself. She laughs that he is afraid that she will poison him. The guy laughs, saying that no poison will kill him. She tells the guy that she underestimated him before, admits that he is full of surprises and quite an impressive young man. Michael asks if that's the only reason he was called. The woman says no and tells him about her daughter's engagement. Johnson is surprised and asks why he hasn't heard about it before. Megan says that the engagement was planned a long time ago and is necessary because their family is strong only from the economic side and they need the support of martial arts masters. The mother continues, saying that they have several craftsmen, but this is not enough. Sarah's father has spoken with many families, but only the Boardies have agreed. This is their last hope. She admits that the guy has reasons to hate her, but asks him to understand that everything she did was to protect the family, then suggests that the guy give up her daughter, since the Boards will take revenge. Megan also warns the guy that he will face revenge from the Boards in any case, and that help can only be expected from the Nixes and Mai. She sincerely repents of her past mistakes and asks the guy to go somewhere far away before the Boards find out about him, saying that this is the only way to stay alive. Johnson asks with an indignant face if the Board family is really that powerful, if he is stronger than the Martial Arts Association. Megan explains to the guy that these are two completely different concepts that cannot be compared, but in terms of influence, The association is much more powerful than the boards. Michael thanks Walsh for the information and leaves, and she offers to give him a private jet. Johnson says no one will force him to kneel, and since the Board family has wronged him, he sees nothing wrong with getting rid of them once and for all. The main character sitting at home realizes that he has been too tired lately and decides to get some sleep today. Then Jessica comes to him and says that Sarah won't be coming to spend the night. The girl wants to discuss what happened with the guy. Nightingale asks Michael what he thought of Walsh's kiss, and the boy, sweating profusely, says it wasn't that bad, then quickly corrects himself and says it was nothing special. Jessica kisses Johnson harshly on the lips and asks if she is better than Sarah. Michael replies that he can't judge fairly because the girls kissed him in different places and offers Jessica a kiss on the cheek. The girl gets angry, attacks the guy, and demands an answer to her question, to which he says that of course it is her. Michael realizes that praising another girl in front of Jessica would be too stupid. Nightingale laughs. She tells the guy that she doesn't know whether he's cheating on her or not, but she's decided to win him over today. The guy turns the girl over, saying that he will not let her tower over him. Then his phone rings, which he instantly burns through with his power. The guy is very unhappy that someone dared to interrupt them. He, very excited, invites the girl to continue what they started. At that moment, the second phone rings. Michael is furious and is about to destroy it too, and Jessica grabs his hand and screams that it is her phone. Johnson, with a very displeased look on his face, says that next time he will just buy her a new one. The girl says that Clark called, and since he called both of them, it's clearly a very serious matter. Michael, very upset, thinks that he missed such a wonderful chance. The guy answers the phone on Jessica's phone and asks Clark what happened. Robert says that things are very bad. Someone stole the recipe for their drug. A guy and a man stand sadly near a torn-to-pieces safe. Michael demands an explanation. Robert says that at around 8 o'clock in the evening, a group of men broke into the company building, killed several bodyguards, and stole the recipe and other important resources. Johnson thinks that no one could have broken the safe because he sealed it himself, which means it was broken into with a fake key. Michael concludes that these are not ordinary robbers, because the bodyguards are Locke's subordinates. They are professionals who fought side by side with the governor, which is why they died so easily. Clark asks to be punished for losing the recipe because the mole in the company was his subordinate. But Johnson says that it doesn't matter anymore. Now is not the time to shift the blame to others. He suggests Robert go check on the victims. Michael, upon examining the bodies, notices that they were all tortured before death, and especially cruelly. Clark asks what to do with the stolen recipe. Johnson says he can always write a new one, but people's lives cannot be brought back. The guy asks if the camera footage has been checked. Clark says that they were disabled, but people are trying to restore the data. Michael suggests looking for clues elsewhere and also tells Robert to transfer $10 million to the families of the victims. Clark notes that Johnson truly values every person in his company. Michael notices that one of the dead men has a clenched fist and bends down to unclench it. The guy takes out the family crest. He understands that before their death, Locke's people left them a clue. Someone calls Leslie. He picks up the phone and asks where they got his number, but it turns out to be Johnson. He says that he borrowed Clark's phone to call. The guy sends a photo of the family crest and asks for help in identifying it. Clinton recognizes it as the Akita crest. Michael asks again, confused. Leslie reports that Akita is a foreign mafia organization. They even tried to infiltrate America. The head of the mafia is named Alex Bay. He himself claims that he is immortal and has 100,000 students. In his native country, everyone revere him as if he were a god in the flesh. Clinton reports that he has already dealt with them. They were able to drive them away. But then they lost 7 people. You can't joke with mafia members. And recently information appeared about a group of foreigners. It is probably Akita. Leslie knows that they are staying at the same hotel, and Michael asks to send him the address of this place. Leslie immediately agrees. Clark asks if Johnson is going to Akita. He says that they could live happily in their own country, but since they decided to go all this way to get here, he will send them to hell at his own expense. The Akita members discuss the results of the previous operation among themselves. Each taking his place, only the mole stands in the middle of the hall. The big guy says that he didn't think that the operation could go so well. As if God helped. The second one notes that God only helps the simple. Alex Bay helps them. The trader asks what will happen to him and their agreement. They say that they will definitely transfer money to his Japanese account and also make citizenship for him. He asks to get some of the money now because he needs to fly away urgently since he betrayed the Tizen Group company. The bully throws the spy to the floor and asks who he thinks he is and does he really think they are lying. Ambal says that they still won't give him money, but he has made a huge contribution to the future of the nation. They believe that there is no longer any point in keeping him alive, and therefore it is time to finally deal with him. But he begs to be left alive. The giant says that Americans are pathetic and deserve to die. Michael appears and says that a man who is on his knees is pathetic. America has nothing to do with it. He also says with a smug smile that these guys aren't worth insects. The mafioso is shocked that this guy climbed up to the 18th floor through a window. A former company employee asks Johnson to save him, and quickly. The elder orders Michael's limbs to be cut off and brought to him, and the entire gang rushes forward. Michael teleports behind the leader and suddenly asks who is in charge here. The big guy tenses up, and Johnson says it doesn't matter, because they're all going to die today anyway. Michael grabs the giant by the teeth and tells him that he seems to think he's tough, but he's just a fat guy, and then pulls out all of his upper teeth. A smarter mafia member tells him to be careful because this brat is a martial artist. Johnson effortlessly grabs the prone leader and throws him into the rest of the crowd of thugs, sending them flying. Another guy frantically thinks about how the guy threw a 300-kilogram carcass with one hand and then admires the power of his opponent. He watches the intense beating of his teammates and continues to admire the skill of his enemy. He has never had the opportunity to meet such a one in America. Becoming extremely emboldened, he says that he is one of the masters of the ancient art of using the Akita-style sword, and he will condescend to take his life. Michael grins angrily and orders him to shut up, and also asks if he killed his people and then stole the recipe. The killer says that someone else killed, but he won't allow them to meet, and Michael has already managed to bend his huge forelock with his air attack. Johnson advises the thug to call his men's killer right now, or he'll experience every level of pain a human can feel. But the guy just says he was only hit because he wasn't expecting it. He exclaims that you can't touch his hair. He orders them to stop and says that he is an ambassador, and people like him can't be touched. Michael quickly rips out the bandit's huge hairdo, and he screams in response. Another murderer comes. He asks why it is so noisy here. The previous bandit asks to save him. And Michael understands that this is the same man who dealt with his people. The maniac, with an evil smile, understands that Johnson is here and says that it was really he who killed them. And he also asks Michael to tell something interesting about himself. He says that Johnson's men were silent, so he wanted to play origami, so he folded and broke their bones. It's a shame. But no one said anything. The psycho says that they were protecting Michael, and he came himself. That's hilarious. Michael is in a silent rage. He lets go of the bandit's hair and slowly walks towards the madman. The thug is glad that the leader has arrived. Now the American is finished, because he is a giant with a height of 240 centimeters. He has the strength and speed of a monster, which contradicts his huge body. He can tear iron with his bare hands. He is a savage. He is a killing machine. The bandit continues to praise his leader as Michael begins his brutal execution. Michael says that his bones will be broken inch by inch, says that he has swallowed radioactive waste, and then he makes this tortured body rise. Then Johnson, with madness in his eyes, says that he also wants to try playing origami, but with him. Michael turns his opponent's bones into finely ground flour, leaving his body looking like a sack of meat. The bald bandit doesn't understand how this is possible. His leader can't even get up. He wonders who this man is as the master's body flies past. Johnson says it's his turn, and he hints that there was some kind of misunderstanding. He is trying to negotiate that they will compensate for all the damage, and in general, Akita is looking for strong Chinese for cooperation, and he, like no one else, is suitable. Michael asks again about compensation. He agrees, and Johnson says that he will pay with his life and completely burns his head off. Johnson stands with a burning hand. There are many corpses lying around, including mutilated ones, and a mole sitting on his lap. The traitor begs Johnson to forgive him, that he will work for the company for free for the rest of his life, that he is a Harvard graduate, that he will definitely be useful, and that he once again asks to be allowed to make amends. Michael kicks the rat in the stomach, sending him flying, and asks how he plans to bring people's lives back, and he replies that he doesn't. Johnson says he won't kill him. Let him bear the brunt of those people's deaths. He is one of the founders of the Tizen group. How low he has fallen. He has become just a piece of shit. Michael decides it's time to call Locke to clean things up. A dark fog comes out of the dead, disfigured body. Michael does not understand how he can be alive at all, and the fog says that everyone is dead and laughs. Johnson realizes that he is still a corpse. He is just being controlled. The spirit of Alex Bay appears. He asks if the guy knows what happens to those who cross Akita. Michael asks who he is anyway, and suddenly sees that someone has such a secret technique in Japan. The spirit asks him to give his name. He calls himself Daddy Johnson, shoots concentrated energy from his finger, vaporizing Bay, telling him to know his place. Michael says that if they ever get into America again, he will kill everyone. Japan, Alex's soul returns to his body, which sits in the middle of a large hall with a family crest. The man says that Michael will pay for his treachery and then spits out blood from the damage he has suffered. Meeting at Tizen Group, Michael returns the lost documents. He asks what they can say about this. They say that Michael was able to get the documents in a short period of time, but for some reason, they are covered in blood. Johnson says that if he is not happy with someone, he can leave the company, because if someone betrays him, he promises that the consequences will be extremely severe. The guy is already at Jessica's house. She says that he is already here, but still thinking about work. He regrets it. He says that if he had been more careful in selecting his employees, this would not have happened, but she says that he needs to stop blaming himself for this. Michael says that this is not enough and attracts the girl, and then kisses her. The stairs to the bedroom have a lot of things scattered on them, mostly underwear. They are lying in bed. Jessica gently hugs Michael and he smiles sweetly. Michael asks the girl if she is in pain after her night's adventure, and she replies that she is not in pain after he healed her. He says that she shouldn't exhaust herself. Next time he will move because it is easier for him. The girl abruptly but sweetly denies because she has to dominate. Michael giggles sweetly. She asks permission to tell him a secret, but only if he tells her his in return. He agrees. Jessica says, blushing deeply, that she loved him 5 years ago. She's very glad that he finally came back. Michael reciprocates. She later found out what happened to his family. She is angry that she can't do anything. She also says that she is weak. Even now, she will only be a burden to him. But the girl says that she likes to cook him dinner. Even though he cooks better, she just likes to do it and spend time with him. That's why she wanted to be his first woman, so that he would remember her all his life. He, gently hugging the girl and kissing her hair, tells her not to worry that someone will ever take her place. Michael asks what she wanted to know about him. She says that he has too many secrets, so let him choose which one to start with. He decides that he needs to tell about where he was 5 years ago when he fell into the lake. An old man saved him. He took Johnson to a place called the Appalachian Hollows, which is deep in the Appalachian Mountains. There is a place where martial artists are not limited by anything and can do whatever they want. There was only one rule: the strongest survives, and he spent 5 years of difficult trials there. Fascinated by Michael, Jessica asks a very strange question. She wonders if he can ever take her there. She wants to know more about the places he has been. Johnson wonders if it's too dangerous for him to guarantee his safety, let alone Jessica's. But that's in the past now that he has over 100 magical spirits and a rebirth graveyard. He says that when they have time, they will definitely go there on vacation. Michael offers to repeat the night's adventures in a morning format as a reward for her. The Martial Arts Association and its president, Tyler White, are trying to figure out who will take responsibility for the deaths of their members. Someone stands up and says that that brat Johnson is to blame and not them. He explains that an investigation has been conducted and they have no direct evidence. Tyler says that it is precisely Johnson's identity that raises many doubts. Firstly, he became a master in too short a time, and secondly, he killed not only Burke and Spencer, but also the great master Ree. Other members of the association agree with the leader's words. They say that eyewitnesses said that Rio seemed to be torn apart, and the arena itself was damaged. This would be possible if the guy was possessed by a demon. White doesn't understand how this is possible. The other master says that no one can really tell anything in detail, and their undercover man was also killed. It's all suspicious. Tyler sends 3 of his best men to find out the details of Master Ree's murder. He asks them not to miss a single detail, and if they find nothing, then let them bring Johnson to him. They cannot allow the vice president to die in vain. Clinton and the main character are standing at the base of the Dragon Squad. The guy thanks the fighter for yesterday's help, and he says that it's just his job. Michael asks why Leslie was looking for him. He replies that it was not he who was looking for him, but his boss. The boss asks Johnson to do him a favor and become an instructor for the Dragon Spirit Squad. He talks about the squad itself, saying that they are mysterious troops who follow the orders of only the first captain in America. They have sworn to protect the peace of the country and resolve all extraordinary situations. Michael doubts that he is the right person for such an important task, but the captain reassures him, guaranteeing that there is no more suitable candidate in all of America. The boss knows that the guy doesn't like restrictions, so he tells him to be free in his choice of training, and in return, he offers military protection for the guy's loved ones. As an example, he gives a sniper who will eliminate any danger that appears near Sarah or Jessica. He says that, of course, that's not all. He will also send masters who will be near them and report every minor incident. So the dragon spirit will react immediately to the danger, and then he will inform Michael. Johnson reflects that this is only the case with prominent political figures, and the guy finds the offer advantageous. The boss understands that Michael has a lot of enemies, who of course are not dangerous for him, but for the girls they are very dangerous. The guy cannot be around them all the time, so they really need security. Johnson asks what his duties are. The captain explains that the guy chooses the training methods himself. The longer he trains the fighters, the stronger they will be, and then the country itself will become stronger. Michael promises to justify the trust, announcing that for every experience from one of his training sessions, the fighters will be able to kill 110 enemies on the battlefield. The boss thinks that the guy is greatly exaggerating, because training yourself and coaching others are completely different. The protagonist turns to the squad and says that he is now their instructor. The fighters are not happy with their boss's decision. They consider themselves to be quite powerful and do not understand who this guy is, what he thinks of himself, and why their boss is humiliating himself in front of him. They begin to protest, saying that they will not trust their lives to this impudent brat. Michael, beginning to warm up his hands, invites all the dissatisfied to a personal fight, saying that he is not against even a collective attack. The fighters call the guy too arrogant and are not going to stoop so low and attack him in a crowd. The boss notes that since Johnson says he is ready to fight, then they have nothing to fear. Let them fight. If someone defeats Michael, then he will remove him from the position of instructor. The confident fighter says that they will not humiliate themselves by attacking in a crowd and that he alone will be enough to defeat the brat, and he begins the attack. Michael tells the fighter to concentrate all his strength on his toes for more correct movements, but he does not listen, considering himself to be powerful as is. The fighter senses Johnson's strong aura and can't do anything about it, and the protagonist knocks out his opponent by slamming him into the wall. The rest of the squad is shocked by the guy. Now that he has defeated a strong opponent, they understand that he is truly powerful. Johnson invites other fighters to the battlefield, saying that even their combined attack will not harm him. They rush at the hero with shouts, deciding that he has become too arrogant and needs to be taught a lesson. Michael only laughs. Johnson notices that the fighters have a good understanding of how to fight, but decides to teach them more. With one swing of his fist, he sends all his opponents flying far away without them realizing what is happening. All the fighters are lying on the ground and sighing in pain from their injuries, and Michael notices that it looks like victory is his. The guy is attacked by another bunch of people, but he also easily throws them in different directions. The fighters are forced to admit that Michael is far superior to them, as no one can defeat him. The squad members line up in front of the guy and report to him, obeying the new instructor. A pleased Johnson thinks that these guys are very good, and it will be easy enough for him to train them to the proper level. He enthusiastically offers them to learn how to receive the challenge to the heavens, and all the fighters enthusiastically agree. Michael asks them to be more patient and decides to teach them a few simpler techniques first, believing that he will make them all stronger. The protagonist thinks that if he can secure their support, his plans to expand power will come true. His underground forces are controlled by Locke. The company and Clark provide financial support, and on top of that, he now has the Dragon Spirit military. Michael realizes that he can now protect his surroundings and finally gain the confidence to fight Master Torres, who took everything from him. The capital is very dangerous. The most powerful and rich families respect the families of martial artists, as they are at the top of America, and in order to compete with them, Johnson needs to develop his strength to incredible proportions. The three masters that the association president sent look at the destroyed arena. They understand that the cause was a powerful force. They cannot imagine any master capable of such a thing. They realize that there is some master they don't know about. One assumes that this is the work of a cultivator. Another thinks that Johnson met someone during these 5 years, since he himself could not kill Ree. The third one says that this is all too suspicious and suggests simply delivering Michael to White. At Jessica's house, a guy and 2 girls are sitting at the table. Johnson admires the food cooked by Sarah, and Nightingale is surprised that she can cook at all. Walsh welcomes the compliments, saying she has learned a lot from her grandmother during these days at home. Jessica asks the guy where he was yesterday. He replies that he went to a base whose name he doesn't remember, and now he's going to Lynx and invites her to go with him. The girl is happy about the invitation, but Sarah says that they were going to go shopping, so they are busy. Michael says goodbye to the girls and goes outside, where he notices a military vehicle and a man next to it. He greets the instructor and asks where the guy is going. Johnson realizes that it is a guard from the Dragon Spirit. The main character says that he is going to the university to see a friend and asks not to call him an instructor on the street. In the dorm room, Link excitedly tells Michael that he has already completed the first level of cultivation and feels power being born within him. Johnson hands his friend a handful of pills, warning him to take one a day, which will cause discomfort. But once he takes the last one, the results will surprise him. Moresby is flushed with his new power and takes the pills, saying that he will definitely take them to protect his family. Michael wishes his friend would look like the sweet boy he once knew, rather than the angry man he has become with his newfound powers. On the street, Johnson is stopped by a man who asks how to get to the hostel. The guy kindly explains, but feels something is wrong. Michael doesn't have time to ask the stranger what else he wanted before the man is already flying towards the guy in an attack, arms outstretched. Johnson dodges the fatal blow by jumping up and says that he is a shameless old man. A stranger asks a guy to answer one question, calling him an impudent boy who doesn't know his place. He asks the protagonist what happened in the duel, how he was able to kill Master Ri. Michael realizes that he is facing a master from the Martial Arts Association and calls him a scumbag who is outraged. Johnson, with a sly smile, notes that not only his interlocutor is a jerk, but also everyone who works in the association. He shouts at the guy, "How dare he talk like that?" The master says he doesn't care about the truth. He will kill the bastard today, to which Johnson delivers his magical blow, blowing off his head. The main character calls his assistant and orders him to quickly blow here to help clean up the trash. Suddenly, the dead master's phone rings. Michael picks it up and answers the call. On the other end of the line, someone asks how things are going with the Johnson family degenerate, says that White wants to see him alive. After a long silence, the interlocutor realizes that the master is killed and hangs up. Michael says that he will still find a way to deal with these people. A car from the Dragon Spirit, the one Johnson saw in the morning, arrives at a breakneck speed. A man jumps out of it and asks if everything is okay with the owner. Michael throws him the master's phone number and asks him to check the last calls and get information about the Martial Arts Association. Johnson, already sitting at home, receives the requested information. He is surprised that the association has existed for more than 100 years. It includes more than 20 families of the province. He concludes that one cannot underestimate such a rival. He also learns that the president of the association has the right to govern the entire province. The current one is named Tyler White, and he is ranked 189th. The guy concludes that he cannot be compared to Master Rio. Michael notes that this information is 2 years old, and it is difficult to imagine what place this person occupies now. Johnson realizes that he still has a lot to deal with White, so he decides to train more and goes to the rebirth graveyard. He chooses a grave and wants to summon the spirit, but he realizes that he is not yet strong enough. The main character understands that he needs to level up as quickly as possible to summon this spirit. He cannot cope with the association alone. The guy gets a call from his assistant who reports the location of the people who called the master who wanted to kill him. Michael doesn't understand why they are still there and haven't run away. The assistant warns the guy that there are 2 very strong masters in the hotel and offers help from the Order of Dragons, but Johnson replies that he can handle it himself and hangs up. The hero thinks about his next plan. All ideas with murders seem dangerous to him, and he decides to use the power of subordination that Claude's spirit gave him in order to make these masters his servants. 2 craftsmen from the association are sitting in a hotel room and do not understand why their friend has not contacted them yet. They think that he was killed, but quickly come to the conclusion that this is impossible. After some time, they realize that the master is dead, and Johnson really does have some strong friend. They decide to call the president of the association and report everything. As soon as one of the masters takes the phone, Michael, who has just appeared, burns it with his power. He asks why they haven't called for help yet. One of the masters throws a throwing knife at the guy, but he turns it back at his opponent. The second master manages to block the knife with an iron rod, saving his friend. He tells him that Johnson is a cultivator and that he has a lot of aces in his pocket. They need to be careful. Michael pays attention to the staff. He likes it. He offers the master to become his slave and give him the weapon. In exchange, the guy promises to grant him life. The masters rush at the master with shouts, saying that even though he is a cultivator, he cannot defeat the 2 of them. Johnson dodges one attack and grabs the other by the arm and spins his body through the air like a tube. The one who missed tries to attack the guy again from behind. He raises his staff behind his head and jumps on Michael. The master summons a ghost spirit from the soul capture staff, and black angry faces appear in the room. They attack Johnson while the master is about to smash the guy's head in. But Johnson catches the staff with his hands, the spirits disappear. The master does not understand how the guy managed to do this. The main character, with a sly smile, says that he exposed himself specifically to test the power of the staff, but he had already encountered such a weapon many times. Michael hits his opponent in the face with his own weapon with all his might, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Johnson, examining the staff, states that it is indeed spiritual, activated by energy, but not as powerful as one would like. But still, in good hands, it can show itself well. Michael punches one of the masters, causing his body to fly across the room and slam into the wall. A member of the Martial Arts Association dies instantly from such a powerful throw. The hero approaches the second master and gives him a choice. Either he becomes his slave or goes to the next world after his friend. The master thinks about his family, understands that if he dies, the family will be in danger, and decides to become a servant. He bows to Johnson and begs for mercy. Johnson says that the master made the right choice. He asks him to raise his head so that Michael can give him a drop of blood. The protagonist warns the slave that if he thinks about betrayal, he will be instantly incinerated. Wally F.A., who has submitted to Michael, says that he will do whatever his master wants. He feels Johnson's strength and understands that he can get rid of him at any moment. Michael needs the association to leave him alone for the next month. He orders F.A. to monitor this, and he is surprised at the thought that his boss is going to deal with the president in such a short time. At the villa that Clark gave Johnson, the boy sits and admires his new weapon, the staff, thinking that he has never held anything like it in his hands before. The protagonist imagines how in a month he will personally go to the association and deal with White personally. Someone knocks on the door. Johnson does not understand who could come to him at night. It turns out to be Belle Stark. The girl looks scared and unwell. She wraps her clothes around herself and asks permission to enter. Once inside, Michael wonders what happened. Maybe something is wrong with the Stark family. The girl turns her back, begins to take off her fur coat, and says that the guy will understand everything when he sees it for himself. She turns out to be wearing a jade pendant, which surprises even the main character, and he wonders where she got it from. The girl mentions that her family organizes auctions, and therefore she often gets unusual items for sale. 2 days ago, a friend of my father's came and wanted to offer it for sale. He also insisted that it be for sale tomorrow. Then he suddenly changed his mind and said that he would take it. But the friend did not contact me again. The father decided to go to him, but when he arrived at the family villa, only corpses remained. The girl fearfully reports that it was clear from the corpses that the killer was very strong. Not only the family died, but also everyone who had crossed paths with her father's friend over the past 2 days, and all because of this pendant. Clark fears that her family is not strong enough for this, and therefore asks to take care of this artifact, and if something happens to the family, then it will go to him. Michael agrees that he will do everything to protect the pendant and then asks what needs to be done. The girl quickly jumps up from the couch, gets dressed, and says that the guy can use him as he wants, and the Clark family is flying out of town for a while. Belle says goodbye and says that this may be their last meeting, and Johnson tells her that they will meet soon. As soon as he closed the door, Sarah and Jessica called him from behind. The girls look extremely unhappy and ask him who this girl was and why he was deceiving them in the middle of the night. Michael says that his friend needed his help. It's nothing like what they thought. Sarah looks into the refrigerator and at the same time wonders if Michael will appear at the Tizen group tomorrow. There should be a lot of reporters at the conference tomorrow. She says that tomorrow they will be promoting a new product for the company. Jessica says that she will perform tomorrow, and if Johnson doesn't come, she will be so nervous that she won't be able to. The guy says that of course he will go to the conference and take wonderful photos of both of them. Michael strokes Jessica's head. She smiles sweetly and blushes slightly, looking at the guy with loving eyes. The guy holds the medallion in his hands and thinks that one of the strongest families was forced to run with its tail between its legs. The enemy must be really strong. The young hero tries to use the jade pendant. Everything around is covered with energy of the color of the medallion. Magic power flows around, and Michael realizes that this pendant can enhance his cultivation tenfold. Suddenly, a black stone appears and breaks the jade, simultaneously absorbing all of its power. Even the Transfiguration Cemetery has changed a lot. Now there is spirit energy floating around. Johnson wonders how he can now explain the fact that the medallion fell apart. He hopes that a bag of pills will fix the situation. There are a lot of people at the conference who Michael already knows, and he is very happy about this. The girls, seeing that everyone has already gathered, are getting ready to put on a show, smiling mysteriously. They present 2 of their new products, which turn out to be the same longevity pills and the rejuvenating elixir, which is still in development. They also note that the pills help improve the physical condition of older people, they will help restore youth, and the elixir rejuvenates the skin. The public is just going crazy when they hear this information. They are interested in side effects. What are the test results, and whether they are really effective? Jessica understands that their mistrust is justified, and so she says that the first few reporters will get the product to try for free. There are immediately many people who want to try the product on themselves. The journalists who received the elixir for themselves were very pleased. Their skin became softer and younger. Jessica is truly glad that everyone was happy with the product. She says that now they know where to buy this product. Suddenly, a Japanese news reporter appears. She doubts that such a strong drug has no side effects. She asks to provide her with a sample for analysis. Michael is angrily indignant that they haven't even had time to launch the product for sale yet, and they already want an analysis. They definitely want to make an analog of the drug. Jessica says she can't provide the product for analysis because it's a trade secret. The brazen reporter sarcastically remarks that the composition contains many dangerous elements. They are simply afraid of the consequences. A murmur of distrust towards the products is born in the crowd. Now, visitors are no longer so confident in the quality of the goods offered. Jessica convincingly tells them that the product has undergone government-supervised quality testing, so they should trust her. Sarah realizes that her friend is hosting a conference for the first time and might panic, so she decides to step in and help her. Suddenly, Michael appears in the frame. He says that now he is taking matters into his own hands, and the woman asks who he is. Sarah is thrilled to see Johnson on stage, shouting his name in gratitude as the boy says he can allay concerns about drug safety.